Long Chen looked like he had gone insane. In that state, his reaction speed and sense of danger were severely impacted. Moreover, Long Yashin's sneak attack was silent and came without the slightest warning. Countless people had thought that Long Chen would be suffering a calamity, but they hadn't expected him to seemingly be well prepared and slap Long Yashin. In that instant, time seemed to move slowly. They saw Long Yashin's face deform bit by bit until his head was a completely different shape. They also saw Long Chen, still in his slapping posture. His headband had long since broken, causing his hair to cover up his face. After that, Long Yashin's body fell into the martial heaven sea ring. When he landed, it was like a meteor had hit the world. This result stunned people. Had Long Chen only been faking going crazy to bait Long Yashin into attacking? No, that couldn't be it. If he was baiting Long Yashin, why didn't he use his saber? Then wouldn't he have easily killed him? Long Yashin's father and mother were both shocked. Seeing Long Chen standing there, they suddenly felt an intense sense of unease. They were both peak experts with sharp senses toward danger. When Long Yashin had started fighting Long Chen, they had felt nervous in their hearts, which was why they had provoked Long Chen. It was because they didn't have absolute confidence that Long Yashin would win. Although they knew their son was powerful, that feeling of unease made them choose to help as much as they could. Even if the world looked down on them, they still chose to do so. They didn't want Long Yashin to be in any danger. However, Long Yashin's sneak attack had failed, and he was sent flying by a slap in the face. The slight feeling of unease they had had at the start grew much more intense. Suddenly, the sea surged. Long Yashin came flying out along with a giant water dragon, charging toward Long Chen. Long Yashin is actually skilled in water elemental divine abilities, exclaimed Nangong Zuyu. She was also a water cultivator, but even she hadn't noticed before this. The water dragon Long Yashin was standing on was condensed of water energy, and that berserk power contained within it shocked her. Long Yashin's water energy was not at all inferior to hers. It had to be known that Nangong Zuyu had a water spirit body and had been born with an innate ability to control water energy. But Long Yashin hadn't been. So how did he do this? Long Yashin's face had recovered, but there was still some blood dripping out of his mouth. Right now, killing intent exploded from his eyes. Failing this attack had caused his fury to soar. Die, Long Yashin's dragon spear unleashed an explosion of water chi. Right away, the spear collided against Evil Moon's blade, unleashing a huge wave in the sky. As a result, astral winds blew back Long Chen's hair, revealing his face. When they saw his face, everyone jumped in surprise. Long Chen's eyes were tightly closed. It seemed that he had entered some mysterious state. He had blocked that attack seemingly through instinct. Feeling furious, Long Yashin slid his spear down Evil Moon's body, piercing it toward Long Chen's arm. Long Chen instinctively dodged. After that, Evil Moon was pushed forward, pushing aside the spear, and a leg kicked toward Long Yashin like lightning. As a result, Long Yashin raised his left arm to block, and another powerful explosion shook the sky. Feeling a terrifying force strike him, he was forced back 10 steps. With one final step, the void shuddered. He barely managed to stabilize himself and almost fell. Right now, Long Yashin was shocked and infuriated. Long Chen's power was so strange that Long Yashin's heavenly Tao energy was actually unable to block it. It even invaded his flesh and bones. He had never encountered such a thing in his life. What is that? Suddenly, people saw lines of light appear within Long Chen's divine ring. They didn't know when these lines had appeared, but there were now millions of strands of light extending to the ends of the world. People could see mysterious energy flowing through those lines and into Long Chen's divine ring. They had never seen such a phenomenon before. The power that Long Chen and Long Yashin had revealed had far surpassed the scope of their understanding. Yashin, that's the power of all living things, all the spirits within this world. Long Chen has formed a connection with them. You have to cut him off, shouted Long Yashin's mother. Her expression changed. Only a very few experts present actually knew what kind of state Long Chen was in and what it indicated. The heavenly Taos were no longer the original heavenly Taos. The old heavenly Taos were like an emperor who loved and respected its subjects, and thus were revered and worshipped by the commoners. However, the current heavenly Taos were like a tyrant that had seized the position of emperor, enslaving and suppressing the martial heaven continent's lifeforms. Deep inside, those lifeforms felt fury, and it was this fury that merged with Long Chen's heaven's wrath. The current Long Chen had formed a connection with all their power. In theory, Heavenly Tao energy and the energy of all life should support each other, but now, on the martial heaven continent, these two energies were clashing. One was trying to suppress the other, while the other fought back. Long Yashin represented the energy of the heavenly Taos, while Long Chen represented the energy of life on the continent. Long Chen was in the midst of rapidly merging with this new energy. After all, this energy was not his, so it was not so simple for him to use it despite grasping it. Using it badly could cause his body to explode from being unable to endure so much power. Long Chen's current state was thanks to Long Yashin's pressure. He could clearly feel the anger of the mountains, the roars of the seas, and the howls of the veins of ore. All creation was raging. They wanted to give all their power to Long Chen in order to break the laws of the heavenly Taos and regain this world's freedom. You want to merge with the power of all creation. Try again in your next life. Long Yashin suddenly clenched his teeth. As he spat out a mouthful of rainbow blood, brilliant light filled the sky. This was Long Yashin's core essence blood, the supreme spirit blood that he had stolen from Long Chen. Every expert felt a chill when it appeared. That's boss's blood. The dragon blood warriors gnashed their teeth furiously. Long Yashin had stolen this blood from Long Chen. 10,000 dragon spirits hear my call. Bestow me the power of a dragon. 9 dragons devour the heavens diagram open. Long Yashin suddenly roared and a majestic dragon cry rang out. The 9 dragons behind him came to life, emitting a wild aura. Chapter 26, 81 Full Firepower. The 9 dragons in Long Yashin's manifestation suddenly opened their eyes. An aura that didn't belong to this world rapidly rose. What is that? Startled cries rang out. The 9 dragons flew out of Long Yashin's manifestation, and his aura instantly erupted into a terrifying realm. 9 ancestral dragon souls have been summoned. The power of the 9 dragons has been added to his heavenly Tao energy. Then the current Long Yashin, the high priest, fell into deep thought. Should I use the northern source sword too? Taoist Heavenly Feather whispered. You will definitely die if you enter the tribulation, said the high priest. It's worth this old life of mine to remove that scourge. Long Yashin. Taoist Heavenly Feather smiled slightly. Even if you enter the tribulation, you might not be able to kill Long Yashin. Furthermore, if you do die to his tribulation, that will seriously affect Long Chen. Who knows what he'll do if you die in front of him? Right now, it still seems like everything is under his control. They are the main characters of this world. We just have to take action at the critical moment. Then when will that critical moment come? Asked Taoist Heavenly Feather. I don't know either. I've simply received the instruction from the wine god to fully trust Long Chen. As for the details, the wine god has not divulged the slightest bit to me, so it's impossible for us to have a dominating role. We just need to support Long Chen, said the high priest. At this time, dragon roars filled the air. Long Yashin's body also became covered in dragon scales, forming a thick battle armor. Dragon chi swirled around him, and his aura was growing increasingly frightening. In the distance, the dragon woman's expression changed. That was because there was a black dragon amongst Long Yashin's 9 dragons. Furthermore, that was an ancestral dragon amongst black dragons. Ancestral dragons were dragon kings that had opened up a new bloodline path. They could be considered the ancestors of their bloodlines, the ones who laid down a foundation for their descendants. They created different cultivation techniques and divine abilities, resulting in a change in their bloodline. The dragons that followed them would inherit those new abilities. Only a dragon king that had opened a new bloodline inheritance was qualified to be called an ancestral dragon. In this case, that black dragon's power possessed a suppressive effect on her that made her extremely irritated. This meant that in the future, if she fought against Long Yashin, that black dragons might cause her to be unable to release her full power. Furthermore, Long Yashin might very likely know the divine abilities of the black dragon race due to this. In the future, she would definitely be at a disadvantage against him. Long Chen, no matter how you struggle, it's meaningless. You are fated to be my stepping stone, just die. Long Yashin stamped on the void, and the 9 dragons behind him quivered. His dragon spear smashed toward Long Chen. The void collapsed in the face of a giant spear image. It was like a heavenly celestial weapon smashing down. Boom! Long Chen raised Evil Moon to block, but in front of that giant spear, he appeared incredibly minuscule. The void exploded, and Long Chen was smashed into the sea. Huge waves burst out of the sea, filling the sky with water. Not good, the people watching sensed a terrifying water energy contained in that water. Every drop possessed the possibility of killing them. With no time to run, they took out their weapons and attacked. Rumbling rang out. Countless experts coughed up blood. Although their combined power had suppressed this fallout, they turned pale. These were just some waves from their battle but already possessed this much power. If they were in the core region as well, wouldn't they simply die? After that single spear, the sea began to roar and form a giant whirlpool. Long Yashin's spear was controlling the sea. This whirlpool seemed to reach the bottom of the sea. "Where is Long Chen?" Startled cries rang out. Long Chen didn't reappear. "His aura is gone, could it be?" Long Chen's aura could no longer be sensed. People began to panic. Had he really been killed? "Boss," the Dragonblood warriors roared furiously. They were about to charge into the tribulation. "Wait," Meng Qi extended an arm, stopping them. "Long Chen is definitely fine. This tribulation is his. If something happened to him, the 5 sovereigns would definitely vanish. Don't you see that the 5 sovereigns are still calm?" When they looked at the sovereigns, they truly did see that their expressions were flat. They didn't react at all to this giant whirlpool. Boom, the giant whirlpool suddenly exploded, and a black-robed figure charged out. "It's Boss." Just as the Dragonblood warriors began to cheer, their faces fell. One of Long Chen's arms was a bloody mess, and his black robes were in tatters. "Long Chen is injured." People couldn't help being horrified, but thinking about it, it only made sense. Surviving such a terrifying attack was practically a miracle. Long Yashin's heart shook. Just now he had not held back at all, but he still hadn't managed to kill Long Chen. Furthermore, although Long Chen's current condition looked bad, his aura did not show any signs of weakening. That meant that it wasn't a serious injury to him. At this moment, silence fell, and the sound of blood dripping was the only thing present. That was Long Chen's blood dripping into the sea. Long Chen's eyes were open now, and they were no longer red. He no longer seemed insane. Instead, his eyes were calm, but the calmness was even more frightening than the crazed look from before. It was like the gaze of an emotionless death god, someone who had grown numb to reaping lives. "Just a few mudfish. The power of 9 dragons. Long Yashin, you're trash. My spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone are in your body, yet you humiliate them with this display. You aren't fit for them. Even if you give a monkey some dragon robes, they aren't an emperor. At best, you are a dancing clown. I'll take back what belongs to me today," said Long Chen. "Keep dreaming. I have the support of 9 dragons and the heavenly Tao energy. I am the very heavens. What will you use to fight me?" sneered Long Yashin. Despite his shock at Long Chen's power, he remained confident. "I'll use this." Long Chen's divine ring suddenly shuddered, and 6 stars illuminated the world. A berserk power exploded and caused heaven and earth to change color. 6-star battle armor. Long Chen's voice was like thunder ringing out through the sky, reaching every corner of the world. Chapter 2682, The True 6-Star Battle Armor. 6 stars revolved within Long Chen's divine ring, illuminating the world. Right now, an unstoppable power erupted within Long Chen's body, and the martial heaven sea ring sank beneath his feet. As the water was forced away, people saw the layers of restrictions down below. Those were the defenses of the sea demon race. It seemed that Long Chen's aura had penetrated to the bottom of the sea, the headquarters of the sea demon race. People even saw the terrain of the seafloor and some sea demons. They sensed their fear and unease. At this moment, the star corresponding to the Feng Fu star shot a beam of light at the Alyath star. Long Chen's aura grew explosively. The Alyath star then emitted a beam of divine light at the Life Fate star, setting it ablaze, making Long Chen's aura grow once more. After advancing to the heaven-merging realm, Long Chen's 6-star battle armor was finally able to unleash its full power. In the heavens, Wrath State, every one of his stars seemed to represent an entire world. Following that, the Enlightenment Palace star and Divine Gate star also ignited. When that happened, the ground beneath Long Chen's feet crackled, and the 10,000 Taos of the world were trampled beneath his feet. The entire world felt like it was on the verge of exploding. The 108,000 stars inside Long Chen's body were like a giant astral formation. Their power resonated with the 5 stars. Boom! Suddenly, the Nethergate star beneath his feet also ignited. It emitted a light toward the Feng Fu star, forming a 6-sided design. After that, the space beneath Long Chen's feet exploded. Endless power gushed out of Long Chen's feet, and a terrifying current soared into the heavens. The stars up above shuddered. Long Chen had used the 6-star battle armor before, but due to his cultivation base, he had been unable to unleash its full power. Now, this was the true 6-star battle armor. Long Yashin was being forced back. Despite doing his best to stabilize himself, space was collapsing, and he was forced back by Long Chen's aura. 2 beams of light were all that remained in the collapsing space. The All-Devil Heavenwalker, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord, the Dragon Woman Yi Ming, and the others were forced back miserably. However, their bodies suddenly trembled when they reached a certain range. They were no longer able to retreat any further, or they would leave the bounds of the heavenly tribulation. They were blocked by an invisible wall. Their expressions changed. They didn't know when this wall had appeared, sealing them in. The 9-headed lion had almost been killed by Long Chen back then, and he had only been saved due to the help of some peak expert from the demon race. At that time, there hadn't been this spatial wall, so where did it come from? They glanced toward the 5 sovereigns, and their hearts shook. Could it be that the 5 sovereigns had created this barrier to ensure that they couldn't escape? Yi Lianchen and Jiang Wuchen were in the worst state. They almost directly smashed into that barrier. As a result, they hacked up blood, their bodies cracking. Both of them were filled with horror. Clearly, out of the experts within the core of the heavenly tribulation, the 2 of them were the weakest. They were almost killed by this eruption of Long Chen's aura. Of all of them, it was the Pill Fairy whose expression was the calmest. White flames burned around her body. She also had Wan Qing protected. Even as Long Chen's aura raged, it was simply incinerated when it reached her divine flames. Just outside the core, Mo Nian and the others were staring in shock. Seeing Long Chen in this state, Mo Nian's jaw dropped. When did this little fellow become so terrifying? I thought that I had surpassed him. In his current state, Long Chen appeared unspeakably domineering. It was as if he could look down on all things beneath the heavens. Even the divine family's experts' expressions changed, especially Long Yashin's father and mother. They had never dreamed that Long Chen would possess such power. How does this bastard possess such power when his spirit root, spirit bone, and spirit blood were taken? Are the heavens blind? Raged Long Yashin's mother. Back when Long Yashin was born, he was born with amazing talent that would be first-rate even in the higher realm. In the mortal world, he should be an unrivaled existence. However, before he even had a chance to soak in that glory, Long Chen was born. His birth shook all the divine families. A mutated spirit root, supreme spirit blood, and a divine spirit bone. That was a natural immortal sprout. Back then, Long Yashin's mother had gone crazy with jealousy. She viewed Long Chen's birth as a personal slap in the face. However, no one would have imagined that this half-dead child that had had his spirit root, spirit blood, and spirit bone taken would survive and become another heaven-shaking genius. This was equivalent to another slap in her face. Upon seeing Long Chen forcing the 10,000 Daos to submit to him, her expression grew extremely unsightly. Yashin, kill him and tear his corpse to pieces. Even before she finished shouting, Long Yashin was already moving. That wasn't due to his mother's orders but due to the timing. Long Chen's aura would stagnate for a brief moment when his aura reached its peak. That was the optimal time to attack. At this moment, Long Yashin's dragon spear rumbled, and the 9 dragons behind him erupted with their power. On the other hand, Long Chen snorted. Although Long Yashin's timing for this attack was correct, Long Chen wasn't afraid. He didn't even have a desire to dodge and just casually swung Evil Moon. His blow looked so incredibly weak, as though it was done by a novice who couldn't even use their power properly. But considering who Long Chen was, how could that be possible? Suddenly, a strange explosion occurred. Long Chen's saber had clearly been slashing down, but when it struck the spear, it suddenly knocked the spear away and pierced forward toward Long Yashin's throat. Long Yashin was startled. This attack was truly bizarre. It had completely knocked aside the power of his dragon spear along with his body, causing him to practically fly toward Evil Moon. As a result, he roared furiously and stamped on the ground, dodging to the right. He only barely dodged the tip of Long Chen's saber. He had barely dodged Long Chen's saber when a hand that seemed to have been waiting for him struck his face, unleashing a resounding and clear sound. Chapter 2683, Beating Long Yashin. One was hastily dodging while the other was actively advancing. The latter viciously rammed into the former, while the former viciously slapped the latter. As a result, the sound of bones breaking rang out and Long Yashin let out a pained grunt. His head spun a full circle on his neck. It went without saying that Long Yashin's physical body was extremely powerful. Anyone else, even the All-Devil Heavenwalker or the others, would have died to the power of this slap. In truth, if it weren't for the 9 dragon spirits that Long Yashin had summoned automatically blocking a portion of this attack's power, he might have directly died. Even so, the impact of this sudden slap made his head buzz, and he couldn't tell left from right. Hence, he randomly swung his dragon spear. As a result, with a loud bang, his dragon spear flew out of his hand. One was randomly swinging, while the other accurately struck. Long Chen's power completely suppressed Long Yashin. After knocking away his spear, Long Chen's saber slashed toward Long Yashin's neck. However, Long Yashin's claw suddenly reached toward Long Chen's face. It went without saying that Long Yashin was a true expert. After a slight delay, he quickly recovered. In that moment of crisis, he instantly figured out how to save himself, taking advantage of how close they were versus how long Evil Moon was. Seeing this, Long Chen snorted and let go of Evil Moon. He shifted slightly, causing Long Yashin's attack to miss his vitals and strike his shoulder. Blood splashed. Even in the Azure Dragon battle armor, Long Chen's defenses were unable to block Long Yashin's claw. As a result, a chunk of his flesh was torn off. The power of Long Chen's physical body was well known throughout the martial heaven continent. Even divine items had trouble injuring him, but he was unable to block this simple claw from Long Yashin, so there definitely had to be some kind of divine ability hidden within this exchange. After tearing off Long Chen's flesh, Long Yashin unleashed a kick at Long Chen's abdomen. He was as quick as lightning and actually also skilled in close-range combat. As his kick was unleashed, Long Yashin's other hand formed hand seals. The dragon spear was already flying back to him. Based on Long Yashin's calculations, he would force back Long Chen and retrieve his weapon, and then unleash a barrage of attacks to take back the initiative. However, just at this moment his scalp tightened. His hair had been grabbed by Long Chen. The reason why Long Chen hadn't blocked that attack was to grab his hair. That meant he had exchanged the wound to his shoulder for an opportunity. Hair was not an organ of the body and was also something an expert would not instinctively sense being in danger. As a result, Long Chen once more used the familiar move, pulling his opponent's face into his knee, once more breaking Long Yashin's nose which had just healed. Blood and snot flew through the air, as well as tears. A huge ripple spread through the air from the impact. At this moment, both friends and foes grimaced, having an instinctual sour feeling in their own noses. Long Chen then repeatedly slammed Long Yashin's face into his knee, and the immense power caused heaven and earth to shake. It was unimaginable what Long Yashin was enduring. Seeing a peerless expert be reduced to this state was shocking. This no longer seemed like a battle between experts but a shameless brawl between ruffians. Even the blood fiend Devil Lord and the others felt a shiver. The current Long Chen was like a berserk dragon. That power was perhaps something that only Long Yashin could endure. Long Chen's technique was simple and explosive, with nothing fancy about it. However, it was very effective. Long Yashin was unable to escape no matter how he struggled. He howled furiously, clawing at Long Chen's arms, but Long Chen didn't care. He repeatedly struck Long Yashin. "Smash that bastard to death!" Xuanhuan raised his fist and cheered. Thinking of Long Yashin's previous arrogant display, the Dragonblood warriors felt that this display was particularly satisfying. Suddenly, sparks flew. Feeling startled, people looked up to see that above Long Chen and Long Yashin, Evil Moon and the Dragon Spear had collided. Their divine weapons are also attacking. People were startled. Divine items could actually fight without their master's controls. The stronger the divine item, the more unwilling they would be to be controlled by others. As a result, they were under harsher seals from their masters, so it was extremely rare to see a divine item fighting on its own. At this moment, black chi rippled out of Evil Moon, and it repeatedly clashed against the dragon spear. Every exchange was like two stars colliding. As the divine weapons fought as hard as their masters, two different explosive sounds were repeatedly ringing out. However, they actually ended up in a nice rhythm, causing people's expressions to grow odd. Was this a fight or a musical display? "Yashin, don't fight him in close range. That brute has countless shameless techniques at that range," shouted Long Kaifeng, unable to endure this scene. Long Kaifeng understood his son far too well. The Long family had invested everything into Long Yashin, so his close-range skills were the strongest. Perhaps Long Chen had seen that and didn't wish to waste the effort on him. That was why he had chosen to be injured just in order to grab Long Yashin's hair, and now Long Yashin couldn't use any of his skills. Long Yashin also knew that if he wanted to reverse the tides, he had to escape from Long Chen's hold. However, Long Chen refused to let go. If it was someone else, the simplest solution would be to tear off their hair to escape. However, he couldn't. Every part of his body was marked with divine runes, even his hair. Hence, his hair was extremely tough, and not even divine items could cut it easily. Those runes were all supportive runes that allowed him to control even more divine abilities and magical arts. Ever since he was born, no enemy had ever grabbed his hair to attack him, so he had never thought about this scenario. As a matter of fact, his mind was a mess as he was repeatedly struck in the head by Long Chen. Long Chen, I will tear your corpse into 10,000 pieces. Blood suddenly exploded. Long Yashin escaped Long Chen's hold and shot back. However, not all of him got away. Long Chen still had a fist-sized chunk of Long Yashin's scalp in his hand, and rainbow blood dripped down it. Upon seeing that, everyone looked toward Long Yashin's head in unison. Chapter 26, 84 Long Yashin's Bloody Path. While Long Yashin still had long hair, there was a section missing on the top of his head, an island within the sea, if you will. Within this island, rainbow blood flowed out, dripping down his face. It framed his furious eyes and distorted face. Long Yashin's scalp had been torn off by Long Chen, or perhaps it should be said that Long Yashin had had no choice but to be a gecko cutting off his own tail in order to escape. He had sacrificed his scalp to turn the tide. Long Chen looked at Long Yashin's bloody scalp in his hand. He sneered. It seems that you didn't just take my spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone. You also took other people's. Long Yashin, you really are a mixed breed. Your current achievements are the result of piling up other people's talent. I'm curious, just how many geniuses did your despicable daddy and mommy ruin to create you? Only now did Long Chen realize that Long Yashin's essence blood was extremely mixed. There were various kinds of marvelous energy, and not just Long Chen's essence blood inside it. Some weren't even human. It was no wonder that Long Yashin's aura was so strange when he unleashed it. Originally, Long Chen had thought that it was due to Long Yashin inheriting his mother's aura, but now he saw that Long Yashin had absorbed countless spirit roots, spirit bones, and spirit bloods. Long Chen was just one of them. At the same time, Long Chen understood why his divine spirit root had been degraded to a supreme bone. It was due to being infected by countless pieces of trash. Long Chen guessed that Long Yashin was unable to control a divine spirit bone, so he had been given other kinds of energy to suppress it, causing its tier to drop. Upon hearing Long Chen's words, an uproar occurred on the Martial Heaven continent side. Quite a few people were especially emotional and cursed Long Yashin. Long Yashin, you bastard, was my child stolen by you. My daughter was only a few days old when she was stolen. Was this done by you? Where is she? Shouted a woman. My grandson wasn't even a year old before he was taken. Was this done by the divine families? Raged an old man, brandishing a giant blade. Countless people cursed Long Yashin and the Long family's people. Without exception, those people were behemoths in their own right. Moreover, they had one similarity, and that was the fact that inherently talented babies had been born into their families, and they had been taken by others shortly after their birth. These events all occurred at around the same time. Due to how large these powers were, they had viewed this as a familial shame, as other powers wouldn't dare to do such a despicable thing to them. Thus, they were quite sure that it was done by a fellow member of the family as part of an internal squabble. A few also blamed their enemies and refused to believe their denials, resulting in torrents of blood. It was like a fuse had been lit, and those matters were now exposed. Although people weren't sure about the veracity of Long Chen's words, this sensitive topic made them exceptionally emotional. The Long family and even the other divine families were shaken. There were hundreds of families cursing them now. Don't listen to Long Chen's bullshit. Would our Long family do such a thing? Shouted Long Kaifeng, refusing to admit to it. Fuck your mom. Even Long Chen's spirit root, spirit blood, and spirit bone were taken by you. You even harmed your own family's baby, so who says that you wouldn't do that to others? Roared others. Ants, shut up. If you have any proof, then come to the Long family. If you don't, then shut your dog mouths. The divine families and the Long family can't be blasphemed by ants like you, sneered Long Yashin's mother. She was even more direct, demanding proof. But who could have proof? That was telling everyone that these two refused to admit it and that no one could do anything about it. This infuriated everyone. As expected, the father and mother birthed the same kind of vile spawn as themselves. Long Yashin, Countless innocent people's blood flows through your veins. Are you not afraid of their vengeance? Even Beiteng Rushwang couldn't hold back from cursing him. She had never encountered such a shameless family. Long Yashin, I curse you to have a terrible death. I curse you to die today. Long Yashin, you trash. How do you have the shamelessness to continue living in this world? Just end it yourself. Exactly, your face was already slapped twice and your scalp was torn off. You're already bald. You should just smash your head in and end it. Don't forget to get a good reference first, though. Bring your mom and dad with you, and you can all kill yourselves. People like you should have never been born in this world. Countless people's bloody hatred filled the air, and the most vicious curses fell upon Long Yashin's family. Although there was no proof that those children that had suddenly vanished back in that year were related to them, based on Long Chen's origin and Long Yashin's family's attitudes, people were sure it was them. If it weren't for their apprehension toward the divine families, these people would have charged forward for vengeance for their killed babies. Shut up, Long Yashin suddenly roared, his voice backed by 9 dragon roars. He had gone insane, as his secret had been exposed by Long Chen, turning him into the target of everyone's hatred and scorn. Right now his face was covered in blood and twisted with rage, looking like a malicious spirit. Seeing the shocked and infuriated Long Yashin, Long Chen felt great content. After that, he extended his hand. Flames burst into existence, incinerating Long Yashin's scalp and hair. Then a rainbow flame seed appeared with countless runes flowing inside it before it was all incinerated. Once that was done, Long Chen rested Evil Moon on his shoulder. You are just trash. No matter how many resources are piled into your body, it's still useless. My own spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone have degraded in your body. Did you not realize? Debts must be repaid sooner or later. I won't bother you with taking other people's things, but since you've taken mine, I'll be taking it back with 1,000 times the price. Long Chen suddenly vanished. Hence, Long Yashin was startled and hastily swung his dragon spear above him. Just at that moment, a crack split open in the void, and a black-robed Long Chen came out like a merciless death god, slashing his saber. Boom! After a powerful explosion, both of their figures vanished from the sky. Chapter 26, 85 Sovereign Seal Undone. Long Chen and Long Yashin vanished, startling everyone. After that, they quickly saw the sea below exploding and raging. Only then did they realize immense power was exploding down below. The void once more exploded, and their figures reappeared and disappeared once more. Their figures repeatedly vanished and appeared, vanished and appeared. Every time, a heaven-shaking explosion would erupt, either in the sky or the sea. It was impossible to track them with the naked eye. There was also no way to lock onto them spiritually. They've grasped the power of heaven merging so quickly, they can freely shuttle through the void, exclaimed a heaven merging expert. This blinking was in truth spatial control, and only some old fellows who had advanced to this realm hundreds or thousands of years ago could do it. For them, it had taken years or decades after advancing to heaven merging in order to grasp this ability, but the two of them had suddenly comprehended it in the middle of the tribulation. This comprehension ability made others feel worthless. Senior, how is their battle going? Is Long Chen suppressing Long Yashin? Asked one person. The heaven merging elder replied. They currently seem evenly matched, but Long Chen seems to be the one pressing the attack, trying to force Long Yashin into close-range combat. Meanwhile, Long Yashin is trying to create distance, but he's unable to escape Long Chen, explained that elder. Boom! With one final explosion, Long Yashin appeared, coughing up blood that transformed into a giant rainbow dragon that immediately exploded, shattering the void. The immense power forced Long Chen out. Just as the elder said, Long Yashin was at a great disadvantage against Long Chen in close range. Although he was very powerful compared to Long Chen's rich experience, he was still one level inferior. Being slapped in the face and having his scalp torn off had left a large shadow on his heart, resulting in him always trying to escape whenever Long Chen approached him. However, seeing Long Chen fighting more and more ruthlessly, he clenched his teeth and sacrificed a portion of his essence blood to force Long Chen back. After that, their figures reappeared clearly. Long Yashin let out a howl and his manifestation shuddered. As a result, the 9 dragons charged at Long Chen from 9 different directions. 9 dragons surround the pearl. The 9 dragons opened their mouths, instantly sealing the space around Long Chen and trapping him in a giant ball of light. This move came incredibly fast, so fast that others couldn't even react before Long Chen was caught. Evil Moon swept out multiple times but merely caused the sphere to shudder, It could not be broken. Ripples spread as the sphere thickened itself layer by layer and began to compress the space inside. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, you're definitely dead. This technique is composed of heavenly Tao energy and my 9 ancestral dragons' power. Once formed, you are surely trapped. Go and meet your parents. Long Yashin laughed, but his laugh was a bit forced as he was panting. Fighting Long Chen and then unleashing this impressive technique had clearly come at a cost. Hence, Long Yashin was no longer in his peak condition. They're clearly just 9 mudfish, so how dare they call themselves 9 dragons? What a huge joke. Long Chen still appeared as calm as ever within this sealed space. You dare to say such big words before death. 9 dragon execution, heaven-trapping art. The sphere of light rapidly compressed, and 9 chains shot toward Long Chen from within the sphere. Boom! Long Chen was instantly wrapped by those chains. There was a large sphere on the outside, and now a sphere of chains on the inside. Well done, ha. Long Yashin was surprised to see Long Chen not struggling at all, but then a sinister voice rang out. It was filled with ecstasy, as if a fiend had escaped from the depths of hell. Yun Shang, you bastard, I am finally released from your seal. Evil Moon's voice rang out once more. Boom! As a result, the chains binding Long Chen shuddered. Tiny cracks covered the chains and then spread all the way back to the larger sphere until the entire technique shattered. Within the flying runic fragments, black chi raged and Long Chen came walking out of it. Black robes, black hair, black saber, and black chi. They seemed to mix with each other like a god of darkness. Long Chen appeared to be an entirely different person now. His aura caused people to shudder. Ha ha ha, Evil Moon laughed. Fuck, I'm finally released after being sealed for so long. Long Chen, let's put in some work and kill a few more. Evil Moon's aura had completely transformed. It was as if it had been dead before and had now come to life. Evil Moon really had to thank Long Yashin. The energy of his 9 dragons had truly been perfect. Originally, Long Chen had been planning on using the 9th form of Split the Heavens to break this attack, but Evil Moon had stopped him. At that time, it had a sudden thought. Perhaps it was because it had been with Long Chen for too long, but it had also become greedy and had thought of a brazen idea. Using its dark energy, it devoured the power of the 9 dragons. The strongest divine ability of the dark evil dragon was to devour and rapidly digest what it devoured. This plan really succeeded, and it managed to break apart Yun Shang's seal. It was like it had completed a prison sentence and was full of bloodthirstiness at this moment. It had to vent its anger. Kill! Long Chen and Evil Moon shouted at the same time, resulting in the black chi surrounding Long Chen to explode. He then shot out like a shooting star. 9 dragons roar at the heavens. Long Yashin roared, and his 9 dragons returned to his manifestation. 9 dragon marks began to flow on top of his spear. Fuck your damn heavens, I'll make you cry today. Evil Moon's voice was ice cold. The black chi around it suddenly solidified, and its blade became white like the sharp tooth of a beast. Chapter 26, 86 Leader of the Sea Demon. Evil Moon slashed onto Long Yashin's dragon spear, causing an explosion that darkened the entire world. As a result, people's ears buzzed and their senses were flipped. It was as if the entire world was thrown into chaos. Long Yashin spat out blood. This dragon spear made of immortal gold from a higher plane was actually damaged by Evil Moon. There was now a cut in it, and he was sent smashing into the sea. Long Yashin's parents' expressions completely changed. Evil Moon had fully undone its seal, allowing it to unleash apocalyptic power. Most shocking of all was that Evil Moon was clearly an incredibly evil divine weapon, and yet despite having no restrictions on it, it was still willing to allow Long Chen to use it. Haha, that was satisfying again. Evil Moon cried out excitedly. Its chains had been destroyed, so its power was no longer suppressed by anything. After being suppressed for so long, Evil Moon finally regained its freedom. Hence, it needed to vent its emotions. While slashing Evil Moon, Long Chen chased after Long Yashin, who was covered in blood. With no other choice but to defend, Long Yashin's rainbow blood and 9 dragons suddenly transformed into a net flying toward Long Chen. Insignificant trick, keep dreaming. Evil Moon slashed through the air, and this net created from heavenly Tao energy shattered on contact, transforming into runes. Long Yashin was shocked. That was one of his top techniques that had trapped countless experts. He hadn't been hoping for it to kill Long Chen, but it should at least stall Long Chen and give him some breathing room. This move might have been effective before, but now that Evil Moon's seal was undone, Its dark energy was capable of devouring all kinds of energy. Hence, this move was useless against it. Bastard, Long Yashin clenched his teeth. Feeling desperate, he stabbed his dragon spear at Long Chen. Boom! The sea exploded, and Long Yashin was sent smashing further into the depths of the sea. The seawater burst into the sky. After pushing Long Yashin deeper and deeper, the two of them quickly reached the bottom of the sea. Long Yashin's expression changed because they had reached the bottom of the sea. This was the headquarters of the sea demon race, and there were countless constructions down below that had set up large formations. Go, Long Chen shouted and increased his power, not giving Long Yashin any chance to react. Just like that, he slammed Long Yashin into the sea demon race's grand formation. Boom! A giant barrier of light was instantly pierced by Long Yashin. As a result, he coughed up more blood, and the two of them began fighting within the headquarters of the sea demon race. Long Yashin went crazy with rage, as Long Chen was actually using him as a weapon. Breaking through that barrier had cost his 9 dragons devour the heavens diagram to use up a huge amount of heavenly Tao energy. Although he was just borrowing this heavenly Tao energy as the conduit, this sudden loss came at an immense backlash to his own body. This damage was even worse than a physical wound. In this area there were countless immortal caves, and Long Yashin smashed into one of the mountains, causing it to shatter. As a result, countless sea demons that were hiding inside were blasted to bits, and the sea rapidly turned red. Sea demon race, didn't you want to take my karmic luck pearl? Well, here I am to give it to you, shouted Long Chen. He kicked Long Yashin that had just crawled out of the wreckage. Long Yashin was like a cannonball blasted through the mountains behind him, killing countless sea demons. The 9 dragons devour the heavens diagram behind him contained the will of the heavenly Taos. Hence, it automatically protected its master, drawing out heavenly Tao energy to protect him when he smashed into those mountains. At this moment, the sea demons met with calamity as heavenly Tao energy ran rampant along with the power of heavenly tribulation here. After all, they were still in the midst of the tribulation, so the power of heavenly tribulation was still baptizing them. Anyone else struck by that power was instantly killed. Boom! Suddenly, the seafloor exploded. An elder with a bone trident flew out and actually attacked Long Chen. This was a mid-heaven merging expert with an aura like a mountain. However, that elder was killed with a random swing of his saber, surprising Long Chen as well. When had he gotten so strong that even mid-heaven merging experts could be killed with a wave of his hand? Although he was no longer afraid of mid-heaven merging experts, he knew that fighting them would not be considered effortless. The heavenly tribulation is still present. The heavenly Taos will strip them of their cultivation bases, forcing them to the initial heaven merging realm, the same realm as you. Don't mess around and focus on killing. After being sealed for so long, I've long since grown thirsty, shouted Evil Moon. Hearing that, Long Chen instantly became unbridled. He swung Evil Moon through the air, killing countless sea demons. Many of those sea demons had reached the heaven merging realm, but they were unable to bear a single blow from Long Chen. Run, he has the laws of the heavenly Taos around him. We can't get close to him, shouted an old sea demon with a golden crown on his head. He had noticed the clues. At this moment, Long Chen was unrivaled by any of them. Anyone who got close to him would have their cultivation base suppressed to the same level as him. Moreover, their numbers couldn't help them either. It seems that you're the head of this place. Long Chen's eyes lit up when he saw that elder. His aura was quite astonishing, probably around the same level as the Lord Venerate of the divine families. That elder's expression instantly changed, so he transformed into a giant sea serpent and fled. Get back here, barked Long Chen. His black chi wriggled and transformed into a giant dragon tail behind him. Like a bolt of lightning, he shot after that elder of the sea demons. Chapter 26, 87 Bloody Massacre of the Sea Demon. That dragon tail was not Long Chen's magical art but Evil Moon's support. At this moment, dark runes transformed into the dragon tail and propelled Long Chen forward like a bolt of lightning. He caught up to the elder in almost an instant. Long Chen immediately slashed his saber, sending that elder flying. The bone trident in his hands was sliced apart. It really is true. This confirmed that the elder was suppressed by the heavenly Taos. Originally, Long Chen had been a bit worried, but now he was at ease. Old ghost, you were the one who sneak attacked me before. Taste my blade. The dragon tail behind Long Chen pushed him forward once more, allowing him to reach the elder in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, the elder's expression changed, and he took out a white tortoise shell. This was an amazing treasure emitting ancient air. Boom! However, in front of Evil Moon it wasn't worth a single fart. With one blow it splintered and broke apart. As a result, the elder coughed up a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the other sea demons began a charge at Long Chen. This elder was the demon emperor of the sea demon race, their strongest expert. If Long Chen killed him, the sea demon race would be doomed. Evil Moon slashed through the air, killing tens of thousands of sea demons with every blow. Blood and limbs filled the sea. However, they continued crazily assaulting Long Chen, giving that elder some time to escape. What a group of idiots. If you knew this day would come, would you still make the same choices as before? Today, I'll erase the sea demon race from this world. Long Chen repeatedly swung Evil Moon, unleashing giant saber images that tore through the sea demons regardless of their cultivation base. No one could stop him. Long Chen had no mercy for the sea demon race. He had come here with the determination to eradicate them. Just like the corrupt path, they were traitors to the martial heaven continent. Boom! Long Chen's arms suddenly shuddered. Long Yashin had finally returned after his break. It was unknown if it was because he had found a chance to counterattack, or if he was trying to save that elder of the sea demon race. Scram! Long Chen gripped Evil Moon with both hands and sent the elder flying. After that, Long Chen shot after the elder like a furious arrow. No sea demon was able to stop him. As a result, the elder had a panicked expression as he fled. Meanwhile, countless sea demons flocked over but were unable to stop Long Chen, who was like a bloodthirsty devil king. With every blink of an eye, tens of thousands of sea demons were killed. This place was the headquarters of the sea demon race, their very heart. Hence, those that were gathered here were their greatest experts, but they were like chives being reaped by Long Chen. As Long Chen fought beneath the sea, the experts above continued to watch through formations that projected what was happening down below. The sea turned red, and countless corpses floated up onto the surface. "Boss, wipe out the sea demon race. Remove this scourge for us," shouted Xuanhuan so excitedly that it was like he was the one fighting down below. In his opinion, the sea demon race was constantly courting death. They had found trouble for Long Chen multiple times and had never learned their lesson. Instead, the conflict just intensified to the point that they had stolen his karmic luck pearl. Now they had done it. They had finally succeeded in courting death. As Long Chen was undergoing his tribulation here, heaven and earth were sealed along with the depths of the sea. They couldn't even run and were like tortoises trapped in a jar. "Dragon woman, your family's about to be slaughtered. Even if you don't go help, you should let out a few tears to express your filial piety," snickered Xuanhuan. The dragon woman was ashen, but she didn't reply to Xuanhuan, only quietly watching Long Chen kill the experts of the sea demon race. It was unknown whether she didn't dare to go help or if she simply didn't wish to. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful explosion came from the bottom of the sea. Long Yashin was sent flying by a blow from Long Chen. Right now, he was no longer a match for Long Chen and was only able to disturb him. Long Chen chased after that elder. Seeing a giant altar up ahead, he suddenly realized something. However, there were too many sea demons here, and they were all coming to stop him. He was killing and killing, but he couldn't kill them all, so Long Chen only watched as the elder charged onto the altar. There he slapped his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the altar. In that instant, he aged a great deal as if his longevity had been stripped away. Suddenly, a terrifying power rose from beneath the earth, and Long Chen's heart shuddered. As a bad feeling rose inside of him, he immediately fled to the sky. However, it seemed that Long Yashin had long since anticipated this result and had fled long before him. As for the sea demons down below, they were lost, not knowing what had just happened. The earth crumbled, revealing golden light that exterminated everything touched by it. The billions of sea demons that Long Chen hadn't killed yet were blown apart by that golden light. The heaven-devastating bracelet. Long Chen's heart shuddered as he recognized that aura. It was like a sinister curse suffocating the martial heaven continent's life, a bracelet forcing it to decline and wither. At this moment the seafloor exploded, unleashing a huge tsunami. Through the golden light, he saw a huge chunk of immortal gold. Although it was just one tiny part, it was enough to make him suffocate. That million-mile surface seemed to just be the tip of the iceberg. Now Long Chen had seen the legends behind the origin of the martial heaven sea ring, which said that a giant bracelet had smashed into the continent and created it. Although Long Chen was retreating quickly, that terrifying light quickly caught up to him. As for that elder, he seemed crazy. Die. He had sacrificed so many experts of his race. Activating the heaven-devastating bracelet had killed them, but he considered it worth it if he could drag down Long Chen as well. Long Chen was devoured by that terrifying golden light, causing countless hearts to clench. Chapter 26, 88 Central Plains Cauldron. Only a tip of the heaven-devastating bracelet was revealed, but the light it unleashed had annihilated all the experts within this headquarters of the Sea Demon race. It was the Demon Emperor of the Sea Demon race that had activated this attack. He had been forced to the point where he had no other option. Long Chen had the laws of the heavenly tribulation on him, allowing him to suppress all others who got close to him to the same cultivation base as him. If that had continued, all those sea demons would have been killed sooner or later. Hence, as the Emperor, he had directly activated the heaven-devastating bracelet's attack to make sure that Long Chen at least accompanied them. He was truly ruthless. Amongst those that were killed just now were his own progeny. Hence, his face was twisted. He had truly lost out this time. He shouldn't have provoked Long Chen. Or more accurately, he shouldn't have used the heaven-devastating bracelet's power to steal the karmic luck pearl. He had originally thought that the sea demon race's profound power would be enough to shake the martial heaven continent and allow the karmic luck pearl to fall easily into their pocket, allowing them to give rise to a sovereign. It was a great plan, but it had provoked the hornet's nest. But rather than just some angry hornets, he had drawn out a terrifying hornet king like Long Chen. The sea demon race's top experts were slaughtered by him, and the only thing that comforted the elder was that once Long Chen was killed by the heaven-devastating bracelet, they could turn things around. Of all these experts, it was the dragon woman that had been infected by the most karmic luck from the pearl. Once Long Chen died, the karmic luck pearl would definitely choose her as master. She would be the 6th-generation sovereign. Boom! Suddenly, the golden light exploded, unleashing black chi. As Long Chen's divine ring shuddered, a black two-headed dragon appeared within it. At this moment, a dragon roar rang out, forcing back the golden light and bringing Long Chen to the surface. A trash bracelet that hasn't even awoken yet thinks it can trap me. Keep dreaming, sneered Evil Moon. This was Evil Moon's original appearance. It had appeared within Long Chen's divine ring. Furthermore, his white scales had now become half black. Light and dark twisted around each other. Long Chen was in a strange state. Long Chen, that fellow has activated the heaven-devastating bracelet, causing him to lose most of his longevity. Killing him is now no longer so meaningful. Go, kill that Long Yashin, shouted Evil Moon. Having been unleashed from its seal, Evil Moon was filled with power that it wanted to release. Originally, it had required an equal level of power from Long Chen just to draw out some of its power, but now it was different. It could unleash its full power and merge it with Long Chen. Although Long Chen had the essence blood of an azure dragon within his veins, the blood of a true dragon in the end, its grade was too low. On the other hand, Evil Moon was a dragon king. If Yunshang had not destroyed its physical body, it might even advance to a dragon ancestor and open up an original cultivation path. At this moment, the sea exploded and Long Yashin came flying out. However, Long Chen was following right behind with his dragon tail and immediately attacked. As a result, Long Yashin's arms shuddered and his dragon scales shattered. He became covered in blood. The sight of him being injured to this extent aroused several cries. Someone as powerful as Long Yashin was actually fully suppressed by Long Chen. Yashin, Long Yashin's mother cried out. Long Chen was like a monster and Long Yashin wasn't a match for him. At this moment, Long Yashin's dragon spear flew out of his hand. He was no longer able to match Long Chen and Evil Moon's combined power. Long Yashin's expression completely changed. Evil Moon's power could only be described as terrifying. Long Chen was already powerful enough, but now he had a strange devouring power as well. This devouring power was weakening Long Yashin's offense and defense. With him weakening and Long Chen strengthening, he was naturally at a complete disadvantage. Long Yashin rapidly formed one-handed seals to summon his dragon spear back. Without it, there was no way for him to withstand Evil Moon's sharpness. However, his hand seals had yet to be completed before Long Chen cut off his arm at the shoulder. Long Chen also kicked him in the ribs, breaking half of them. Instinctively, Long Chen almost reached out to grab Long Yashin's hair, only to grab nothing but blood. It was because the top of Long Yashin's head no longer had hair, only bloody scabs. Taking advantage of that brief lapse, Long Yashin kicked Long Chen's chest. He had thought that this would force Long Chen to retreat, but he didn't expect Long Chen to simply stand there and take his kick. When his foot landed, his expression completely changed. It was as if his foot had landed on a giant star. At that moment, his foot broke and a bad premonition overwhelmed him. After that, a hand that was like an iron hook tightened around his ankle. How many fathers and mothers had their hearts broken because of you? How many people had their spirit bloods, spirit roots, and spirit bones taken because of you? Your retribution has come today. Long Chen grabbed Long Yashin's leg and suddenly stamped his foot on Long Yashin's crotch while pulling with his hand. In front of countless shocked gazes, Long Yashin's leg was forcibly ripped off. Rainbow blood splashed. Other than a portion of the divine family's people, no one felt sympathy for Long Yashin. Most people only felt satisfaction. Long Chen, you dare to injure my son. I will tear your entire family into pieces, roared Long Yashin's mother. Her face was twisted in fury. Long Yashin was her favorite, her pride and joy, as well as her life's greatest hope. Her roar drew countless people's disdain. No wonder Long Yashin was such trash. It was because he had a mother who was the pinnacle of malicious trash. Pretending not to hear anything, Long Chen once more shot after Long Yashin, slashing Evil Moon while the latter screamed in pain. Long Chen, since you're so vicious, don't blame me for killing you in place of the heavens. Long Kaifeng couldn't hold back any longer. Upon forming hand seals, an imposing sacred cauldron flew out. The Central Plains Cauldron. Upon spotting that bronze cauldron, everyone was shocked. The Central Plains Cauldron was actually with the divine families. Furthermore, Long Kaifeng was controlling it. At this moment, this member of the 5 supreme divine items smashed toward Long Chen, and everyone's expression changed. Was Long Kaifeng planning on using the Central Plains Cauldron to eliminate Long Chen? Chapter 26, 89 Three-Eyed Ghost Mastiff. The Bronze Cauldron was one of the 5 supreme divine items, the Central Plains Cauldron. Its very existence shook the world. The Central Plains Cauldron smashed into the heavenly barrier surrounding the tribulation and instantly pierced through it. Jikyu. Taoist Heavenly Feather suddenly sent a transmission to Yi Jikyu. The Northern Source sword in Yi Jikyu's hand flew toward Taoist Heavenly Feather. Slow down. Just as Taoist Heavenly Feather was about to interfere, the High Priest stopped her. Senior. Taoist Heavenly Feather was startled. That was the Central Plains Cauldron. No matter how strong Long Chen was, he couldn't possibly endure an attack from it. It still isn't the time. The High Priest shook his head. Just at this moment, the Central Plains Cauldron smashed toward Long Chen, leaving a long black tail in the void where it passed, stunning people. Don't be afraid. Just kill it. Who cares about some supreme divine item, said Evil Moon arrogantly. It was as if it had returned to its era of not fearing the heavens or earth. Hearing that, Long Chen felt greater confidence. He had never been afraid of battle. It was as if he was born to live for battle. Facing the Central Plains Cauldron, Long Chen wasn't worried for himself. He had only been worried that Evil Moon would be injured, but since it was fearless, he was also fearless. He raised Evil Moon and unleashed a full-power slash. Boom! The entire world shuddered when Evil Moon slashed the Central Plains Cauldron. At this moment, the martial heaven sea ring exploded, unleashing pillars of water into the heavens and piercing the spatial walls of the world. Not good, the surrounding experts cried out in alarm. Just those water pillars contained terrifying power. Suddenly, a sharp blade swept through the void, cutting through the water pillars and turning them into ice pillars that sank back into the sea. Everyone sighed with relief and cast a grateful glance at Taoist Heavenly Feather. If it weren't for her, it was unknown how many people would have died just now. They hastily returned their focus to the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, Long Chen was being forced back by the Central Plains Cauldron. The void beneath his feet was constantly exploding as it pressed him. Long Chen's full-strength attack was only able to stop the majority of the Central Plains Cauldron's power. However, the excess power was forcing him to retreat. He received it. People were shocked and relieved that Long Chen had managed to receive the attack of one of the 5 supreme divine items. Just as Long Chen was being forced back by the Central Plains Cauldron, 5 figures suddenly attacked at the same time. Long Yashin had gotten a chance to breathe and had rapidly recovered. Hence, he attacked without hesitation, his dragon spear piercing toward Long Chen. At the same time, the All-Devil Heavenwalker, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord, the Dragon Woman, and Yi Ming also stopped watching. Without even thinking about it, they also attacked Long Chen. power that Long Chen had displayed so far made them feel fear. As this was their best chance to eliminate him, they couldn't let it slip by. All of Long Chen's power was currently focused on stopping the Central Plains Cauldron. If he switched to blocking their attacks, he would be instantly wiped out by the Central Plains Cauldron. Despicable, the Dragonblood warriors roared furiously. 5 peak experts from different powers were actually joining forces against Long Chen in this moment of crisis. However, at this moment, an arrow suddenly appeared in front of Long Yashin. It was only 3 inches from his face before he sensed it. Startled, he slammed his palm against that arrow. It then exploded, shaking his arm. After his long and intense fight against Long Chen, and adding on all his injuries, his physical power was no longer at its peak. Even his control over the world's energy had been gravely affected. As for Mo Nian, he was in his peak condition, and that arrow contained the essence of all his life's comprehension. Hence, Long Yashin was forced back. Just as Long Chen fell into a crisis, it wasn't just Mo Nian who took action. The white-robed Yun Tian also appeared in front of the all-devil Heavenwalker, forcing the latter back. Nangong Zuyu, Beideng Rushuang, Ximen Tianxiang, and Hu Feng all made their moves. They did not allow these attacks to reach Long Chen. The die behind Hu Feng was originally spinning rapidly, but it suddenly came to a stop. After that, 4 spots appeared on the side facing the heavens. Hu Feng formed hand seals and murmured something. At the next moment, those 4 spots unleashed 4 pillars of light into the sky, and a giant spatial gate appeared there. After that, the spatial gate cracked and exploded. A giant claw reached out with the aura of another world toward the dragon woman. Boom! The dragon woman was forced back, and then stared in shock at the sky. The void was cracking and breaking apart as a giant figure came out of the gate. My luck wasn't very good. I only summoned a 3-eyed ghost mastiff, but it should be no problem to hold you back, said Hu Feng. What he had summoned was a giant black mastiff, and its claws were like tusks. Although its cultivation base seemed to be around the initial heaven-merging realm, it was extremely terrifying. The dragon woman felt a cold sensation. This mastiff's 3rd eye in particular gave her a sense of death. At this moment, Hu Feng jumped onto the mastiff's head. Forming hand seals, he closed his eyes and sat down. The 3-eyed ghost mastiff suddenly unleashed a heaven-shaking roar. It shot toward the dragon woman like a bolt of black lightning. Leave this dragon woman to me. Hu Feng's voice resounded throughout heaven and earth. All you did was summon some monster from another world. You dare to be so arrogant, raged the dragon woman. In her eyes, Hu Feng was nothing more than a minor character, yet he dared to think of blocking her. She transformed into a black dragon, and her sharp claws raked through the air. Their claws clashed and both exploded, filling the air with blood. The dragon woman was startled. This strange 3-eyed ghost mastiff actually had an incredibly powerful physical body, one that was not at all inferior to hers. In her fury, she began a tempest of attacks, so one dragon and one mastiff started to exchange vicious blows. As Hu Feng fought the dragon woman, Yun Tian held back the blood fiend devil lord and the all-devil heavenwalker on his own. As for Nangong Zuyu, Beideng Rushuang, and Ximen Tianxiang, they attacked Yi Ming together. Seeing their opportunity come, Yi Lianchen and Jiang Wuchen stealthily approached Long Chen with their weapons, waiting to launch a fatal blow when the opportunity struck. Just as they moved, a lithe figure blocked their path. When they saw who it was, they were surprised and angered. Feng Fei, what are you doing? Do you wish to betray the divine families? Raged Yi Lianchen. The one blocking them was precisely one of the divine families, 4 sovereign sprouts, Feng Fei. Chapter 26, 90 Divine Items Collide. With her sword in hand, Feng Fei blocked Jiang Wuchen and Yi Lianchen's path. This action of her startled everyone. Feng Fei angrily shouted, Long Yashin is a disgrace to the divine families. His entire family is trash that has tarnished the honor of the divine families, so I will not permit you to help Long Yashin. We should not participate in their battle. What bullshit! What kind of time is it for this kind of nonsense? In the martial path, when is reason ever taken into account? Get out of my way. Your conduct is already a betrayal of the divine families. Have you considered the consequences? Raged Yi Lianchen. Feng Fei frostily said, Long Chen and I are destined to be enemies, but even as enemies it is an above-board confrontation. If on the martial path I am unable to beat him, I will be killed by him without regrets. However, such despicable means are an insult to the divine families. I can die, but I will not bend my spine. If you go over, it will be joining forces with the invaders. Even if you kill Long Chen, it will only be a disgrace to the divine families. I will not allow such blasphemy to the divine families. Don't force me, or we can fight to the death right now." People stared in shock at Feng Fei as her voice resounded through the air. No one had expected that as a fellow member of the divine families, she would have much greater integrity than Yi Lianchen, Jiang Wuchen, and Long Yashan. She truly was a strong woman. Courting death, Yi Lianchen furiously prepared to attack. However, he was stopped by Jiang Wuchen. Yi Lianchen raged, "And what are you doing?" Jiang Wuchen's expression changed several times. In the end, he helplessly said, "She is my little sister. I don't care if she's right or wrong. I won't let you kill her." Yi Lianchen was infuriated. Jiang Wuchen was saying that he wouldn't stand beside Feng Fei, but he wouldn't allow him to kill her either. Just as Yi Lianchen was wondering whether or not it was worth it to have a falling out with both of them, Zai Yan flew over to Long Chen with the southern sea zither. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, Zai Yan actually smashed the southern sea zither directly onto the central plains cauldron. Bang! The two supreme divine items collided, but curiously, the heaven-shaking explosion everyone anticipated didn't occur. It was just an ordinary collision. The southern sea zither and the central plains cauldron retreated at the same time. "Central plains cauldron, if you don't awaken now, when will you?" Zai Yan suddenly shouted, but her voice was different. It contained a mighty and majestic tone. Buzz! The central plains cauldron's runes suddenly lit up, and a sacred aura rose. The central plains cauldron seemed to come to life. In that instant, Long Kaifeng's expression changed. That was because he suddenly realized that the central plains cauldron was no longer under his control. The central plains cauldron's divine light slowly grew, and one rune after another lit up. Following that, chains began to appear on it one by one. The central plains cauldron is being controlled unwillingly. Upon seeing those chains, furious gazes shot toward Long Kaifeng. Those chains were most likely something that they had added in order to forcibly control it. The divine families had actually used despicable means. Divine families, you really are shameless. You even dare to scheme against the martial heaven continent's 5 supreme divine items. Furious roars rang out. The 5 supreme divine items were the martial heaven continent's natural divine items that maintained the continent's karmic luck. They were called the continent's protective gods, but the divine families had been forcibly controlling one of them against its will. The divine families had become hated due to the way Long Yashan's parents had raised Long Yashan, by stealing other people's spirit bloods, spirit roots, and spirit bones. But now, that fury reached an unprecedented level. There was no longer any way for the divine families to explain themselves. Long Kaifeng's expression was extremely ugly. After that, he rapidly made hand seals, trying to control the central plains cauldron. However, after being struck by the southern sea zither, the central plains cauldron seemed to have awoken from a deep slumber. It was no longer willing to be controlled. The central plains cauldron was in a strange state and was slowly awakening. No longer sensing any threat from it, he suddenly stamped on the air, shooting toward the Blood Fiend Devil Lord. The Blood Fiend Devil Lord and the All-Devil Heavenwalker were fighting Yun Tian when the Blood Fiend Devil Lord's heart shuddered. He looked back to see Long Chen charging over, and his expression completely changed. His blood sun staved off Yun Tian as he retrieved his bone tower to block Long Chen. Boom! Evil Moon slashed onto the huge tower, and the Blood Fiend Devil Lord coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was powerless to resist in front of Long Chen's explosive power. The tower was sent flying, and Evil Moon slashed through the Blood Fiend Devil Lord's waist, cutting him in two. Die! Long Chen didn't give him any chance and unleashed another slash, this time at his head. Suddenly, the tower shuddered, and another heavenly gate opened in the sky. The Blood Fiend Devil Lord was sucked into the giant tower and directly fled through that heavenly gate. It's another expert from a different world. This was the same as how the 9-headed lion had fled. Some supreme expert from his world had opened a gate between worlds to save him. Following this, the All-Devil Heavenwalker blazed with divine light and was sucked into a world gate. Then, a giant white bone claw tore through the void and grabbed Yi Ming, dragging him away. In the blink of an eye, all the experts from other worlds that Long Chen was fighting had been saved, other than Long Yashan and the Dragon Woman. Bastards, if the damn divine families hadn't used the Central Plains cauldron, none of those people would have had a chance to escape, raged the experts of the martial heaven continent. If it weren't for the Central Plains cauldron shattering the barrier of the heavenly tribulation, there was no way that those experts would have dared to interfere in the heavenly tribulation. The nine-headed lion was an exception. At that time, the barrier had yet to fully form, allowing him to be a fish that slipped through the net. However, now the big fish had also managed to get away. The continent's experts had missed their best chance to slay the peak geniuses of the invading worlds, so the people's hatred toward Long Yashin's family rose to another level. Upon seeing those powerful experts be saved, Long Chen's fury soared. Now all his efforts were meaningless. Long Yashin. Seeing the bewildered Long Yashin, Long Chen smiled sinisterly. He looked like a leopard staring at an alarmed rabbit. Long Yashin immediately fled, trying to escape the tribulation. Boom! However, he ran directly into a heavenly barrier. The heavenly tribulation's barrier had recovered at some point, forcing him to remain inside. An icy blade stabbed through Long Yashin's back and out his chest. With a shake of Long Chen's arm, Long Yashin's body exploded. Chapter 26, 91 Undying Body. He was killed. No, his blood. People immediately sensed something off. Even once Long Yashin exploded, it was just a mist of red blood, not rainbow blood. At this moment, Long Yashin's figure quickly reappeared within his manifestation, his face pale. His aura had clearly dropped a great deal. Furthermore, one of the 9 dragons within his manifestation had vanished. What's going on? Does he have an undying body? Startled cries rang out. They had clearly seen Long Yashin be killed by Long Chen, but he was reborn within his manifestation. They didn't dare to believe their eyes. The 9 dragon spirits can die in your place, but that's fine, I'll just kill you 9 times. Long Chen snorted. Just as Long Yashin was killed, his body switched places with one of the dragons in his manifestation. His manifestation was truly heaven-defying. The diagram within the manifestation vanished, however, there still remained a bud. In other words, as long as Long Yashin was given enough time, that giant dragon would be reborn. It could be said that Long Yashin had another kind of undying body, one even more terrifying than Zhao Rishan's undying body. However, there was nothing in this world that truly couldn't die. Long Chen was still confident in killing him. Long Chen pounced on Long Yashin, once more slashing his saber. In his weakened state, Long Yashin could only block, and as a result, his body once more exploded. His body then reformed again within his manifestation, and the 8 dragons in his manifestation were reduced to 7. Long Chen was like a phantom, appearing in front of Long Yashin once more, not giving him any chance of escaping. With another slash, Long Yashin blasted apart once more. Only 6 dragons remained. In just a breath's time, Long Yashin was killed 3 times. People were stunned by Long Yashin's manifestation, but even more amazed by Long Chen's power. Who cared if you had 9 lives? He would still cut you down one time after another. In the end, you would still die. Save me, cried out Long Yashin. He was finally terrified. Even with 9 lives, he wouldn't last much longer. Furthermore, with the death of every dragon, his power dropped. He didn't even have any ability to dodge from Long Chen's lock now. Once his 9 lives were used up, he would truly die. Long Kaifeng, you useless trash, save my son. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you, shouted Long Yashin's mother upon seeing her son in such a crisis. Long Kaifeng was rapidly forming hand seals, but the Central Plains cauldron seemed to have already escaped his control. He was sweating. Seeing his son in such desperate straits, he had no other choice but to shout, Long Chen, as long as you let off Yashin, I'll tell you where your parents are. They aren't dead. But if I don't tell you, you'll never find them in this lifetime. In the face of this bait, Long Chen seemed deaf. It was Evil Moon who responded by blasting apart Long Yashin's body. Now that Long Yashin only had 5 dragons in his manifestation, even his aura was growing unstable. Long Chen sneered. What does it hurt? How does it feel to have your flesh and blood slaughtered by others? When you raised your blade against me, did you think about my parents' feelings? There are always idiots like you who think themselves supreme, and so they have no respect for other people's lives. Today, I'll make you feel the pain you put my parents through. Long Chen's expression grew frightening, veins throbbing on his forehead. Suddenly, he stopped slashing his saber and slapped Long Yashin's face instead. But in his current state, Long Yashin was no longer a match for Long Chen, so half his face exploded. After that, Long Chen grabbed Long Yashin's throat, and with his other hand, he pulled off Long Yashin's arm. Long Chen's methods were specialized to make Long Yashin endure the greatest pain possible. People need to know what respect is, in karmic retribution. Long Chen tore off Long Yashin's other arm, and then both of his legs. The current Long Yashin seemed as weak as a chicken in Long Chen's hand now. All he could do was scream. Long Chen, release my son. I agree to any of your conditions, shouted Long Yashin's mother. I want the lives of everyone in your damn family. Will you give me that condition? Long Chen looked at her sinisterly and then stabbed his hand through Long Yashin's chest. Long Yashin let out his most twisted scream. Considering that Long Yashin was a supreme expert who cared greatly about dignity, it could only be said that this pain was clearly not something a human could endure if it caused him to scream so wildly. Long Chen, your parents' lives are in my hands. Release my son, roared Long Yashin's mother. Idiot, no one can lie in front of me. You really are naive, sneered Long Chen. He cultivated the 9-star Hegemon body art and was extremely sensitive to other people's good or bad intentions. It wasn't so easy for someone to lie to him. After hearing this, Long Chen reached into Long Yashin's body and crushed his vertebrae one by one. Boom! Suddenly, Long Yashin exploded. That wasn't due to Long Chen but to escape. He reappeared again in his manifestation. However, Long Chen was already standing in front of him. A hand that caused him despair struck him in the face. As a result, Long Yashin's newly formed body instantly exploded. After being killed and reborn so many times, his aura had plummeted to the point that he couldn't even endure a slap from Long Chen. Long Chen, you little half-breed. Long Kaifeng suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood that condensed into a chain around him. His aura instantly plummeted from the late heaven merging realm to the mid-heaven merging realm. The central plane's cauldron shuddered and emitted a ray of light that enveloped Long Yashin. He then appeared beside Long Kaifeng's side. Long Kaifeng had made a huge sacrifice, causing his realm to lower in order to forcibly control the central plane's cauldron into sending Long Yashin out. Also, this sacrifice was permanent. At his age, there was no way he could restore his realm to its old height. In other words, his cultivation path had come to an end. Long Chen, I Long Kaifeng, swear that if I don't kill you. Just as Long Kaifeng was cursing Long Chen, the light that had sent Long Yashin out pulled back and dragged Long Kaifeng into the heavenly tribulation. Long Kaifeng was dumbfounded. After that, he saw Long Chen just a few feet from him for a brief moment before a large hand covered his vision. Chapter 2692. After beating the son, beat the dad. Long Chen also didn't know why Long Kaifeng had suddenly come in, but with his face right there, Long Chen instinctively swung his hand. As a result, Long Kaifeng was struck cleanly in the face and coughed up blood. He was like a gyroscope spinning away. He then smashed into the heavenly barrier and was flung back. His cultivation base had been suppressed to the initial heaven merging realm. What is going on? Long Kaifeng stared in terror at Long Chen and then also stared in confusion at the central plane's cauldron. He had used a secret technique to reduce his own cultivation base in order to force the central plane's cauldron to send Long Yashin out. But how could he be drawn in? I didn't realize that you had some guts. You even sacrificed your own life to save your son. You're at least a bit better than an animal. Long Chen stepped toward Long Kaifeng, not knowing why the latter was here, but his panicked expression clearly showed that it was an accident. The current Long Kaifeng was now reduced to the initial heaven merging realm. In this place, he was no threat to Long Chen. What is going on? Roared Long Kaifeng with a sobbing tone. I heard that you were the number 2 genius of the divine families back then, ranked only behind my father. Thank you for the pointers. Long Chen slashed Evil Moon down on him. Long Kaifeng was absolutely horrified. Only upon entering the scope of this heavenly tribulation did he gain a true sense of how terrifying Long Chen was. Hence, this crushing pressure made him feel despair. Long Chen was even more terrifying than the Long Jianshan of back then. Boom! Long Kaifeng's sword shattered along with his arm. Hacking up blood, he tumbled back. As Long Chen was too powerful, the current Long Kaifeng didn't even have the power to retaliate. In the same realm, he was practically an ant. At this moment, Long Kaifeng formed hand seals and spat out more blood, once more condensing the same blood chains he had used to control the central plane's cauldron. The central plane's cauldron had been refined by him for many years, so he had a definite level of control over it. Using his essence blood to control it and send him out of this heavenly tribulation was his only hope of surviving. If he stayed here, his only fate would be to be killed by Long Chen. In fact, a quick death would be a dream. The central plane's cauldron buzzed. Suddenly, a majestic voice rang out. "Many thanks for the years you spent nourishing me with your essence blood. You let me recover quite a bit." The Central Plains cauldron had spoken, surprising everyone. "If you want to thank me, why would you con me like this? Send me out." Long Kaifeng was also startled at the Central Plains cauldron's awakening. He had a bad feeling. "I didn't con you. Although you used your essence blood to nourish me, it was also to control my slumbering self. You had your own sinister intentions, but I still owed you a debt for this. Thus, I sent your son out to return this favor. Now we owe each other nothing," said the Central Plains cauldron indifferently. Now everyone came to a sudden understanding. So the Central Plains cauldron had sent out Long Yashin due to karma. "What nonsense! You've clearly conned me, send me out," roared Long Kaifeng. He was green with terror. Long Chen was walking toward him. "Sorry, but I'm not the one who brought you in here. You were brought in by the heavenly tribulation due to interfering in the karma of the tribulation. It has nothing to do with me," said the Central Plains cauldron. "Bastard," Long Kaifeng cursed. At this moment, more and more blood chains condensed and streamed toward the Central Plains cauldron. He was sacrificing a huge amount of essence blood to control it. "The heavenly divine blood curse truly is powerful, but when I find a new master, this blood curse will be useless." The Central Plains cauldron suddenly emitted a ray of light that swept through Yun Tian and the others, as if it was appraising them. "You want to choose a master? Am I not the best option? Let us work together." Mo Nian immediately jumped forward. Light swept through Mo Nian, but the Central Plains cauldron hesitatingly said, "Your character isn't steady enough, and you look a bit wretched." Senior, let us discuss this. My character can be changed. As for looks, my parents passed those on to me, so I can't change them. I'll wear a mask. What kind of character do you want? What kind of mask should I wear? Senior, take a look. We clearly have a destiny, truly." Mo Nian went on a long rant. Just how glorious would it be to be the master of one of the 5 supreme divine items? "Fine, I don't have the time to find someone better. I'll accept you. But let me first say, if we don't mesh well, I'll choose someone else," said the Central Plains cauldron helplessly. Perhaps Mo Nian wasn't the one it wanted, but it needed to escape Long Kaifeng's heavenly divine blood curse. Hence, with no better choices, it accepted Mo Nian. The Central Plains cauldron focused its light on Mo Nian. As a result, Mo Nian's clothes exploded, and his flesh was left a bloody mess. It was like countless maggots were burrowing into his body. The pain twisted his face, but he endured it without saying a word. Due to having seen Wilda accepting the Western Desert Axe, Mo Nian was mentally prepared for this. Moreover, in order to show off how heroic he was, he didn't even frown. "Not bad, you're pretty tough." The Central Plains cauldron was satisfied with this reaction. Long Kaifeng panicked. Those maggots were actually the heavenly divine blood curse. The Central Plains cauldron had transmitted it to Mo Nian. This curse was only for use against divine items. On the body of a human, other than causing some pain, it didn't have any threat. Long Kaifeng's hand seals changed, but just at that moment, a hand slapped him across the face, sending him flying back. After that, his arms were severed with a slash of Long Chen's saber. This way, he wouldn't be able to interrupt this process. A thought finally arose in Long Kaifeng's heart: it's over. Long Chen grabbed his throat and raised him up. "Speak, where are my parents?" Chapter 26, 93 Karmic Flames Incinerate the Yuan Spirit. Long Kaifeng was caught in Long Chen's hand. The divine family's experts, especially those belonging to the Long family, all had ugly expressions. Only Elder Long, hidden amongst the crowd, still had a calm expression. He looked at Long Kaifeng's terror with a touch of disdain. Long Yashin was ashen. Heavenly Tao energy circulated as he did his best to recover as fast as possible. However, he didn't say a word even though his father was in Long Chen's hands. As for his mother, she didn't even glance at Long Kaifeng. She had her hands on Long Yashin's back and was helping him recover. It seemed that she only cared about her son and not her husband. Killing intent raged in Long Chen's eyes. He wanted to crush Long Kaifeng right now, but that would be letting him off too lightly. This bastard had split up his family. Now it was unknown where his parents were, or if they were even still alive. In comparison, Long Chen was much more fortunate. Although his spirit root, spirit bone, and spirit blood were taken, at least he didn't remember that occurring. That pain was forgotten. By the time he started to form memories, he was blessed and already brought up by his adoptive parents. Mrs. Long had given all her motherly love to him, viewing him as more important than her own life. However, what about his biological parents? They had lost their son after learning that his spirit root, spirit bone, and spirit blood were excavated. Perhaps they were tormented with every passing day. As he thought of that, the vein on his forehead almost popped. He almost clenched Long Kaifeng to death. Unless, you swear, to release me after I tell you I. Long Kaifeng still continued with his final struggle despite knowing that he was definitely dead. As a result, Evil Moon stabbed through his chest. Following that, countless hooks grew out of Evil Moon and pierced throughout his body. "Aya!" Long Kaifeng screamed. This was a torture from the dark evil dragon race. Even Evil Moon couldn't bear it and helped Long Chen. "If you want to know, you have to release me. Otherwise, you will never find your parents. Ah. Long Kaifeng managed to spit out some final words before continuing to scream. At this moment, blood was pouring out of his orifices, and even his eyes popped out. It was as if he had already exploded. "Long Chen, if you're a man, then come at me," roared Long Yashin from outside the heavenly tribulation. "Cowardly trash. If you have the guts, come into the heavenly tribulation and save your father. Don't bray like a donkey," sneered Xuanhuan. Long Yashin's act was far too fake. Even now, he acted like he was filled with righteous indignation for others to see. "Shut up," cursed Long Yashin. Xuanhuan's words had struck him right where it hurt. Although he had been pulled out of the heavenly tribulation, lightning still flickered around him. His heavenly tribulation hadn't come to an end. Others couldn't enter the heavenly tribulation, but he could because his tribulation wasn't over. Now that his act was exposed, countless people sneered at him. "Your father's going to be killed and you're just going to watch." His father, maybe not. Look at that woman's expression. It's clear that he isn't someone so important. What a good family. They must have been drawn together by fate. How else could there be a family of such complete trash? Long Chen was a truly unrivaled hero who had risked his life countless times for those he cared about. In comparison, Long Yashin simply wailed while his father's life was in someone else's hands. That hypocritical shouting was truly contemptuous. He wasn't even a man. Although Long Yashin was powerful, his character was trash. This was many people's first time seeing such trash in their lifetime, disgusting them. Their impression of the divine families also changed. "If you don't swear, I won't speak. I have a heavenly Tao seal on my soul. Don't even think about gaining the information from my soul." Long Kaifeng was no longer able to speak and could only communicate spiritually. This was his last hope. "You bastard, you split up my family for so many years, yet you think you can live after making us endure all that pain. I was thinking of giving you a quick death if you spoke the truth, but you've really disappointed me." Long Chen suddenly stabbed his finger through Long Kaifeng's forehead, digging out a 3-inch miniature version of him. That was his Yuan spirit. Long Kaifeng's physical body was being controlled. He could have destroyed his physical body and escaped with his Yuan spirit in that case, but he hadn't done so. That was because this was within the heavenly tribulation. A Yuan spirit was even weaker than a physical body and wouldn't be able to break out of the barrier of the heavenly tribulation. Long Kaifeng howled, "Long Chen, you unfilial trash, you don't even want news about your parents. Are you a brute? Do you want to bear the name of such disgrace for the rest of your life?" However, Long Kaifeng's body exploded with a kick from Long Chen. Flames burst into existence within Long Chen's hand, wrapping around Long Kaifeng's Yuan spirit. "Aya!" Long Kaifeng let out a miserable scream, and it was hair-raising like a devil's wail. "These flames came from purgatory. They're karmic hell flames. I've heard that all the evil that you've done to people will come to burn you. The more evil you've done, the more painful it will be. Let's see if that's true," said Long Chen indifferently. Karmic flames reach deep into a person's soul. The more bad things that someone had done, the more terror they would feel in front of these flames. That terror would then become fuel for the karmic flames to burn even hotter. However, Leng Yuan had also warned him about this effect. He could use these flames against enemies, but he couldn't use them to force out the truth, or it would invoke karma. Yet Long Chen didn't care about this warning when it came to Long Kaifeng. He wanted to see the latter in pain. He wanted him to taste the price for his sins. Release me, I'll tell you." Long Kaifeng finally couldn't endure it any longer. "Your mother has a huge background, we couldn't touch her, so we sent her away. Your father committed grave sins, but due to his outstanding talent, he was sent to the divine world to be imprisoned. Neither of them died. Release me, I can't hold on any longer." "Bullshit, the martial heaven continent has been cut off from the divine world. How could they still be sent over?" demanded Long Chen. The divine families are the martial heaven continents, protectors. We have the prerogative to awe. Suddenly, Long Chen was startled, and he hastily dispersed the flames. But it was too late. Long Kaifeng's Yuan spirit had been fully incinerated. Chapter 26, 94 The Laws of Hell. He died. Long Chen was dumbfounded, not expecting the karmic hell flames to kill Long Kaifeng. He hadn't added any power to it, but Long Kaifeng still died. Moreover, the instant Long Kaifeng died, Long Chen's soul was racked with pain. It was as if he was burning. His Yuan spirit quivered. The backlash of the karmic flames, Long Chen was confused. This isn't a backlash but karma. You use the laws of the underworld, so your karma has been recorded. Be careful. With this karma planted, it will one day be reaped. Be prepared, said Evil Moon. Long Chen had a vague, very bad feeling about this. It was as if something had set its gaze on him. Long Kaifeng's Yuan spirit had vanished. This behemoth of the divine families died just like that. With his death, Long Chen's resentment finally had a slight release. At least, one ringleader had paid the price for that matter back then, but this was just a start. At this moment, Long Chen turned to Yi Lianchen and Jiang Wuchen. The two of them instantly turned pale. Despite all the fighting Long Chen had done, he still remained sharp. It was as if he was in his peak condition, as if his power was limitless. When he looked at them, they shivered in terror. They knew they were Long Yashin. There was also no one to control the Central Plains cauldron and save them. You should thank her, otherwise you too would be following Long Kaifeng, said Long Chen coldly. They truly had benefited from Feng Fei. By stopping the two of them, she had saved their lives. Long Chen couldn't find a good reason to kill them, although he truly disliked them. Feng Fei looked at Long Chen with a somewhat complicated expression. She firmly said, Long Chen, I didn't do this to help you. It was merely to protect the divine family's dignity. The divine families are most likely fated to be enemies with you, so let me make this clear to you. Even if you let us off this time, I will still take your life without hesitation next time. I won't have mercy. Feng Fei was surprisingly tough. When Long Chen was in trouble, she didn't add to it. Now that Long Chen's power soared, she didn't try currying favor. A favor for a favor. Although you're foolish, at least you're better than the other four trashes. At least you know the difference between gratitude and enmity. I won't kill them to return this favor to you, so we owe each other nothing. If we are enemies in the future, no one will have mercy on the other, said Long Chen. Hearing that Long Chen wasn't going to kill them, Yi Lianchen and Jiang Wuchen relaxed. A heavy stone fell from their hearts. However, they still acted furious, clearly in an attempt to cover up their fear. Feng Fei withdrew to the edge of the heavenly barrier, expressing that she wouldn't disturb Long Chen. Yi Lianchen and Jiang Wuchen followed her. The Yi and Zhao family heads also sighed with relief. Yi Lianchen and Jiang Wuchen had essentially regained control of their lives. Long Chen was simply too terrifying. Long Yashin was already so incredibly powerful, but he had still been defeated by Long Chen. Long Chen was simply the strongest monster. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the void exploded. The three-eyed ghost mastiff that Hu Feng had summoned transformed into runes. It didn't have a true body of flesh and blood. At this moment, the dragon woman looked at Long Chen, and then fled into the sea. Long Chen slashed his saber, sealing her path. In return, the dragon woman swung her dragon bone whip, only for it to be severed by Evil Moon. The scales covering her body exploded. You wanted to take my karmic luck, so I'm sure you were prepared to be killed in exchange. Long Chen shot down after her. He was surprised that Hu Feng had been able to fight her for so long and had also weakened her a great deal. Since her aura was clearly no longer at its peak, that three-eyed ghost mastiff he had summoned must have been extremely powerful. You want to kill me? Keep dreaming, sneered the dragon woman. She had a cold smile despite being covered in blood. Her blood suddenly began to glow, and a giant golden circle appeared behind her. The entire martial heaven sea ring shuddered. The aura of the heaven devastating bracelet, could it be? Long Chen was startled. Was that demon emperor not the true controller of the heaven devastating bracelet? It was this dragon woman. As if responding to his guess, the martial heaven sea ring shuddered. Divine light shot out from the depths of the sea. Long Chen's expression changed. He hastily swung Evil Moon, only to strike nothing. The dragon woman's figure became illusory. I am the inheritor of the heaven devastating bracelet. As long as the heaven devastating bracelet is not destroyed, I cannot die. You will never be able to kill me, sneered the dragon woman as she vanished. The inheritor of the heaven-devastating bracelet. Everyone's expressions changed. Was this to say that she could control the heaven-devastating bracelet? It had to be known that back then, the 5 supreme divine items had joined forces to fight the heaven-devastating bracelet. In the end, both sides were wounded. The heaven-devastating bracelet fell, smashing into the continent and creating the martial heaven sea ring. The leader of the 5 supreme divine items, the Eastern Wasteland Bell, was fractured and its whereabouts were unknown. The other 4 divine items were also badly wounded and had yet to recover even to this day. If the dragon woman could awaken the heaven-devastating bracelet, then considering that the Eastern Wasteland Bell had yet to reappear, how could they face the heaven-devastating bracelet? Everyone looked down into the sea and could see golden light rising from down below. It was as if they could see the heaven-devastating bracelet pulsing. All of a sudden, the void shuddered. Looking back up, they saw that the Central Plains cauldron had vanished. Could it be? Ha ha ha, Mo Nyan raised his head and laughed. I, Mo Nyan, am now the master of the Central Plains cauldron. Little newbies, go ahead and cry beneath your daddy Mo's feet. He succeeded. The Dragon Blood warriors were delighted by this. The Western Desert Axe had taken Wildo as master, and now the Central Plains cauldron was Mo Nyan's. Meanwhile, the Southern Sea Zither was in Zai Yan's hands, and the Northern Source Sword belonged to Yi Jikyu. Now 4 of the 5 supreme divine items were in their hands. If all 4 of them could master these divine items, then even without the Eastern Wasteland Bell, they should have some ability to fight off the heaven-devastating bracelet. Right now, the heaviness from the appearance of the heaven-devastating bracelet was instantly relieved upon thinking of how 4 of the supreme divine items were right beside them. Boom! At this moment, the heavenly barrier shuddered and balls of light appeared. Mo Nyan and the others were suddenly sent outside of the barrier. This is... Mo Nyan and the others were startled. Even the Pill Fairy and Wan Qing were sent out. Now all that remained within the barrier of the heavenly tribulation were the 5 sovereigns and Long Chen. Chapter 26, 95 Fighting the Sovereign. Has the time come? Long Chen looked at the sovereigns. Sovereign Yun Shang nodded. It's much faster than what I anticipated. Furthermore, the scene that my heavenly fate eyes foresaw hasn't appeared. Everything has changed, becoming out of control. When my heavenly fate eyes look into your past, I see mist. When I look to your future, I see chaos. We can no longer do much for you. This short revival due to your heavenly tribulation has allowed us to complete our life's mission, so what comes next is up to you. I, Long Chen, am willing to fight to the last drop of blood for my family. Long Chen patted his chest. He knew what Sovereign Yun Shang was saying. The latter was entrusting the life of the martial heaven continent to him. However, Long Chen was no sovereign. He didn't have the heart to care about those who didn't believe in him or those who were his enemies. Those people's life and death had nothing to do with him. Sovereign Yun Shang seemed to understand this, but he didn't say anything about it. With his white robes billowing, he appeared noble and majestic. Time is up. We are going to attack. Are you prepared? Long Chen didn't even have a chance to reply before Evil Moon howled. Yun Shang, you bastard, come. I'll kill you this time. Evil Moon had always had a grudge against Yun Shang. One moment's carelessness had resulted in its current state. Sovereign Yun Shang smiled. That's impossible. We are already dead. However, do you really hate me so much? If it weren't for me, you would still be alone. Shut up, you really say too much. Come, Long Chen, and I will defeat you today. No, we'll defeat all 5 of you. Come, I'll slay 5 sovereigns today, shouted Evil Moon. Hey, can you not brag so much? If we're beaten like dogs in a bit, will your face not hurt? Transmitted Long Chen to Evil Moon. Evil Moon was truly arrogant, to the point that even Long Chen got worried. He didn't know where Evil Moon got this confidence. Long Chen almost told Evil Moon to go fight Yun Shang on its own. Coward, what are you afraid of? They're in the same realm as you. If you can't even beat them, how will you ascend to a higher plane to find your parents? Replied Evil Moon disdainfully. All right, perhaps you're right. Long Chen nodded and took a deep breath. The 5 sovereigns represented the peak of the martial path in their eras. As long as he defeated them, he would stand at the utmost peak. At this moment, Long Chen thought back to the mysterious person that had brought him to the eastern wastelands as a baby and entrusted him to Long Tianxiao. That person had left a warning not to look for his parents unless he stood at the peak of the martial path. That mysterious person had even transformed himself into the Tao in order to sever all karma, making it impossible for anyone to track Long Chen down. He had sacrificed his very life to protect him. Thinking of that, Long Chen understood that perhaps only by becoming a sovereign would he be qualified to look for his parents. With Evil Moon's reminder, he understood what it meant to stand at the peak of the martial path. Right now, he only knew of the existence of his parents. The path to look for them would be filled with thorns. Perhaps it really was as Evil Moon said, and that without defeating the sovereigns, it would be impossible to find them. After thinking of that, Long Chen's resolve strengthened. His black robes blew in the windless air, and a sharp aura began to rise. When the 6 stars in his divine ring flashed, a pillar of light soared into the sky. Even at this time, Long Chen is still in his peak state. Is he a demon? People were stunned to find that Long Chen's aura was still at its peak. Actually, it was even more explosive than at the start of the battle. His power seemed to be limitless. Amongst the divine families, Long Yashan was rapidly recovering. His manifestation had been restored to 7 dragons, which was shocking. If given another hour, his manifestation would be fully recovered, and he would be in his peak state. That was the terror of the 9 dragons devour the heavens diagram. His manifestation rapidly devoured heavenly Tao energy and gave him an undying body. However, that was in theory. In truth, if he wanted to fully activate his manifestation, he had to use the combined power of his spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone. However, his spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone were not fully his. There were some flaws with controlling them, resulting in a certain essence being consumed. This essence was rapidly depleted in a big fight. If too much of this essence was depleted, it would affect the merger of his energy and cause his manifestation to become unstable. That was a large flaw. Seeing Long Chen still in his peak condition even after such intense battles, Long Yashan was filled with jealousy. He viewed himself as the greatest genius. Even though he associated himself with Yi Lianchen and the others, he had never viewed them as real equals. He had always concealed himself to make sure that he didn't expose his power. He had originally thought that today, his fame would finally soar and he would shake the world beneath the heavens. However, he was defeated by Long Chen's hands. Furthermore, this was a miserable defeat after he had taken Long Chen's spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone. It was like Long Chen was a mirror reflecting all his flaws and shortcomings, and then those flaws were magnified and shown to everyone. Compared to Long Chen, all his so-called pride was worthless. This defeat was truly a heavy one for him. Just as Long Yashan was being driven crazy with jealousy, the Dragon Blood warriors were cheering crazily in support of Long Chen. Boss will win. Boss will win. Boss will win. Following their cheers, the Martial Heaven Continent's experts began to shout as well. Long Chen will definitely win. The shouts of millions and millions of experts resounded through the air. The gates to the various worlds had been opened, and wars were going to crash upon them. Long Chen was the only hope for the Martial Heaven Continent. Under this unprecedented pressure, everyone hoped for him to be able to defeat the 5 sovereigns and become history's strongest sovereign. Only then could he possibly lead everyone to victory against the powerful enemies coming. Only then could they overcome the upcoming crisis. Long Chen's blood began to heat up as those cheers and encouragement rang in his ears. Facing the sovereigns, he didn't feel any fear, only a powerful battle intent. Sorry for the rudeness. Long Chen bowed slightly toward Sovereign Yun Shang, and then Evil Moon unleashed a heaven-shaking cry as it slashed downward. A black river of stars fell, cutting the world in two. Chapter 2696 Sovereign, S Divine Might. Yun Shang, taste my blade. Black chi swirled around Evil Moon, and a 2-headed dragon roared within Long Chen's divine ring. At this moment, a sinister aura infected the heavens. Boom! Long Chen's furious blow suddenly came to a stop, as Sovereign Yun Shang clapped his hands before him, catching Long Chen's blade in his hands. Divine runes buzzed, contending against the black chi. The stars of the heavens quivered as berserk energies clashed. The ones who had been crazily cheering Long Chen instantly fell silent, as if their voices had been severed by a blade. They stared in shock at Sovereign Yun Shang. Sovereign Yun Shang had silently and effortlessly caught Long Chen's world-shaking saber. It was as easy as raising a hand. Just how strong is a sovereign? Long Chen has already reached such a terrifying level, but he still can't compare. People felt like they had gone crazy. Although it was said that sovereigns stood at the peak of the martial path, Long Chen's current power was absolutely terrifying and had exceeded their imaginations. However, Sovereign Yun Shang had caught this attack bare-handed. Was the difference between the two really so great? Unleash your full power. Don't hold back any longer or you will die to our hands. The heavenly Taos want you dead and we are replicated by the heavenly Taos. If you can't last, you will die. We can't help you pass this tribulation. We're already dead, said Sovereign Yun Shang. Many thanks for your advice. Also, thank you for giving me Evil Moon, but I am unable to return the favor. All I can do is fight with my full power. A furious battle intent soared out of Long Chen. His 6 stars began to revolve, causing his 108,000 astral spaces to resonate. All his power ignited together with Evil Moon's power. Heaven's Wrath. This was the true Heaven's Wrath. Long Chen and Evil Moon entered this state together. They no longer gave any damns. Boom! Sovereign Yun Shang was no longer able to keep hold of Evil Moon. It blasted away his hands, forcing him back several steps. Sovereign Yun Shang's eyes glowed. He nodded. Yes, this is the only way that you have a chance of surviving. As his hands entwined, the void twisted along with them. After that, a ray of light spun through the air at Long Chen. The laws of the heavenly Taos had been compressed to the pinnacle. As a result, an ear-piercing sound caused the expert's eardrums to feel like they would explode. There were no hand seals or spiritual fluctuations. This terrifying attack came without any omen. Boom! Without even thinking about it, Long Chen slashed Evil Moon at the light. The light was then forced to the side, flying past him and striking the heavenly barrier. It instantly pierced through the barrier and passed just below people's feet. Just feeling it pass made them feel like there was a sour feeling throughout their entire body, and some people almost fell from the sky. A bit closer and they would be turned into nothingness. Boom! The light pierced through the martial heaven sea ring, leaving a giant channel in its wake. It reached the bottom of the sea and then caused the earth to explode, revealing golden light. The sea was blasted away, and it seemed that some kind of terrifying law was freezing space-time, preventing the water from returning. Through that hole, people could clearly see that golden body. Audible gulps were heard. The heaven-devastating bracelet. That golden light hadn't been quite clear before, but Sovereign Yun Shang's attack allowed them to see it clearly. That piece of gold was the tip of the iceberg of the heaven-devastating bracelet. They could feel its terror. Just as everyone was looking toward the heaven-devastating bracelet, Long Chen was already attacking Sovereign Yun Shang. At the same time, Sovereign Yun Shang smashed a fist onto Evil Moon, causing a huge explosion that shook the heavens. After blocking Evil Moon with one fist, Sovereign Yun Shang's other hand slashed toward Long Chen's neck like a sword. Long Chen received it with his shoulder, turning it into a bloody mess. Long Chen was injured. Heavens, just how terrifying are the sovereigns? How can he possibly pass like this? In just the second exchange, Long Chen was injured. How was he supposed to fight like this? Just as Long Chen's shoulder was injured, a lightning spear appeared in his left hand and stabbed through Sovereign Yun Shang's ribs. The latter was sent flying. Exchanging injury for injury. Long Chen had exchanged the wound to his shoulder to guarantee a strike. However, people didn't even have a chance to react before their expressions changed. The wound in Sovereign Yun Shang's body wasn't bleeding. They only saw lightning runes flickering within his body, and then those lightning runes reformed his body and even his white robes. There was no sign of any injury. There's no way. This made people feel despair. The sovereigns were already undefeatable existences, and now they even had undying bodies in this tribulation as well as limitless power. They would never die. How could this tribulation be passed? However, Long Chen wasn't dissuaded. It was as if everything was within his expectations. With Evil Moon in hand, he once more attacked Sovereign Yun Shang. Sovereign Yun Shang formed hand seals for the first time. At the same time, the 9 heavens changed color, and the stars in the sky quivered. After that, heavenly pillars appeared, shooting toward Long Chen like celestial spears. The giant pillars fell limitlessly, trapping Long Chen within them. Their astral runes contained endless wild auras. Long Chen roared and slashed Evil Moon, split the heavens 8. He used the 8th form of split the heavens in a circular arc. He could tell that this was a giant trapping formation. As a result, his saber image slashed through the pillars, shattering them. With the heaven's wrath activated to its peak state, the 8th form of split the heavens unleashed unprecedented power. Shockingly, when the pillars shattered, they didn't dissipate into runes. Instead, they became giant stones that shot out in every direction. Those stones pierced through the heavenly barrier, turning it into a sieve. They then continued toward the crowd, causing panic. Block them, people immediately began to attack those rocks. They were too concentrated to dodge. Everyone, don't panic. As long as you mouth the name of Sovereign Monayan, I guarantee that you will be safe. A bronze cauldron appeared, unleashing rays of divine light that blasted apart those stones. Chapter 26, 97 Fighting all 5 Sovereign. Monayan stunned everyone with this action. He was actually already capable of unleashing the power of the Central Plains Cauldron. The Central Plains Cauldron revolved above his head, while he held the heaven-seizing sun hunting bow in his hand. Basking in countless gazes of shock and worship, he felt like he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Bang! Aya! Monayan suddenly let out a painful cry. The Central Plains Cauldron had suddenly descended and smacked him in the head, leaving a large bump. Bastard, who told you to use my power? I'm still not recovered. Using my power will increase the time required to recover, understand? If you mess around again, I'll turn you into a cripple and find someone else, cursed the Central Plains Cauldron. Ah, I thought that you were asleep for so long that people had started to forget your mighty name. Hence, I wanted to give them a show of your power to announce your return and showcase the might of the martial heaven continent, said Monayan fawningly as he painfully rubbed the bump on his head. Stop talking nonsense. You like showing off, so do it yourself. Don't mess around with my power. Otherwise, don't blame me for becoming hostile. Ending up with such a master really is my bad luck. The Central Plains Cauldron didn't fall for Monayan's fawning. It was still angry that he had used it without asking first. Suddenly, startled cries rang out. After that, the sky turned dark, and a sharp whistling sound pierced their ears. A giant object descended from the sky. Is that a star? Shocked cries rang out. A giant sphere was falling with a long tail trailing it, and bright sparks flew out of it. This attack came just as Long Chen exchanged blows with Sovereign Yun Shang. Just as they both retreated from this exchange, Long Chen was struck by the star as if he had voluntarily flown into it. Everything had been calculated perfectly. Boom! Saber light flashed, and that giant star was split in two. It then fell into the martial heaven sea ring. However, it was like red-hot steel had been tossed into ice water. The water immediately began boiling and sizzling. One slash sliced apart a star, causing everyone to stare in shock at Long Chen. He was already charging back at Sovereign Yun Shang. Be careful, we're also going to attack. Sovereign Ching Su's voice rang out and he unleashed a palm. In that instant, his figure vanished. Long Chen had just exchanged blows with Yun Shang, and now his fist blocked Ching Su's palm. As a result, the scales covering his fist shattered and blood splashed out. As for Ching Su, his palm was destroyed. Little brother, these are the laws of the heavenly Taos. Don't blame us for bullying you with numbers. Mo Li laughed and also attacked, slashing his sword through the void. Junior brother, watch out. Big sister is also coming. Han Wei flicked her finger and a thin zither string appeared in the void, slicing toward Long Chen. At this moment, Zai Yang also attacked, unleashing a wave of violet qi that filled the sky. After that, Drake swirled within the qi, resonating with heaven and earth. All 5 sovereigns were attacking at once. With a simple wave of their hands, the heavens collapsed and the earth was torn asunder. Space was twisted too wildly for the people to even see Long Chen's figure. Boom! Long Chen's figure suddenly appeared. He was flying back and his chest had been pierced. Boom! Long Chen had only just blocked Mo Li's silent sword when a violet palm struck his back. Hence, the sound of bones breaking rang out, and Long Chen smashed into the twisting space once more, vanishing from sight. Boss! Yu Ran cried out. Although he usually had blind faith in Long Chen, the latter was now facing 5 sovereigns. Just how was Long Chen supposed to beat them? Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, Yizhikyu, Dong Minju, and the others were all worried. This heavenly tribulation was a tribulation of sure death without the slightest chance of passing. The sovereigns that had called Long Chen brother had now become hostile, unleashing killing blow after killing blow. They didn't show any mercy. Boom! With another explosion, Long Chen's figure reappeared. This time, his condition was even worse. The dragon scales covering his body had been shattered, and there were many places where they could see bone and even his insides. Long Chen, tears welled out of Meng Qi's eyes. Seeing him fight for his life, she felt like blades were stabbing her heart. Long Chen stamped on the air, narrowly avoiding Han Wei's zither string. After that, he suddenly slashed Evil Moon behind him. The space behind him twisted, and a palm came out. It exploded on contact with Evil Moon, revealing Yun Shang. Even though Long Chen was covered in blood, he continued to be overflowing with battle intent. and he attacked Yun Shang. Long Chen, sovereign Yun Shang is the first generation and also the strongest sovereign. If you want to survive this, you should first target sovereign Zai Yang. He is the weakest in comparison, warned Yun Tian as he watched from outside the heavenly tribulation. As sovereign Yun Shang's son, Yun Tian naturally knew more about him. Long Chen was surrounded by the five sovereigns, but he was still crazily attacking Yun Shang. That was the worst strategy. Although Long Chen's injuries were rapidly healed by the primal chaos space, if this continued, he would be the one to die in the end. The correct method would be to think of some way to defeat the weakest sovereign, Zai Yang. Only then would he have some chance of victory. However, Long Chen didn't change tactics. He continued to go all out against Yun Shang, while still dealing with the attacks of the other four sovereigns. Suddenly, Long Chen flew back and coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood. As his chest was pierced by Zai Yang's sword, he hastily drew out the energy of the heavenly killing demon trees to recover. After that, with a slash of his saber, he blocked Qing Su's attack and then once more charged back at Yun Shang. Has boss been influenced by Evil Moon? Did he want vengeance on sovereign Yun Shang? Zia Chen was pale. Even Yun Tian had warned him, but Long Chen was still focused on Yun Shang. If this continued, he really would be doomed. Everyone had noticed that his aura was starting to drop after being injured repeatedly. Against all 5 sovereigns, Long Chen had lasted half an incense stick's worth of time, and that was already an incomparably amazing achievement. It could be said that no one had ever done this in the past, nor would there ever be someone to do this in the future. However, Long Chen would still be the one to perish if this went on. Long Chen, Yun Tian suddenly began to form hand seals. His voice resonated with heaven and earth. Backing out midway isn't my style. If I can't beat big brother Yun Shang, I'm not qualified to look for my parents. I must win. Yun Tian had barely spoken when Long Chen's hoarse, yet determined voice shook the sky. At this moment Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Gu Ran and the others' expressions changed. Long Chen was actually viewing sovereign Yun Shang as a goal for himself to search for his parents. Right now, he only had 2 paths before him, defeat Yun Shang or die. Chapter 26, 98 Heaven-Shaking Saber. Long Chen crazily assaulted Yun Shang, but the other 4 sovereigns' attacks also left him bloody. Every single attack possessed apocalyptic power, and parts of his body were repeatedly blown apart. However, Long Chen was still fearless. The heavenly killing demon trees in the primal chaos space provided him with a huge amount of life energy. Unfortunately, all the damage was adding up, so their leaves were starting to turn yellow. Long Chen, you can't be this rash. Use some strategy. I feel like Yun Tian's words are correct, transmitted Evil Moon. In the beginning, Evil Moon truly had wished to target Yun Shang due to its hatred. Hence, the fact that Long Chen would target Yun Shang first made it very happy. However, when the 5 sovereigns all joined hands, it became extremely taxing to fight them all this way. If this continued, they would really be in danger of being killed. No, today, I must defeat sovereign Yun Shang. This is a threshold that I must cross, said Long Chen directly. What damn threshold? If it was a 1 against 1, you definitely could suppress him, so you've already won, exclaimed Evil Moon angrily. This stubbornness of his was truly vexing sometimes. Sovereign Yun Shang doesn't have a physical body. As an imitation created by the heavenly Taos, his power doesn't match his real body. Furthermore, I now have your help. That means it's basically a 2 against 1. If I can't beat him with these conditions, how am I supposed to walk my path in the future, said Long Chen. Evil Moon was speechless. Long Chen's words were correct. These imitations of the sovereigns were definitely not as strong as their true bodies back in the day, but they were still 5 sovereigns. Who could beat them? Furthermore, Evil Moon had been refined into a weapon and no longer had access to many of the dark evil dragon race's divine abilities. Now isn't the time to show off. Your life is more important. You'll definitely die like this, persuaded Evil Moon. Long Chen narrowly avoided Qing Su's attack but was struck by a zither string, which left a bloody line on his back. That thin line shattered his bones. With a painful grunt, Long Chen swung Evil Moon, blocking Mo Li's sword. He rapidly healed his wounds and once more charged at Yun Shang. You melon-headed donkey, you really will die like this, raged Evil Moon in a panic. There was no medicine for this idiocy. Don't get mad at me. Do you think that I want this? There's no other option, cursed Long Chen angrily. What? Asked Evil Moon. I can't do anything about it. This is the will of the 9-star Hegemon body art. It refuses to allow me to retreat, raged Long Chen. treating Yun Shang as a threshold. Retreating midway wasn't his style. That was bullshit. When the five sovereigns attacked together, the Pill Sovereign's will, which had been dormant for a long time, suddenly burst out, forcing Long Chen to target the strongest sovereign, Yun Shang. He didn't know if this was caused by him forcibly changing the latter path of the 9-star Hegemon body art, but when the Pill Sovereign's will reappeared, he couldn't refuse it. Furthermore, with the Pill Sovereign's memories merged with his own, it was difficult for him to tell what was his own will and what was the Pill Sovereign's will. Long Chen didn't think that he was such a foolish person as to seek death in such a scenario. Thus, he deduced that this will had come from the Pill Sovereign. Long Chen was capable of strategy, of following Yun Tian's words and killing Zai Yang first, leaving more openings for fighting the remaining 4 sovereigns. However, once he betrayed this will, his own undefeatable Dao heart would crumble. It would be a crumbling of his own faith in himself, and that was a fatal blow to an expert. Long Chen had bitterly kept this to himself, but Evil Moon's pressing caused him to spit out this bitterness. That's such a scam. Evil Moon was also dumbfounded. What kind of cultivation technique was so domineering that it forced someone to die? Evil Moon, prepare yourself. After 10 breaths I will unleash my full power. Victory or defeat will be decided at that moment. As long as we beat Sovereign Yun Shang, everything else is basically settled, transmitted Long Chen. Lightning runes were circulating within Long Chen's bones, a place that no one could see. All the attacks he received were being absorbed into those lightning runes. After Lei Linger had taken human form, Long Chen didn't summon her to fight the sovereigns. Instead, he had her absorb their power within his body. The sovereigns were manifestations of lightning, not true physical bodies. Hence, their attacks contained thunder force, and Lei Linger was rapidly absorbing it all. Finally, Long Chen took a deep breath. After that, lightning wings spread on his back, growing larger and larger. Qing Su, Mo Li, Han Wei, and Zai Yang were struck by the wings at the same time. The 4 sovereigns were sent flying, as Long Chen seemed to suddenly transform into a god of lightning. As lightning raged around him, he slashed Evil Moon at Yun Shang. Split the heavens 9. His cry was like the roar of a celestial god, shaking the 9 heavens. A saber image tore into the sky, unleashing endless black mist and lightning runes. The saber fell, shaking the world. This was an attack containing Long Chen's entire heart and spirit. This was the attack he had wagered his life and death on. Yun Shang smiled. This is the most marvelous attack I've ever seen in my life. It cannot be blocked. Long Chen, I entrust the martial heaven continent to you. Boom! The saber mercilessly slashed down, blasting apart Yun Shang's body. He then transformed into divine runes that vanished into the void. Success! The Dragonblood warriors cheered, while Meng Qi and the others wept from joy. Just as they were overwhelmed with joy, sword light pierced through the void. Long Chen hastily dodged but was still struck in the shoulder. A piece of his flesh was cut off. The heavenly tribulation had not ended. Sovereign Yun Shang was gone, but the other 4 sovereigns remained. Now when looking at Long Chen, everyone's hearts clenched. In the heavens wrath state, Long Chen had used the 9th form of split the heavens, so his aura was plummeting, becoming extremely weak. It seemed that this attack had used up the majority of his energy. A zither string slashed through the air, slicing the void in 2. Long Chen hastily blocked it and ended up coughing up blood. Now what? Boss is out of energy. Yu ran and the others began to panic. Long Chen had paid a grave price to kill Sovereign Yun Shang. Using Lei Linger to absorb the sovereign's power, he had suddenly unleashed a blow to force the 4 of them back, giving him a hard-won opportunity. However, even though Sovereign Yun Shang was gone, the other 4 sovereigns were even more dangerous to face in Long Chen's current state. Big sister, do you really want to kill me? Long Chen suddenly smiled at the attacking Han Wei, who had an unwilling expression. However, her hand still moved, unleashing a zither string at Long Chen. Since Big Sister is being so vicious, don't blame little brother for cheating. Lightning domain open. Suddenly, the void behind Long Chen exploded, and a gigantic channel appeared. On the other side was a world of wild lightning. Chapter 26, 99 Success in Sight. The passage to the lightning domain was opened by Lei Linger. Millions of lightning dragons flew out, and amongst them were 9 multicolored dragons that were particularly conspicuous. As soon as they appeared, a terrifying pressure crashed down upon the world. Their auras caused heaven-merging experts to tremble. Last time, Long Chen had sent a sea's worth of divine lightning into the lightning domain, causing it to transform. The Dragon Kings had all entered, slumbered, and begun a metamorphosis. That was why, despite facing so many terrifying enemies, Long Chen had never unleashed the dragons of the lightning domain since then. They had been in the midst of the transformation. It was only last month that when he checked on the lightning domain, he saw that the Dragon Kings had awoken. Furthermore, they all managed to advance. At this moment, the spatial channel quivered and golden light dazzled everyone's eyes. From within the lightning, a giant golden dragon appeared. The king of the lightning domain had advanced to be a dragon emperor. Its entire body was now covered in scales that looked to be made out of immortal gold. Boss! In front of everyone's shocked gazes, the dragon emperor lowered its head to Long Chen. This terrifying existence was calling Long Chen boss. What they didn't know was that the Dragon Emperor's transformation this time had caused it to be completely loyal to Long Chen. Although it was a spirit of the lightning domain, it also understood gratitude. After meeting Long Chen, it had gained endless benefits. When they were first made back in the day, they were born to be servants to the human race's experts. That was a forced servitude. But this time, they were all willing to follow Long Chen. However, Long Chen didn't permit them to call him master, so in the end, the Dragon Emperor had an inspiration from the Dragon Blood warriors, calling him boss. Sensing the endless power of divine lightning in the air, the Dragon Emperor knew that Long Chen had called them for more benefits. It seemed that every time that Long Chen called them, they profited. Having advanced to a Dragon Emperor, it had unprecedented power that it was willing to use for Long Chen. Damn, I forgot that you had this move left. Evil Moon sighed with relief. It had actually forgotten about this trump card. No wonder Long Chen had dared to fight so recklessly against Sovereign Yuan Shang. As the energy of the lightning domain flooded into the martial heaven continent, the laws of the two worlds mixed. The dragons of the lightning domain were incredibly excited, like wolves seeing plump meat. However, without the Dragon Emperor's orders, they didn't dare to start absorbing this energy. They were waiting for the Dragon Emperor's orders. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor lowered its giant head below Long Chen's feet, raising him up. On top of a giant dragon, Long Chen looked toward the four sovereigns. Although he was covered in blood, it didn't tarnish his image of an unrivaled hero. It was as if he was a celestial being. He smiled at the sovereigns. Junior brother only has this little ability. I've been rude to big brother Yuan Shang, and I can't do the same to my other big brothers and sister. Furthermore, I really can't bear to kill big sister Han Wei, so don't blame me for this little trick. Attack! Long Chen suddenly waved his hand. The Dragon Emperor let out a thunderous roar, and the lightning domain's dragons charged at the four sovereigns. Ha, little brother, you really are amazing. I was worried for nothing. Sovereign Han Wei laughed as she plucked at the void. Zither strings manifested before her. Countless lightning dragons were slashed apart by those zither strings, but they were lightning spirits, and after being destroyed, they were quickly reborn. Furthermore, the destruction and rebirth allowed them to absorb a great deal of the divine lightning energy in the air, causing them to grow stronger. The Dragon Kings also attacked, their claws raking through the air. That power was something that even made mid-heaven merging experts pale. Boom! A Dragon King fought against Mo Li. With every swing of his sword, its body was shattered, but it would quickly reform. After 7 times, its aura had clearly grown. On the 8th time, its body was sliced apart, but it didn't shatter. Its body reconnected and continued fighting. Meanwhile, Long Chen stood atop the Dragon Emperor's head. He retreated from the heavens' wrath state, as well as the 6-star battle armor. He focused on recovering as quickly as possible. He had paid an immense price to kill Sovereign Yuan Shang. Even in the heavens' wrath state, although most of the energy had come from the spirits of life in this world, it had also exhausted close to 60% of Long Chen's max spiritual yuan and 80% of his spiritual strength. If it weren't for his powerful spiritual strength, he wouldn't have been able to control such a huge amount of power. Although the attack had succeeded, he wasn't too happy about it. Instead, it simply showed the difference between himself and a sovereign. Sovereign Yuan Shang was the first-generation sovereign and also the strongest sovereign in history. In this tribulation, a clone created by the heavenly Taos had at most 80% of his original power. Furthermore, without a physical body, there were many techniques that he couldn't unleash. Moreover, some terrifying techniques couldn't be imitated by the heavenly tribulation. For example, Long Chen's own 9-star Hegemon body art, the Heaven's Wrath, The ninth form of split the heavens, and even evil moon could not be replicated. That was why he was able to kill the clones of himself. Since that was the case, Long Chen couldn't help shaking his head. The difference was truly great. Long Chen could vaguely feel that the difference might not be as great as he felt. He had the utmost confidence in the 9-star Hegemon body art. This was definitely a supremely terrifying cultivation technique. The Pill Sovereign's will had influenced him, preventing him from retreating, forcing him to face Sovereign Yun Shang with his life on the line. However, Long Chen felt like he had vaguely grasped something. Could it be that my 6-star battle armor is incorrect? A flash of insight suddenly struck him. Why would the Pill Sovereign's will suddenly pop up after vanishing for so long? What did it mean? Retreating midway, fighting to the death, seeking opportunity while being surrounded by danger, Long Chen muttered to himself, a strange expression on his face. Just as he was trying to understand if the Pill Sovereign's will was hinting something to him, the Golden Dragon Emperor also joined into the fray. With every one of its attacks, the void collapsed. Only it was able to face the Sovereign's head-on without being injured. The other lightning dragons were constantly being blown apart, but their numbers were endless, and they were rapidly reborn, growing stronger and stronger. Hence, the 4 sovereigns were drowning within the sea of lightning dragons. This was a battle of attrition, and Long Chen was borrowing the power of the lightning domain to get a breather. The sovereign's power is starting to drop. Suddenly, someone let out a delighted cry. After such a long time, there was a clear sign that the sovereign's power was dropping. That meant that the heavenly tribulation was running out of power. Since the heavenly tribulation was the source of the sovereigns, without it, the sovereigns would vanish and Long Chen would pass it. Just as everyone was happily surprised, divine light suddenly came from all 4 sovereigns at once. They vanished. Long Chen was still in thought when, without warning, 4 sharp swords stabbed into his body. What? Chapter 27, 100 Ancestral Spirit Blood Offering. 4 swords stabbed through Long Chen's body, turning him into a hedgehog. Everyone's hearts stopped beating. How could this be? Victory had clearly been in sight. Was it still a failure in the end? However, Sovereign Qingsu slowly let go. With a slight smile to Long Chen, he faded away along with Sovereign Mo Li and Sovereign Zai Yan. As they vanished, they had gratified smiles. Sovereign Han Wei looked at Long Chen with a sad smile. Now do you understand? My good brother, goodbye. Wait, remember, don't listen to those 4. Live your own life happily. You are more important to me than the world. Sovereign Han Wei touched Long Chen's cheek. She then kissed him on the forehead and dissipated into runes, returning to the world. For a moment, everyone could only stare in silent confusion. They had no idea what had happened. The sovereigns had vanished, but there were still 4 sharp swords stabbing Long Chen's body. Fresh blood dripped down them. Long Chen's blood dripped into the martial heaven sea ring, and everything was deathly silent. The very faint sound of the dripping blood had a strange cadence to it, just like the cadence of heaven and earth, the rhythm of all creation. Long Chen was like a statue standing in the void, as though he had been nailed to it. The sovereigns had vanished, but the swords continued to flicker. Boss Long Chen, the Dragon Emperor, was filled with shame. Only now did it react. Long Chen raised his hand as if reacting to its call. His movement caused the Dragon Blood warriors to erupt into cheers, while Meng Qi and the others wept tears of joy. Long Chen hadn't died. After that, the void shuddered, and the world grew dark once more. As the power of the heavenly tribulation faded, the haze of the dark era shrouded the world again. However, Long Chen wasn't paying attention to anything happening outside. His focus was entirely on his inner body. The swords from Qingsu, Mo Li, Han Wei, and Zai Yang were actually a display of their life's greatest comprehension. Every single one of them had created their own cultivation techniques and skills themselves, and they hadn't transmitted those to the rest of the world. Due to their own specific comprehension, their self-created cultivation techniques were only suited to themselves. Every sovereign was an unmatched, unique existence. Hence, in order to unleash the greatest power, they created their own techniques. Their previous attacks had left scars in Long Chen's body and soul, almost like memories. As for these swords, they formed resonance with all the memories of those attacks. In that instant, Long Chen instantly comprehended all their techniques. Only now did Long Chen understand. The sovereigns had never been trying to kill him. They had been using their own power to display their individual paths to him. Of the 5 sovereigns, Yun Shang, Qingsu, Mo Li, and Zai Yang were stone-hearted. They hadn't shown the slightest fluctuation over this. Only sovereign Han Wei had been unable to bear it. This comprehension of their martial paths was the final gift the sovereigns gave him. The heavenly tribulation had wanted to kill him, but the sovereigns had used the tribulation to help him. They were truly existences that stood above the heavenly Taos. The swords slowly melted and were absorbed by Lei Linger. This was the purest divine lightning energy of the tribulation, and this was also sent to him directly by the sovereigns. Just at this moment, a giant pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping Long Chen. Endless divine runes floated within this beam of light. The heavenly Tao's divine light, the runes for corroborating the Tao. These runes were like proof of passing to disciples. This was the recognition of the heavenly Tao's, an official acknowledgement of reaching heaven merging. Mo Nian, Yun Tian, Beiding Rushuang Nangong Zuyu Ziyan, and the others all entered this divine light, receiving this baptism. The Pill Fairy also entered with Wan Qing. This was the final step of the heavenly tribulation. Suddenly the void split open and one figure after another appeared. The nine-headed lion, the blood fiend devil lord, the all-devil heavenwalker, the dragon woman, Yi Ming, Long Yashin, and the others also appeared within the divine light. Long Chen, face your death. Suddenly the nine-headed lion attacked. His 9 heads glowed at the same time. As a result, the air beneath Long Chen's feet glowed, and then web-like runes appeared in the void around him, trapping him. Clearly, the 9-headed lion had been preparing this for a long time. He immediately attacked as soon as he appeared. Long Chen snorted and swung Evil Moon, unleashing a saber image. However, the web quivered but didn't break. Instead, giant figures began to appear on the web. Those were ancient lions, and a total of 9 of them were emitting ancient auras. Ancestral spirit blood offering. The 9-headed lion roared along with the 9 ancient lions. Their mouths all opened, and blood-colored rays of light shot at Long Chen. Long Chen suddenly found that he couldn't move. This attack contained a bizarre energy. It seemed that it was filled with curse energy. Dai, this is the 9-headed lion race's strongest divine ability. I will offer you as a sacrifice to our world god, and your karmic luck pearl will go to me. The 9-headed lion laughed crazily. He had been waiting a long time for this attack. This was practically an unbreakable, peerless killing art. However, in order to activate this technique, he had sacrificed 9 of the 9-headed lion race's heroic spirits that stood guard over him. This was an immense price, but the karmic luck pearl had to be his. Long Chen felt like all his secrets were exposed in front of this blood light. It was like he was a prisoner, and everything he owned was about to be plundered by his jailer. He couldn't hold anything back. This was truly a strange and terrifying sacrificial art. The 9-headed lion had actually turned him into an offering. The moment the light pierced into his soul, the divine gate star in his mind-sea lit up. However, it didn't manage to force it out. Instead, the two ended up deadlocked. After that, the light struck his divine gate. Long Chen was startled. There were signs of the divine gate star being suppressed, and this was the first time such a thing had ever occurred. "Ha ha ha, give up," sneered the 9-headed lion. He poured all his power into this technique, wanting to end things before anyone else could interfere. At this moment, the light spread throughout Long Chen's body, invading every inch of it, even pervading through his bones. As he couldn't move nor resist, he was shocked and infuriated. The light then entered his dantian and stretched toward the primal chaos bead. Boom! The primal chaos bead quivered and unleashed a wave of divine light. As a result, the web binding Long Chen exploded, and those 9 giant lions also turned to dust. Chapter 27:01 Advancing to the Heaven Merging Realm. The 9-headed lion was dumbstruck. This was the technique he had been preparing all this time, and he had absolute confidence in it. In his mind, no matter how powerful Long Chen was, he would definitely die to this move. Thus, the 9-headed lion was already charging toward Long Chen when the latter suddenly broke free. Based on his calculations, he would arrive just as Long Chen was killed by this technique, allowing him to take the karmic luck pearl. However, in reality, his technique shattered, and what he saw was Long Chen's eyes filled with killing intent. His fur stood on end, and a sensation of death filled him. At this moment, Evil Moon was already raised high, and the 9-headed lion was unable to stop his momentum at all. Filled with terror, he roared, his 9 heads unleashing 9 kinds of divine abilities that merged into a giant divine sword that pierced toward Long Chen as his saber fell. Boom! As a result, the divine sword exploded, and the 9-headed lion was sent flying. A giant cut could be seen on his chest, with even his insides leaking out. What a pity, I used up too much energy, otherwise I would have killed him just now. Long Chen sighed inside. His fight with Sovereign Yun Shang had exhausted too much energy. Although he had focused on recovering afterward, he had only recovered his spiritual yuan to 60% and his spiritual strength to 30%. Without powerful enough spiritual strength, it was impossible to lock down the opponent, allowing them to slip away and dodge. This resulted in him missing the chance to kill the nine-headed lion. After being injured, the nine-headed lion was actually happy. He shouted, "Long Chen's spiritual strength is weak, and his spiritual yuan isn't fully recovered. Now is the best time to kill him." Kill? Even before he finished speaking, Long Yashin was already charging over with endless killing intent. He's fully recovered so quickly. People were stunned to find that Long Yashin's nine-dragon manifestation was fully restored, and his aura had returned to its peak. To recover in such a short time was practically heaven-defying. "Long Chen, I will tear you into pieces today as vengeance for my father," roared Long Yashin. "That depends on whether or not you have that ability," sneered Long Chen. Although he hadn't fully recovered, he wasn't the slightest bit panicked facing Long Yashin. As Evil Moon slashed onto Long Yashin's spear, metallic ringing exploded along with sparks. Both the spear and Evil Moon were blown back at the same time. Just at that moment, Long Chen's hand smoothly struck Long Yashin in the face. Boom! Long Yashin's head exploded and his body collapsed. What? Everyone was stunned. Was Long Chen not in a weakened state? How did he end up so much more powerful that he could kill Long Yashin with a simple slap? Only sharp-eyed people saw that a dragon-shaped mark had appeared on Long Chen's palm, just as Long Chen's slap landed. Long Chen's slap didn't contain any killing power, nor did it contain any killing intent. This lack of threat was what allowed it to slip past an expert's sharp senses. Before this, his slap was mostly just a mental attack, but now it was different. Lei Linger would unleash her own berserk lightning power just as Long Chen's palm was about to strike his enemy. The timing had to be perfect. Too early and it would be sensed, too late and the enemy would already be sent flying away. Hence, it had to erupt at the perfect time in an instant. At this moment, Long Yashin quickly reformed within his manifestation, and his 9 dragons were reduced to 8. In the very first exchange, one of his ancestral dragons was already destroyed. Because of this, Long Yashin went crazy with rage. He had charged over so confidently, only for Long Chen to kill him again. What a complete humiliation. "Long Chen," Long Yashin roared. At this moment his dragon spear shone, unleashing 10,000 spear images that pierced toward Long Chen. After being slapped so many times, Long Yashin had finally learned his lesson. Even if he had to die, he refused to fight head-on against Long Chen again. If he did, his death would be even more sullen. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out from the bodies of everyone within the beam of divine light. It was as if something inside of them had shattered. Following that, they suddenly felt themselves light, and their connection to the world's energy became clearer. It was as if the mist had been torn away, and the world suddenly became clear. "We've obtained the recognition of the heavenly Taos." Mo Nian and the others cried out excitedly. The heavenly tribulation had finally ended. Having gone through the final baptism, they were finally true heaven-merging experts. Suddenly, the void exploded and one world gate after another opened, shooting beams of divine light at Long Chen. Different kinds of world energy were crushing the laws of the martial heaven continent's heavenly Taos, and the pressure was absolutely suffocating. At this moment, the sound of a sword being unsheathed rang through the air. After that, 2 beams of divine light were shattered and ice crystals flew through the air. When those crystals fell into the martial heaven sea ring, the water instantly froze and this area became a world of ice. Taoist Heavenly Feather had finally taken action, blocking the experts from other worlds from attacking Long Chen. Taoist Heavenly Feather blocked 2 of the beams, and the other 3 were continuing toward Long Chen. But all of a sudden, they turned and shot toward the High Priest. At some point, a 3-foot wine gourd had appeared behind the High Priest. Its lid was open, and those 3 beams of light were sucked inside. The High Priest snorted. "As always, you shameless fellows are doing shameful things. If you want to fight, then fight openly." Compared to his normal appearance, the current High Priest was far colder. He looked toward the world gates. "A follower of the old wine ghosts, Tao also dares to be so arrogant. Instead of making your dogs piss wine, you come interfere here. You must be tired of living." A sinister voice rang out from one of those world gates. That voice was chilling, like the voice of a hellish fiend. Although he spoke, he didn't appear and continued hiding behind the world gate, seemingly afraid of something. After that, the world gate flickered, like the gaze of a devil. The martial heaven continent's experts felt goosebumps. It was as if a fatal attack would come for them at any moment. "Cowardly rat, come and fight," sneered the high priest. Even in the face of so many world gates, even in the face of those terrifying auras, he wasn't afraid. "Fight, it still isn't the time. First, let's see who the karmic luck pearl goes to." The sky suddenly exploded and thousands of spatial gates opened, like sinister eyes. Every single gate unleashed a whirlpool pointed at Long Chen. The karmic luck pearl above his head instantly began to shudder, causing Long Chen's expression to change. Chapter 2702, The Fight for the Karmic Luck Pearl. As the karmic luck pearl above Long Chen's head shuddered, he could clearly feel its energy being slowly absorbed by those whirlpools. This karmic luck pearl contained the spirit of all life on the continent, the foundation of all Taos. It was something that supported the life of the martial heaven continent. However, it couldn't be directly absorbed. Instead, it would passively support whoever refined it. Long Chen estimated that with his full power, it would take around 3 days for him to refine it all. While fighting the sovereigns, Long Chen had sensed just how amazing it was to have the support of the world's karmic luck. Every one of their blows contained power resonating with heaven and earth. It was as if they represented the world, and the Tao had to listen to them. Having also used this power, Long Chen understood what it meant. It meant having the approval of the martial heaven continent, and having the ability to use all the continent's power. This karmic luck pearl was what made someone a sovereign, someone in command of all Taos of the world. It was the ultimate power to protect the continent. At this moment, countless spatial gates opened, and it was unknown what power they were using. They were like blood-sucking ghouls, greedily consuming the karmic luck pearl's energy. The high priest's expression also changed, while Taoist Heavenly Feather repeatedly attacked. With every slash of his sword, a dozen spatial gates crumbled. However, they quickly reformed and continued absorbing the karmic luck pearl's energy. "It's useless. We went all out to take this era's karmic luck pearl. The destiny of the martial heaven continent has come to an end, and no one can save you." A mocking voice came from one of the spatial gates. Clearly, these invaders had long since made their preparations. Perhaps tens of thousands of years of preparation was spent just for today. "Scram!" Long Chen roared, slashing Evil Moon. As a result, the All-Devil Heavenwalker, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord, and Long Yashin were all sent flying. However, Long Chen himself spat out some blood. The 3 of them had spent all this time resting and were now in their peak state. As for Long Chen, he was weakened from his fight against the sovereigns. "Kill!" Just at this moment, the Dragon Blood warriors charged over. However, they were suddenly forced back by an invisible power. "What?" Yu Ran's expression changed. There was clearly no barrier, but they couldn't fly through. They set up an invisible barrier condensed of energy from their worlds. They really did come prepared. Zia Chen's expression was extremely ugly. He looked at his formation disk. As a formation expert, he was the first to realize that there was an invisible barrier. Moreover, this barrier was nothing ordinary. It was composed of the energy from the spatial walls of multiple worlds. In other words, it was backed by the power of multiple worlds, so there was no way that they could break it. At this moment, Taoist Heavenly Feather formed a sword seal in her hand, and her manifestation appeared behind her, unleashing a tide of ice chi. Just as she was preparing to unleash an attack to shatter the barrier, the high priest appeared in her path. "You cannot. The core of that barrier is Long Chen, and he will receive the majority of your attack. You will only harm him like this." "So what else can be done?" demanded Taoist Heavenly Feather. Even she could no longer retain her calm. These invading experts were truly sinister, having calculated every step against Long Chen and the others. They had long since laid down a heaven-encompassing trap. "There is no way for us to break this board. The only one that can do anything is Long Chen. Right now, they don't dare to come out of their world gates and can only interfere from the other side. So we just need to stop the divine families from interfering," said the high priest. They didn't just need to worry about the invaders, but also the enemies amongst their midst, especially the divine families. They were unpredictable. Boom! Suddenly, the martial heaven sea ring exploded, unleashing a giant wave into the sky. At this moment, an immense illusion appeared before them. It was a giant bracelet that covered the sky. Although it was just a projection, it gave them endless pressure. Humans felt like ants before it. The heaven-devastating bracelet. The spatial gates suddenly froze, unable to absorb energy any further. After that, Long Chen's body shuddered and the suffocating feeling reappeared. The karmic luck pearl above his head was instantly sucked away. Now he understood why the heaven-devastating bracelet had been able to so easily take the karmic luck pearl at the beginning. It had been choking the life out of the martial heaven continent for tens of thousands of years. Like a leech, it had extracted the continent's energy, so it was capable of using a trace of the continent's power now. Long Chen, the karmic luck pearl cannot be lost. If they obtain it, they will awaken 2 sovereign stars. The martial heaven continent will then be powerless to resist, shouted the high priest. The karmic luck pearl concerned the life of all things on the continent. If taken, this world would be doomed. Right now, the karmic luck pearl appeared on top of the dragon woman's head. Light sprinkled down, protecting her. Ha ha ha, the dragon woman laughed. I'm the heir to the heaven-devastating bracelet. This karmic luck pearl is mine. Boom! As she laughed, Long Yashin pierced her sword at her. However, when he struck her barrier, he was sent flying. Yiming, the blood fiend devil lord, the 9-headed lion, and the all-devil heavenwalker all attacked as well and were forced back by the protective light. They didn't know what the dragon woman had done, but she had somehow activated the power of the heaven-devastating bracelet. All their attacks were useless against her. Ha ha ha, so what if the 5 sovereigns chose you? The karmic luck pearl is still mine. I will be the martial heaven continent's 6th-generation sovereign. When I become sovereign, I will lead the sea demon race in wiping out the human race, ha ha ha. The dragon woman laughed arrogantly, feeling extremely pleased with herself. A sovereign was in existence with a world's karmic luck supporting them. Upon becoming a sovereign, the dragon woman would be the ruler of this world. No one would be able to fight her. Split the heavens 9. Long Chen furiously attacked. The heaven-devastating bracelet was the enemy of the martial heaven continent. If the dragon woman became the continent's sovereign, it would be the end of the continent. Hence, Long Chen had no choice but to exhaust every last scrap of his energy in this attack. He didn't know what would happen afterward, but he couldn't afford to care about that. Boom! The light barrier did not manage to force back Evil Moon and shattered instead, instantly severing the dragon woman's laughter. Being impacted by the leftover energy, the dragon woman coughed up a mouthful of blood, cracks covering her entire body. As for Long Chen, he also coughed up blood. However, ignoring the immense backlash in his body, he charged toward the shocked dragon woman. Chapter 27:03, Killing the Dragon Woman. The blood fiend devil lord was even faster than Long Chen. With his blood sun activated, he smashed his giant tower toward the dragon woman, which then took out and used her dragon bone whip to defend herself despite the suppression of the tower. After the exchange, she coughed up another mouthful of blood as her injuries worsened. As she flew back, the divine light formed around her once more, and Mo Nian's arrow was blocked by it. I have the protection of the heaven-devastating bracelet. You must be dreaming if you think you can kill me, roared the dragon woman. Just as she spoke, multiple attacks landed, all bouncing off the protective barrier. Only Long Chen split the heavens could break it. Everyone looked at Long Chen, which was completely pale. That last attack left him with less than 1/10 of his spiritual yuan, and his spiritual strength had run out. The paleness was the result of overdrafting his spiritual strength. At this moment, the divine light around the dragon woman gathered around the karmic luck pearl, squeezing it. It quivered as its energy was forced out. She's rapidly absorbing its energy. Based on this rate, it wouldn't even be half an incense stick's worth of time before all the energy of the karmic luck pearl was absorbed by her. Then she really would be the 6th-generation sovereign. Suddenly, a speck of light appeared on her forehead. When that light appeared, the high priest, Taoist Heavenly Feather, and a few other senior experts turned ashen. It's over, we're too late. She has absorbed the majority of its power. No one can take it away. Taoist Heavenly Feather clenched the Northern Source sword, her expression extremely unwilling. Has the martial heaven continent really met its end? Even if Long Chen was in his peak condition, it's already too late. We can only watch as she becomes the sovereign. Ha ha ha, the dragon woman laughed almost crazily. She was about to become the 6th-generation sovereign, the ruler of this world. Long Chen, just wait, the first one I'll kill after becoming a sovereign will be you. I'll personally take back the essence blood that you stole from me. It's all that bastard Yun Shang's fault. Otherwise, everything would be under control, cursed Evil Moon. Evil Moon had always felt admiration for Long Chen's control over his energy. If it wasn't for Yun Shang forcing him to unleash all his power, his attack just now would have been enough to kill the dragon woman. However, it had been lacking just a bit, allowing her to survive. Hence, now her arrogant appearance made Evil Moon feel extremely irritated, and it blamed Yun Shang for it. "Boss Yun Tian, what should we do? Should we join forces and try to kill her?" transmitted Mo Nian. As long as he and Zai Yan joined forces and unleashed the power of two supreme divine items at once, then adding Yun Tian, Long Chen, and everyone else's attacks, they might be able to kill her. However, before Yun Tian could reply, Long Chen's voice rang out in their minds. "Remember to save me in a bit. I'm going to kill her." Without having a chance to react, sacred chanting rang out. Following that, a terrifying heat ignited the world. The Nirvana scripture, the pill fairy, who had been indifferent to everything that had occurred, finally revealed a slight emotional flux. At this moment, a giant flame lotus burst into existence, and its terrifying heat made it feel like the world had turned into a furnace. As the lotus rapidly grew, the invisible barrier was heated to the point that cracks appeared in the air. That huge lotus dumbfounded everyone. Was Long Chen not supposed to be out of energy? How could he still unleash such a terrifying move? The truth was that this was only possible due to the final comprehension that the sovereigns had given Long Chen when they had stabbed their swords through his body. What Long Chen was using right now was Sovereign Ching Su's secret art, one that was capable of borrowing the power of the heavens when the user's power was exhausted. This technique definitely had some side effects, but Long Chen couldn't bother about them right now. Right now, Zai Yan's Southern Sea Zither had yet to recognize her as master, while Mo Nian's Central Plains Cauldron had been controlled by the divine families for so long that it was in an extremely weak state. Even if they joined forces, they couldn't defeat the heaven-devastating bracelet's power. As old opponents, they were definitely aware of each other's power. The reason why the heaven-devastating bracelet took action now was because it was sure that these two divine items couldn't threaten it. Suddenly, countless flaming stars filled the world. On a closer look, those weren't stars but burning flame runes that were like meteor showers shooting through the air. Complicated to simple, simplicity to one. The Tao is formless, the form of formlessness. Long Chen's chanting suddenly changed. This was Sovereign Zai Yang's mnemonic. As if reacting to it, the towering flame lotus suddenly vanished. In that instant, the world twisted as the 10,000 Taos cried out. Long Chen then charged toward the dragon woman, unleashing a palm that had a lotus-shaped mark at the heart of the palm. Just a glance at this mark caused people's souls to tremble in pain, as if their souls were lit ablaze. In front of everyone's horrified gaze, Long Chen's palm slammed into the divine light. As a result, the divine light was instantly pierced, and the lotus mark on his palm was unleashed, exploding on the dragon woman's body. The dragon woman let out a terrified cry. However, she was stunned to find that no sound came out. She couldn't make a sound and she couldn't dodge. She could only watch as Long Chen's palm landed. After that, she didn't sense any pain. Her body simply exploded in an instant, without mist nor blood. Everything about her was gone as if it had never existed, from body to soul. What was gone along with her was the karmic luck pearl. Long Chen's palm continued, and a lotus seal smashed into the sea, creating a giant hole that reached deep into the depths and struck the earth. At this moment, the earth exploded, revealing a giant golden body. The entire martial heaven continent shuddered. That was the heaven-devastating bracelet's true body. Long Chen's attack was so terrifying that it dumbfounded everyone. After that attack, his aura suddenly vanished and he fell from the sky. Long Chen was unconscious. At this moment, without knowing whether he was dead or alive, the All-Devil Heavenwalker, the Nine-Headed Lion, Long Yashan, and Yi Ming all attacked. This was a rare opportunity for them. Chapter 27:04 Sovereignless Martial Heaven Continent. Scram! The Dragon Emperor beneath Long Chen's feet roared. Its tail whipped toward the four of them. Boom! The Dragon Emperor's tail exploded, but Long Yashan and the others' attacks were also blocked. The Dragon Emperor's power was quite shocking. Seeing that it had ruined their plan, the four of them furiously charged toward Long Chen with their divine items in hand. However, just at that moment, Long Chen's figure vanished and a towering cauldron appeared in front of the four of them. The Central Plains Cauldron had sucked Long Chen inside. Yun Tian, Mo Nian, Hu Feng, Nangong Zuyu, Beideng Rushwang and the others all appeared around the Central Plains cauldron, preventing their attacks from landing on the Central Plains cauldron. At this moment, Long Chen was in an extremely weak state inside the cauldron. Any attack could cause him fatal wounds. Kill! The Dragonblood warriors came charging over. The invisible barrier had been broken by Long Chen, so there was no longer anything blocking them. Rays of light shot out of the world gates, landing on the Blood Fiend Devil Lord, the All-Devil Heavenwalker, the Nine-Headed Lion, and Yi Ming. After that, their bodies were sucked inside the gates, vanishing. As for Long Yashin, one of his ancestral dragons in his manifestation exploded. His body had vanished without a trace along with the Dragon Emperor's claw. It was unknown what secret art he had used to flee. The Dragonblood warriors charged to the front of the Central Plains cauldron, protecting it. They looked around and suddenly found that the Divine Family's experts had also left without a word after Long Yashin fled. The world gates were still open, but no further attacks came out. Instead, the Nine-Headed Lion's arrogant voice rang out from one of them. Sheep of the Martial Heaven Continent, Long Chen has destroyed the Karmic Luck Pearl. Since the Martial Heaven Continent's karmic luck is scattered, there will be no sovereign for you in this generation. Ha ha ha, the lack of a sovereign means that you are all just sheep to the slaughter. Fuck your mother, even if my boss isn't a sovereign, he can beat you into a dog, raged Gu Ran. The Nine-Headed Lion was the first one to be beaten away by Long Chen, but he still dared to act arrogant here. Before the Nine-Headed Lion could reply, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord's voice rang out. Idiot, you do know. For us, becoming sovereigns of our worlds is inevitable. The only reason we came here for your karmic luck pearl was to give rise to two sovereigns at once. By gaining the recognition and support of two worlds, we would be unstoppable. However, if the karmic luck pearl is destroyed, then it means that the Martial Heaven Continent cannot give rise to a sovereign. The moment we become sovereigns will be the day when the Martial Heaven Alliance is destroyed. Just pass your final days in terror and despair. The All-Devil Heavenwalker also added, the past invaders had to face sovereigns that protected this world, resulting in failure. Because the Martial Heaven Continent is the core of a star field, despite being broken, it was strong like a dying camel, and the sovereigns that it produced were too powerful. However, we also saw that every sovereign that appeared was weaker than the last. That proved that we would succeed sooner or later. But who would have thought that the Martial Heaven Continent would be so weakened that it is unable to even give rise to a sovereign? You are powerless to resist. When the Devil Race's army invades, all of you here will be killed. Not necessarily. If you wish, I can turn you into puppets of the Death Spirit race. I'll bestow you with undying bodies, ha ha ha, laughed Yi Ming. It was unknown if they were simply trying to scare people, but even the Dragonblood warriors felt a chill. The Martial Heaven Continent no longer had any sovereigns to protect it, but their enemies would inevitably become sovereigns of their own worlds. Although Long Chen was strong enough to dominate those in the same realm, once the enemies became sovereigns, would he still be able to fight them? Even if he could, would he be able to suppress so many of them at the same time? Feelings of despair crept into people's hearts. Even though these words clearly had malicious intentions to whittle down their morale, they couldn't argue against facts. You are underestimating the Martial Heaven Continent, or rather, you are underestimating the 5 sovereigns. Suddenly, Yun Tian spoke up. He had been silent the entire time, but now his words shook everyone. Yun Tian was the son of Sovereign Yun Shang. He was the most mysterious amongst all these experts. Other than Long Chen, he was the one that everyone had the most confidence in. HMPH, underestimate. Do you expect me to overestimate them? Are 5 dead people qualified for such an honor? Sneered the Nine-Headed Lion. That mocking appearance infuriated everyone who worshipped the sovereigns as supreme existences. Yun Tian lightly said, Long Chen is the one that the 5 sovereigns chose, as well as the one that the Martial Heaven Continent chose. To put it succinctly, he is the chosen of the heavens. He wears black clothes, contrary to the sovereigns. What does that indicate? It means that he walks a path different from all the sovereigns. Becoming a sovereign is nothing more than a formality. Long Chen is already a crownless sovereign. Look anywhere within the Martial Heaven Continent and ask if anyone can compete with him. Yun Tian's words sparked hope in people's hearts. Long Chen was the chosen of the heavens, the one that the 5 generations of sovereigns thought highly of. Even if he couldn't become a sovereign, he would still be the 6th generation sovereign in their hearts. The Blood Fiend Devil Lord sneered. What a joke. If he's not crowned, he cannot condense a sovereign star. Without a sovereign star, how can he control the 10,000 laws and Taos of the world? How can he refine heaven and earth into tools for his own use? If he cannot refine heaven and earth, how can he control the power of an entire world? If he can't control an entire world like we will be able to, then he is a clawless dragon, a fangless tiger, prey to be consumed. Whether or not it is a joke is something you will know in the future. However, Long Chen's power has proved that before anyone becomes a sovereign, none of you are a match for him. I still remember when I was a child. I asked my father who the strongest person in the world was. His answer was that there does not exist someone who is always the strongest. Some people unleash limitlessly greater power the more they put on their shoulders. Thus, don't think that the sovereigns are always the strongest. Save your big words till after you become a sovereign, and not for when you don't even dare to reveal yourself in front of us. Talking big while hiding behind a door isn't very honorable, said Yun Tian. You're the one talking big. Just wait, on the day I become a sovereign, I will use your blood to dye this world red, roared the blood fiend devil lord. After that, all the world gates slammed shut, and the world returned to its previous appearance. However, the sky of the martial heaven continent had darkened even more. The darkness shrouded the entire world, preventing people from seeing even a glimmer of light. Chapter 27, O5 Heavenly Flame Demon Domain. The divine families have shut themselves off. News spread. After Long Yashan fled, the divine families also brought away Feng Fei, Yi Lianchen, and Jiang Wuchen. All of them had retreated to their territory and shut the spatial channels connecting them to the continent. This action also indicated that the divine family's collaboration with the martial heaven continent had come to an end. In fact, the divine families might even be their enemies in the future. However, this news wasn't important. This was all within expectations. The invading armies from the Yin-Yang world, Devil Spirit Mountain, Resentful Death City, and the newly opened demonic beast battlefield in the southern Xuanhuan region have all retreated. This news was also within expectations. The high priest and the others all understood why this was happening. Although their enemies hadn't managed to take the karmic luck pearl, their interference had caused it to be destroyed. As the martial heaven continent could no longer give birth to a sovereign, there was no need for them to press the attack at this time. Time was actually on their side now. Each of their worlds would have a sovereign, and they would trample over the continent. High Priest, how's Long Chen? Asked Ming Qi. Long Chen's eyes were shut, and his aura was gone without a trace. As even his spiritual fluctuations could not be sensed, Ming Qi and the others were all pale with worry. They watched as the High Priest pressed a hand on Long Chen's forehead. No need to worry, he is in a special recovery state. There is no danger to his life, announced the High Priest, allowing everyone to relax. At this moment, the lightning dragons from the lightning domain had retreated. The Dragon Emperor saw that Long Chen was well protected and left. All the lightning dragons had benefited immensely this time. The energy of the divine lightning in this tribulation was enough for them to ascend to an even higher level. The Dragon Emperor in particular had absorbed a huge amount of thunder force due to fighting alongside Long Chen. When those four swords stabbed through him, it also absorbed a huge amount of lightning. Upon returning to the lightning domain, they would need some time digesting this new energy. Furthermore, this also changed the lightning domain as this divine lightning was unleashed. Due to taking in more divine lightning than they could endure, the dragons unleashed the extra into the lightning domain, storing it there while they slowly absorbed it. As emperor of this domain, all their power was the Dragon Emperor. So the Dragon Emperor forged ahead to another metamorphosis. At this moment, the Pill Fairy glanced at the slumbering Long Chen and also left with Wan Qing without a word. During the entire process, she had been like a spectator. She hadn't interfered. It was as if the karmic luck pearl and the sovereigns didn't pique her interest. Within Pill Valley's divine palace, there were two towering statues. Those were statues of the gods that Pill Valley worshipped, Lord Brahma and fallen Danite. At this moment, divine runes were quivering at their foreheads, giving off intimidating pressure. Others didn't even dare to look at the statues directly, as if the two gods were truly staring back at them. "Why didn't you take action? It was such a good opportunity," shouted Xuanhuan as soon as the Pill Fairy and Wan Qing walked in. Although he was within the palace, he was well aware of everything that had happened in the martial heaven sea ring. If you had attacked earlier before the heaven devastating bracelet, the dragon woman wouldn't have had a chance to absorb so much karmic luck. With the support of both gods, you would have had at least a 40% chance of becoming the sovereign. Instead, you stood there like a blockhead. "What were you thinking?" roared Xuanhuan furiously. In the face of her father's roaring, the pill fairy was completely indifferent. She didn't even look at him. Instead, she walked over to the divine statues and kowtowed. Without looking back, she said, "Remember, you might be my father, but you also are the god's servant. I am the god's daughter, so pay attention to your words. This matter is going all according to the god's arrangements. I do not need to report any of my actions to you." The pill fairy was just as cold to her own father as if he was a stranger. Xuanhuan was ashen but helpless to retort. Although he had also been blessed by the gods and advanced to heaven merging, he was not qualified to speak with the gods. That was why whatever the pill fairy said was what happened, and he had no right to interfere. He was infuriated that the pill fairy had not tried to take the karmic luck pearl, but his sharp words were returned right back at him by her. In front of these two divine statues, even if she was his daughter, he couldn't be rash. Her status was completely different. To put it frankly, he was also a servant of the divine daughter. After that, Yu Xiaoan left and Wan Qing stood behind the pill fairy. As the palace descended into silence, the pill fairy stared at the two divine statues. No one knew what she was thinking. Bastard! Long Yashin furiously smashed apart a table beside him. That Long Chen, if I obtained the karmic luck pearl, I could have condensed two immortal flames and become a supreme immortal sprout. Now it's all been ruined by that wretch. Who was in charge of that matter back then? Didn't they say that he was definitely dead? Only a few core members of the Long family and Long Jashin's mother were gathered within this hall. They were all gloomy. "Are you all trash? Didn't you all guarantee that he was dead back then? Explain yourselves," demanded Long Yashin's mother. Everyone present had participated in that matter back then. It had been a huge affair, so they had even killed some of their own people who were implicated in it. However, the person that should have been killed for sure now ended up alive. Not only that, but he had also become the Martial Heaven continent's strongest expert of the junior generation, and an existence acknowledged by all 5 sovereigns. This fact drove Long Yashin's mother crazy. Talking about that is meaningless now. Long Chen can no longer become sovereign. As long as Yashin becomes one, Long Chen will sooner or later be killed. The top priority is for Yashin to become sovereign before the experts from other worlds. Otherwise, the Starfield core will be taken by them first. Once it's taken, the efforts of many generations of us will have been wasted. The blame for such a thing is something that none of us can afford to take, said the Long family head. That's right, Yashin, don't think about all that right now. Everything is going according to plan. First, go to the Heavenly Flame Demon Domain to become sovereign. That's the foundation that we've been preparing for 60,000 years. You have to be the first to become sovereign. Then you can unite the Martial Heaven continent and defeat the experts from other worlds. There is still a chance for us. Even if we can't have a double sovereign, just the core of the Starfield is enough for you. With it, upon ascending to the divine world, you will be treated like a king, said Long Yashin's mother. Fine, first I'll become sovereign, then I'll kill Long Chen. Long Yashin clenched his fists, killing intent blazing within his insidious eyes. Chapter 27:06 Taking Out Capital. On the Martial Heaven continent, the peak experts of the continent were gathered in the Martial Heaven Alliance's palace. The High Priest, Taoist Heavenly Feather, the Music Master, Jianying, the Old Man, Li Tiangxuan, and other living fossils that had been hidden on the continent were all present. These experts weren't born in the Great Era. In order to survive to such a time, they had sealed themselves, which extended their lifespan but resulted in their combat power dropping. Amongst these experts was an old-timer that hadn't participated in any of the Martial Heaven continent's issues for a long time. It was the Huyun sect master, Ma Ryan. He had also come today. The air was heavy and no one spoke for a long time. Eventually it was the old man who said, "Why do you all look so miserable? Isn't it just a fight? We'll just go all out. Even if we can't win, killing one means you go even and killing two means that you've profited. No one in this world lives forever. What are you afraid of? When the battle starts, Wu Guangyuan will be the first to charge out. Aya, why are you pinching me?" Jianying had glared at the old man several times throughout his speech, but he didn't even notice, causing her to pinch him. "Your bravery is commendable, however you have no sons or daughters. You don't know what we're feeling. At our age, dying is just dying. But what about our descendants? There are babies that have yet to realize how beautiful this world is. They will also be destroyed if we lose. If we can increase our chance of them surviving by even the slightest, it's worth it. Just bravery isn't enough," sighed a mid-heaven merging elder. At their age, they had long since seen the changes of the world and gotten tired of it. But they still had ties to this world. Even if they didn't mind their own deaths, they still cared about the life and death of their descendants. The reason why Jianying was so angry was because the old man had essentially insulted all of them as cowards afraid of dying, as if he was the only one with the courage to fight. I never would have thought that the heaven-devastating bracelet was simply in slumber for so many years. I thought that it was destroyed in that battle back then. Furthermore, it seems that its aura is greater than that of the 4 supreme divine items we have, and the Eastern Wasteland Bell is still missing. It truly is worrisome. The Eastern Wasteland Bell is the leader of the 5 supreme divine items, the only one capable of facing the heaven-devastating bracelet's attack directly back then. Moreover, we are surrounded by enemies both from the outside and inside. The karmic luck pearl has now been destroyed as well. To break out of our current predicament, even though it might be discouraging to say it, it is truly, truly difficult, said another elder. That elder's words might be suspected to be destabilizing everyone's morale, but he was correct. The current martial heaven continent was under attack from the all-devil Heavenwalker, the blood fiend Devil Lord, the 9-headed lion and Yi Ming, who represented an entire world of their own. They would all become sovereigns of their worlds. Furthermore, their worlds were completely unified. In other words, their path to sovereignty was completely smooth. In the past, every time a great tribulation descended, the continent would have a sovereign to push back the invading experts, protecting the continent. However, this time, the karmic luck pearl was destroyed, so this generation would not have a sovereign. How would they stop the invading experts then? To use the old man's words, in front of absolute power, any trick was meaningless. These words once more prove their unchanging truth. Sect Master Li, do you have any ideas? People looked to Li Tianxuan. He had been the Alliance's brain this entire time. Everyone was extremely convinced by his intelligence. No. Li Tianxuan spread his hands with a faint smile. No, then why are you smiling? Asked the old man. Li Tianxuan laughed, surprisingly at ease. I don't have any plans, but that doesn't mean that Long Chen doesn't. With him on our side, it'll be fine. Long Chen hadn't died in this tribulation, and this fact made Li Tianxuan's confidence in Long Chen rise to a new level. The current Li Tianxuan couldn't even form a desire to use his brain against these invaders. How do you know that Long Chen has a plan? Asked the old man. Don't ask me. In any case, I'm extremely confident in Long Chen. This confidence comes from the 5 sovereigns who have entrusted the continent to Long Chen. I feel like there is absolutely no need for any of us to worry so much. The heaven-devastating bracelet was forcibly activated and gave the karmic luck to the dragon woman, but even with the heaven-devastating bracelet's protection, she was still killed by Long Chen. I feel like that already proves it. At this most critical juncture, the only one capable of flipping heaven and earth is Long Chen. Thus, rather than feeling so anxious here, it would be better to go comfort your descendants. Successive generations have placed their faith in the sovereigns, entrusting their lives to them. Why were they capable of doing so, but we aren't capable of fully trusting Long Chen? Is it simply because he isn't a sovereign? Asked Li Tianxuan. Well, everyone could only stare at him. His words were very reasonable. If they couldn't believe in Long Chen, then they could come up with their own solutions. If not, why not sincerely trust Long Chen? Even the 5 sovereigns trusted him. What was there to question? I feel like little Li is right. They are this era's main characters. What does it have to do with us? We can just do what Long Chen wants us to do, said the old man. The high priest shook his head. It also can't be put like that. We can entrust our hopes to Long Chen, but that doesn't mean we can stop caring about anything. After all, Long Chen is young and doesn't care about many details. We have to prepare everything in advance to support him better. Now that they've all advanced to heaven merging, it would be best for them to advance through this realm as quickly as possible. We cannot care about unstable foundations, as every single level that they can advance is another bit of hope. We have to prepare things for our children. All the foundations that everyone has built up can be taken out to support our talented descendants. Now isn't the time to be stingy. We must do our utmost to use everything we have before the next battle begins. Once it starts, Long Chen and the others will be the main force. But if they don't have enough assistance, this battle will still be lost. Every bit of power is important and will affect the final outcome. Understood, everyone nodded. Whether or not the continent would survive would depend on the next battle. Being selfish and hiding any wealth at this time was purely courting death. Amongst these experts were powerful chiefs of their own ancient powers. They normally weren't even under the administration of the Martial Heaven Alliance, but they had been gathered here by the Alliance to discuss things. As for other powers belonging to the Martial Heaven Alliance, the orders had long since been passed down. The high priest suddenly turned to Ma Ryan. In the next battle, is the Huyun sect planning on bringing out their capital? Ma Ryan smiled and profoundly said, Senior, don't worry, we have long since prepared our money. Chapter 27, 07 Pill Formulas. Money what money? Asked the old man. However, the high priest and Ma Ryan didn't reply, nor did they mention this topic again. After a while, Jianing finally managed to have the old man restrain his curiosity and not pursue this topic. High priest solemnly said, the martial heaven continent was just ravaged by a large battle. The dragon woman has been killed, along with most of the sea demon race. All that remains is the sea demon emperor. He activated the heaven devastating bracelet by sacrificing a great deal of his longevity and his realm. It is probably difficult for him to even stabilize at the late heaven merging realm. However, that doesn't mean that we can relax our vigilance. We must send people to keep an eye on him. If we find him, then he must be killed immediately to remove this scourge. Jianing nodded. Junior has sent people to keep an eye out. If we notice anything from the sea demon race, we will immediately report it to Senior. The high priest turned to the music master. Is the southern sea zither still not acknowledging a master? The music master shook her head. I don't know why, but the southern sea zither refuses to communicate with Ziyan. Although Ziyan can use a portion of its power, the southern sea zither still seems to be in slumber. It is truly inexplicable. What of the northern source sword? Asked the high priest. Taoist Heavenly Feather said, Jikyu finally managed to link up with the northern source sword after advancing to heaven merging. She went into seclusion yesterday in order to formally begin the process. The high priest seemed to talk to himself. The western desert axe brought Wildatu who knows where in order to recover as quickly as possible. The central plains cauldron has accepted Mo Nyan, but doesn't seem to like him too much. It might choose a different master at any time. Meanwhile, the northern source sword still needs some time to finish the process of acknowledging a master. Based on the battle back then, the southern sea zither should have taken the least damage, so it should be the first to recover and accept a master. Why does it still refuse? Is it waiting for a better master? Everyone looked at the music master who shook her head. The southern sea zither once roamed the world under the identity of the seven-string sea-suppressing zither. No one knows the reason for that. When the southern sea zither formed a connection with Ziyan, it told Ziyan that its true name was the seven-string sea-suppressing zither, and not the southern sea zither. Although the southern sea zither has been in the elusive music immortal palace this entire time, we must still treat it reverently. We can't ask it questions it doesn't wish to answer. If it doesn't wish to acknowledge a master, it must have its own reasons. The high priest didn't pursue that topic. He said, 4 of the supreme divine items have appeared. Only the eastern wasteland bell refuses to appear. If it does appear, then even though our enemies are powerful, we should have a high chance of victory with all 5 supreme divine items gathered. Right now, that depends on the eastern wasteland bell. But where is the eastern wasteland bell? There hasn't been the slightest news of it after so many years, said someone helplessly. The high priest said, once the other 4 supreme divine items accept masters, they can join forces to sense its direction. Right now, we're only missing Ziyan. Seeing everyone looking toward her, the music master hastily said, I will definitely urge on Ziyan. No matter the price, she must master the southern sea zither. After a bit more discussion about the battle plan, everyone left. Now all that remained were 4 people, the high priest, Taoist Heavenly Feather, the old man, and Jianing. She is not speaking the truth, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. The old man and Jianing were startled. They guessed who she was referring to. While everyone was leaving, Taoist Heavenly Feather had only been staring at the music master. High priest nodded. The elusive music immortal palace's history stretches back all the way to the immortal era. With that kind of long inheritance, they can be considered one of the most important members of the martial heaven continent. However, they have remained indifferent this entire time. Before this, it was still reasonable to say that they transcended the mortal world and disdained involving themselves in petty affairs, but for their attitude to remain the same even now is thought-provoking. The elusive music immortal palace seemed to be not the least bit concerned about the martial heaven continent. It was as if they didn't care about its life or death. Even if their mastery of the music Tao meant breaking free from the mortal world of dust, this kind of indifference was not right. Do you think that it is the elusive music immortal palace that did something to the southern sea zither, resulting in it not acknowledging a master? Probed Taoist Heavenly Feather. That is not very likely. The high priest shook his head. The southern sea zither has preserved the most power out of the 4 supreme divine items so far. The elusive music immortal palace should not be able to interfere in that manner. Then why is it still waiting? Asked Taoist Heavenly Feather helplessly. If it continued to wait, then they wouldn't be able to find the eastern wasteland bell, and their survival chances in the upcoming fall would sharply decline. Perhaps only the southern sea zither knows the reason. Find a chance to tell Long Chen to be on guard against the music master, said the high priest. Could it be? The old man and Jianing's hearts pounded. Was there really a problem with the music master? Don't harm others, but be on guard against others trying to harm you. Taking note of her isn't a bad thing. The 2 of you will be busy during this time because the entire martial heaven continent's powers depend on you. As I have to return and pay my respects to the wine god, I won't be able to help you during this time. Everything will be up to you, said the high priest. The old man and Jianing hastily sent the high priest off. Once he left, Taoist Heavenly Feather also departed. With a battle imminent, she also had to prepare. While the old man and Jianing were busy at work, Long Chen remained in slumber. In this slumber, he had countless dreams. There were countless scenes of sovereign Yun Shang, Qingsu, Mo Li, Han Wei, and Zai Yang. Scenes of their youth, scenes of their journey, scenes of them becoming sovereigns and protecting the continent. There were also many bloody scenes. In just a short 3 days, he had seen countless images. They were random, not linking up. However, these were the experiences of the sovereigns. The 5 sovereigns had a somewhat similar past as him. They had all met various misfortunes in their youth and had tasted the bitterness of life. Also, they had advanced through a path of their enemies' corpses. The only difference was that, when they reached the very peak of the cultivation world, their light radiated so brightly that they won over all others on the continent, causing all the races of the continent to swear allegiance to them. As for Long Chen, no matter how his light blazed, he still ended up with countless enemies. No one submitted to him, so he could only kill and kill with no rest. Sovereigns are sovereigns. Even if they were harmed 99 times, they would still give the others another chance. They used their own magnanimity to embrace this world, and they still believed in the beauty of this world. Long Chen suddenly smiled, awakening from his slumber. He seemed to understand what the sovereigns felt. Oh, what's this, pill formulas? Long Chen suddenly noticed that more things had appeared in his spiritual memories. He immediately sat up, causing Meng Qi and the others who were guarding by his side to cry out. Chapter 27, 08 Heaven Merging Pill. I've made you worry. Seeing Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, and the others guarding his side worriedly, Long Chen felt a burst of emotions. It's fine as long as you're awake. Do you feel anything off? Meng Qi sent her spiritual strength into Long Chen's body, trying to detect any abnormalities. Before waking up, his spiritual strength and spiritual yuan had been extremely weak, almost non-existent. His killing blow on the dragon woman had borrowed the power of the heavens. However, Long Chen was not approved by the heavenly Taos. Hence, it was not borrowing but forcibly snatching, resulting in the heavenly Taos cursing him. Fortunately, this heavenly Tao curse was unable to pervade deep into his body, and it was slowly ground away by Long Chen's energy. After it was wiped out, his body began to recover like normal. Even so, his current spiritual strength and spiritual yuan were only recovering drop by drop. I'm fine, I used one of the sovereign's techniques. The side effects aren't that huge, said Long Chen. It really was dangerous. You have to rest this time. Keep an eye on your body to make sure no serious side effects will pop up in the form of hidden wounds. You can't be careless, said Meng Qi. During the tribulation, Long Chen had fought consecutive battles, accumulating countless wounds. His battle against the sovereigns in particular had been desperate. Long Chen smiled comfortingly. I'm fine. The sovereigns were actually carving their own martial Taos and divine abilities into me during the battle. They wouldn't truly harm me. Then you've learned all the sovereign's techniques. Tang Wan'er was delighted by this. Her eyes began to shine. Long Chen reached out and intimately pinched Tang Wan'er's nose. Don't set your sights on the sovereign's techniques. Why not? Said Tang Wan'er disappointedly. The sovereigns created their own unique techniques that are only suited for themselves. These unique techniques were made for them, and so others can't use them. The technique that I used to borrow energy from the heavens is one of the few ones I can use, and I had to modify it a bit to make it usable for me. Long Chen had had a similar thought to Tang Wan'er, but these techniques had extremely harsh requirements to use. It could be said that all the sovereigns had blazed unique paths for themselves, and those paths were only traversable by them. Hence, others didn't have the power to imitate them. This was why the sovereigns hadn't left behind their inheritances. Their accomplishments could not be imitated by others. If they tried, all that awaited them was death. However, while the techniques themselves couldn't be used by Long Chen, he could gain enlightenment from them. His world extermination flame lotus was created by himself, and it was also a technique that he couldn't transmit to others. If he recorded the technique on paper and passed it down, who knew how many people would die trying to use it? Passing it down would only harm them. What a pity. I really thought that the 5 sovereigns have left their inheritances to you so that you could continue their legacy. That way, even if you don't become a sovereign, you can still fight the blood fiend devil lord and the others once they become sovereigns, sighed Xuanhuan. They can also become sovereigns. How? Asked Long Chen. Meng Qi explained the final words that the blood fiend devil lord and the others had said before leaving. After hearing that, Long Chen's expression grew grave. So they are also people chosen by their worlds, destined to become sovereigns. But since the martial heaven continent is the core of the star field, the levels of karmic luck are different. That is why their previous invasions have all ended in failure. It wasn't that they didn't have enough numbers, but that they didn't have any experts capable of matching the sovereigns of the martial heaven continent. Long Chen, don't overthink it. Even if they become sovereigns, we will still be able to fight them. After all, the martial heaven continent also has plenty of powerful experts. There are seniors like the High Priest, Taoist Heavenly Feather, and the Music Master. The martial heaven continent is our home territory. Our chances of victory are still very high, said Meng Qi, not wanting Long Chen to feel too much pressure. That's right, you still have us. We'll protect you. Now that you're awake, I'll refine the divine bone. I'll also merge my spirit bone, spirit blood, and spirit root. Then I'll kill that bastard Long Yashin. Xuanhuan clenched her fist furiously. All of them detested Long Yashin to the max. I'll ask Boss Xuanhuan to protect little brother in the future. Long Chen nodded solemnly. Having just woken up, Long Chen's face was still pale. The others decided to leave so that he could properly rest. Once they were gone, Long Chen checked his body, confirming that other than being in a weak state, there were no problems. He was pleasantly surprised. The sovereigns were practically gods. They were even capable of coming up with a technique to steal the power of the heavens. These techniques were stronger than those so-called divine arts. It was no wonder that when Long Chen asked Sovereign Yun Shang whether the sovereigns were stronger than gods, Sovereign Yun Shang merely smiled and did not reply. However, the latter's expression clearly showed that he felt disdain for those so-called gods. Long Chen's battle against the sovereigns allowed him to fully comprehend just how great the sovereigns were. Even though his level of power was also extremely high, he was still lacking compared to them when they were alive. That distance was truly great. The sovereigns hadn't been trying to kill him during his tribulation. If that was their actual goal, he would probably be nothing more than dust right now. The sovereigns have displayed all their life's comprehension to me. They must have some deeper meaning. They knew that I wouldn't be able to cultivate those techniques but still transmitted them. What are they trying to tell me? The sovereigns were wise and farsighted. Every single action of theirs contained deeper meaning. They definitely wouldn't do something meaningless. However, every single one of their techniques was amazing. Researching a single one would take a huge amount of time and effort. By the time he went through all of them, it would have been centuries, and the martial heaven continent would have been destroyed. In other words, what the sovereigns intended was not for him to cultivate or improve these techniques. I can't figure it out. I'll think about it later. Let's see if I awaken the 7th star's pill formula. If I can condense the 7th star, I'll still be able to wipe them out even if I can't become sovereign. Long Chen shut his eyes. After an incense stick's worth of time, his expression grew ugly. He didn't find the 7th star's pill formula in his memories. If there's no pill formula, does that mean that I haven't reached the threshold for cultivating the 7th star? Long Chen was a bit bewildered. Long Chen once more scanned his memories and didn't find the 7th star's pill formula. However, he suddenly noticed another pill formula that made him jump up. Heaven Merging Pill. Chapter 27, 09 Not to be Eaten. 13th Tier Medicinal Pill, Heaven Merging Pill. I'm saved. Long Chen cried out in excitement. The Heaven Merging Pill could help him rapidly increase his realm. If he rose all the way to the 12th heaven stage, so what if the Blood Fiend Devil Lord and the others became sovereigns? Couldn't he still beat them? Wisteria Phoenix Gallbladder Fruit, Earth Bone Dragon Saliva Incense, crouching dragon star soul grass, peak earth 8 bitter root, I have this one, and this one. Long Chen checked the pill formula and found that many of the ingredients were only at the 12th tier. Only a few of them were extremely rare ingredients. Some of those rare ingredients were things he already had, but he simply hadn't known what to do with them. The earth-bone dragon saliva incense was actually a type of vegetation that grew like coral inside the 10,000 dragon nest, and it had its own spirituality. Long Chen had obtained it in the star-field divine world but hadn't known its use. Only now did he find out that after slicing it open, a liquid-like colored glass would flow out. That was the main ingredient for the heaven merging pill. I actually have them all. Can it be that the blessing of the 5 sovereigns has caused my luck to take a better turn? Seeing that he perfectly had all the ingredients, Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. He didn't recall such a lucky thing having occurred to him before. Things never went this smoothly, so he felt a bit strange about this. Refining pills. He took out the moon and star refining furnace, but then the demon moon furnace also popped out. Big brother Long Chen, you're so biased, why won't you use me? Demanded Linger. Linger, don't fuss. First, watch what we do. The senior furnace will go first with its greater experience. Learn what you can and then the two of you can refine together, said Long Chen. Linger needed to refine pills in order to strengthen herself. Meanwhile, the moon and star refining furnace had also recovered to around 60 to 70% after refining pills all this time. Its capability stunned even Long Chen. The moon and star refining furnace was excellent for refining pills, and it was already warming up as soon as he mentioned the heaven merging pills. Furthermore, the heat was at the perfect level. Clearly, the moon and star refining furnace had ever refined the heaven merging pill. However, since it hadn't fully recovered, its memories were incomplete, so it was acting instinctively. Despite that, it would allow Long Chen to grasp this pill refinement as quickly as possible. At this moment, one medicinal ingredient after another was refined into powder inside the pill furnace. All the essence was locked inside the powder, and not a trace of it escaped. If the fire requirements are so high right at the start, it will probably be insanely difficult when the pill condenses. Long Chen was excited but also prepared. Based on his past experience, when starting off to refine the ingredients, they could usually be purified with around 30% of the maximum flame intensity. 50% was for the merging of the refined powders. However, they were already starting off with 70% of the maximum heat capacity. It had to be known that when the pill condensed, the greater the intensity of the heat, the more difficult it would be to control. The slightest carelessness and the pill would be turned to ash. This was Long Chen's first time refining such a difficult pill. Fortunately, the moon and star refining furnace had some experience with it. With its cooperation, they were making astonishing progress. When all the medicinal ingredients were refined, Long Chen increased the intensity of the flame. Even when he was at 80% power, it was not enough. Hence, he slowly increased the fire until it reached 90%. However, the moon and star refining furnace was still requiring more as the flame was not strong enough. After that, Long Chen took a deep breath and unleashed the maximum flame intensity he could muster. In that instant, he became wreathed in flames. With his attention concentrated entirely on the furnace, he didn't notice that the room he was in was starting to melt. Because of it, an alarm started to ring out. Hearing it, Meng Qi and the others rushed in. Long Chen's room had melted, and fire-red lava was spreading on the ground. Long Chen is refining pills. He's at a critical juncture, so he can't be disturbed. Everyone should get back, said Meng Qi. They were currently in the cultivation rooms of the Martial Heaven Alliance's headquarters. There were formations protecting this place. However, those formations were incinerated like paper in front of Long Chen's flames. Seeing the commotion spreading, Meng Qi and the others could only alert everyone and have them retreat. "What is that little fellow doing?" demanded Jianing when she rushed over. She was vexed. Was he planning on burning down their headquarters? "It's too bad big sister Zhikyu isn't here. She might be able to stop the flames from spreading," said Tang Wan'er. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion came from Long Chen's pill furnace, and heavenly Tao energy flowed over, forming a giant whirlpool around the moon and star refining furnace. The pill condensed. The flames suddenly retracted. There was a giant hole in the ground and a burning smell in the air now. Everyone rushed over through the intense heat. "Boss, what pill did you refine?" asked Xuanhuan. With his understanding of Long Chen, he was sure it was something good. "Heaven merging pill," said Long Chen. At this moment, startled cries rang out. There was actually a medicinal pill for advancing in the heaven-merging realm. Was it real? "Boss, give me one. I'm willing to be test subject number one for everyone," exclaimed Xuanhuan. After that, the pill furnace's lid popped open. Inside, there were no medicinal pills and only some ashy dregs. That's Xuanhuan stared. "A failure," Long Chen shrugged helplessly. "You little brat, you destroyed the entire training room for a failure," demanded Jianying. "You shouldn't blame a child when they fail. Say some encouraging words, all right," said the old man. Jianying felt that she had gone a bit overboard, and so, for the first time, she didn't retort to the old man. It actually wasn't a complete failure. Even these pill dregs are very useful. Furthermore, I've found that the heaven-merging pill is not to be consumed by ordinary people," said Long Chen. Although it was a failure, he was excited. The moon and star refining furnace had told him that the medicinal formula he was using was identical to the one that it remembered, but the method of refining it was different. That was what resulted in the failure. But this failure now told him what he had to do. "Boss, you wouldn't be leaving us these dregs to eat, right?" probed Xuanhuan. "This thing can't be eaten. If you eat it, you'll very likely die," said Long Chen. "What?" Xuanhuan jumped, tossing aside the pill dregs in his hand. Chapter 27:10 The Strange Heaven-Merging Pill. "This heaven-merging pill of mine is different from other heaven-merging pills. It has merged with my world energy. If others consume it, they will be rejected by that world energy, resulting in their astral space shattering. In the worst case, they'll die," explained Long Chen. It was the same pill formula, but a different refining method. Long Chen's heaven-merging pill had his mark in it, so only he could consume it. Its effect was strong enough that even the pill dregs could kill someone. If someone was eating the complete pill, its medicinal energy would cause their astral space to instantly explode, killing them without a doubt. Long Chen also hadn't expected this. When the pill condensed, all his 108,000 astral spaces sent energy into the pill furnace. Due to too many unexpected factors appearing, the refinement ended up in failure. Other people couldn't possibly contain the power of his astral spaces. Every single one of his astral spaces was both its own unique entity, yet also connected to the others. If it was possible to inject the power of one's astral space into another person's, the imbalance of power could easily cause death for them. But each person's astral space was their own world, one that only their divine sense could enter, so other people couldn't possibly attack them there. However, if you were to take the initiative to draw someone else's astral energy into your body, then that would be no different than suicide. "What are you talking about? Tell us, what is this thing?" demanded Tang Wan'er impatiently. These pill dregs can be diluted into medicinal water. You've all absorbed the 10,000 dragon essence blood, so you understand," hinted Long Chen. "No, I don't." Meng Qi and the others were still befuddled. Long Chen explained, "Once the medicinal dregs are diluted, they won't be so violent. You'll be able to handle absorbing their power. Although it's a failure, it still has the power of the heaven-merging realm. You can still absorb it just like consuming a pill. Furthermore, it has my world energy inside it. My guess is that after someone absorbs it, their astral world will also change, but the details will require a test subject. Xuanhuan, I believe that you volunteered. Come over here." Xuanhuan instantly turned green, but Long Chen didn't give him a chance to escape. When Long Chen found a small lake, he tossed the medicinal dregs inside, and the lake immediately began to boil. Countless bubbles surged out, and many of those bubbles even contained heavenly Tao runes that exploded. "Boss, I feel like Aya." Xuanhuan didn't even get to finish speaking before Long Chen tossed him in. Water splashed, and Xuanhuan vanished beneath the water. However, after falling in, nothing else happened and there were no signs of him trying to swim up. When they looked, they saw that he had sunk to the bottom of the lake and was gesturing at them, seemingly asking for help. At first, they thought that he was just joking until his face turned purple. A dozen dragon-blood warriors also entered, only to plummet like stones in the water. "What's going on?" After Long Chen waved his hand, Xuanhuan and the others came flying out of the water. Xuanhuan coughed hard, like a drowning person who had reached the shore. "Boss, what was that? As soon as we enter the water, our cultivation base is sealed. We were no different than ordinary non-cultivators," said a dragon-blood warrior. The other dragon-blood warriors that had entered the water nodded. As soon as they entered the water, their cultivation techniques, their battle skills, their status as Empyreans, and their heavenly Tao energy were all stripped away. They felt like they were about to drown. "That doesn't sound right. What about the power of your dragon blood? Asked Long Chen. It was impossible to sense any of it. It was all stripped away, answered that dragon blood warrior. Long Chen suddenly grabbed Bao Buping and tossed him into the lake. Bao Buping cursed, "Long Chen, you rogue." Bao Buping immediately jumped out as soon as he fell in. He was soaked and was about to continue cursing when he said, I feel fine." Xuanhuan and the others were dumbfounded. Why was Bao Buping completely fine? No, my astral space. Bao Buping suddenly noticed a slight change in his astral space. He wasn't sure what the change was, though. My astral space has gotten bigger, suddenly exclaimed a dragon blood warrior. Mine's also bigger, said another dragon blood warrior. The others who had jumped in also noticed this slight change. An astral space was the core of a cultivator. Upon reaching the life star realm, its foundation was formed, and unless you encountered some kind of heaven-defying opportunity, it was difficult to increase its size past a certain extent. However, just that brief soak in the lake had allowed their astral spaces to grow. That was absolutely shocking. "Boss, what's going on?" asked Xuanhuan. Long Chen was silent for a moment. "This heaven-merging pill of mine is very odd. It has most likely absorbed too many energies during the refinement. Even I'm not clear on it. You were suppressed by the water because it has heavenly Tao energy in it, as well as my world energy and true dragon energy. On the other hand, Bao Buping doesn't train in the dragon blood body tempering art, so he isn't as suppressed as you guys. Other than the heavenly Tao suppression, he can still use his cultivation technique and such. Either way, my world energy can cause your astral spaces to grow. The water now has the power of heaven merging, so you can absorb it to increase your cultivation bases and grow your astral spaces. Although this refinement counts as a failure in the end, it's extremely beneficial to us." Everyone was delighted to hear this, and quite a few of the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples were impatient to start. However, just as they were talking, the bubbles in the water faded. It returned to calm. The medicinal energy has run out. A trash pill was only able to maintain the effects for a very short time, but I'll be refining more. I'll trouble the Alliance head to find some more suitable places for all the disciples to cultivate, said Long Chen. Only then did Jianying recover from her shock. She had heard of the heaven-merging pill, but those stories never mentioned such a heaven-defying effect. Since this was the case, she no longer wanted to blame Long Chen and quickly made some arrangements. After all, they had to find some baths for people to train. They had to separate the men and women, and it would be best if the different powers had separate places. "Mengqi Chu Yao Waner, I'll need your help to refine pills this time." Long Chen turned to them. Due to his previous failure, his spiritual strength was low. However, with their assistance, he would definitely succeed. Chapter 27, 11 Once more changing it. "Long Chen, didn't you want to refine pills? Why have you brought us fishing? If the Alliance head learns of this, she's going to scold you," teased Mengqi. Long Chen had brought Mengqi, Chu Yao, Tang Waner, Dong Minju, and Yue Zai Okian with him to a lake with nice scenery. He then took out his fishing gear and used some fruit as bait. Mengqi and the others found it both startling and funny, not knowing what he was thinking. They all sat on a boulder, with Long Chen resting his head on Mengqi's leg. At this moment, his eyes were half closed as he leisurely accepted the peeled grape that Mengqi gave him, not forgetting to kiss her hand, which caused her to rap his head. "You always act like a rogue. Always acting upright is too tiring. I need to relax every now and then. It's been a long time since I've soaked in the come out to play." Long Chen changed his sentence midway. There was no longer any sunlight to soak in. Now darkness shrouded the heavens. Even the fish in the water were rather listless, and the wild beasts in the mountains hid in their caves most of the time. Fortunately, fishing wasn't necessarily about the fish. Just the activity relaxed a person. At this moment, Long Chen felt weary both mentally and physically. He had rarely felt such a feeling ever since coming into the cultivation world. That was a feeling of helplessness. There were too many things waiting for him to handle. It felt like he had countless burdens to carry and was collapsing under that weight. "Long Chen, it's been hard on you." Mengqi gently stroked Long Chen's cheek. She and the others were all worried for him. Long Chen had the weight of the 5 sovereigns' trust on him, including the future of the uncountable lives on the continent. They couldn't imagine what it would feel like to have such pressure on them. It's all right. As long as you're by my side, I feel like my heart is steady. I don't have faith in any gods. You are all my faith. You give me limitless power. Don't worry, this is just a little breather. I, Long Chen, will stand at the peak of this world. Once this tribulation is over, how about we have a proper marriage ceremony? I'll definitely hold the grandest wedding for you. The entire world will give us their blessings, said Long Chen. Despite all of them having given their hearts to him eternally, they still blushed when he brought up this topic. As the biggest, why don't you answer for all of you? Long Chen smiled and held Meng Qi's hand. All of them called Meng Qi Big Sister. On the Martial Heaven continent, this kind of seniority was considered very important. Since Meng Qi was the one who had an arranged marriage agreement with Long Chen from the start, all of them called her Big Sister. In the secular world, the expression 3 wives, 4 concubines usually referred to one principal wife, 2 ordinary wives, and 4 concubines. The principal wife was also called the first wife, the primary wife, and the head wife, while the ordinary wives were sometimes called side wives. As for the concubines, there was even less that needed to be said. Their position was very low. Although the cultivation world didn't have as many formalities, there was still some importance on this kind of seniority. Based on Meng Qi's kindness and honesty, all of them were willing to respect her as the first. Calling her the biggest naturally had some teasing note to it, causing Meng Qi to redden. If she opened her mouth and accepted, that would be recognizing that she was the principal wife. How could such a thing be recklessly decided? Don't mess around, rebuked Meng Qi. I'm being serious, said Long Chen. Meng Qi righteously said, then let me ask you, what about Leng Yuyan and Ming Kangyu? Furthermore, a wedding requires the blessing of the father and mother. You haven't even found our father and mother. How can we have a wedding? Meng Qi felt that it wasn't suitable to call them his father and mother. But when she said our father and mother, she also felt awkward since they hadn't gone through that formality yet, causing her to redden further. Hearing that, Long Chen fell silent. Leng Yuyan and Ming Kangyu were in the netherworld. Furthermore, the two of them had become his women. A wedding couldn't possibly be lacking them. Moreover, Meng Qi was right about his parents. If he didn't know about them, then that would have been one thing. But if they were still alive, it would be completely unfilial of him to hold a wedding without them present. Long Chen helplessly said, I know you want to give us that status, but we really don't care. As long as we're with you, that alone is better than anything else, said Meng Qi. Chu Yao, Tang Waner, Yue Zai Oqian, and Dong Minju also nodded. Long Chen was extremely moved. Every single one of them was like a heavenly fairy, while he was who he was. He didn't know how he had gained their love, so he didn't know what to say. Big brother Long Chen, you can tell us anything. Even if we can't help you, at least we can share the burden if you want. Maybe we can do some small things. Dong Minju held Long Chen's hand. Before this, other than Meng Qi, none of them knew that Long Chen had had his spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone taken as a child. Nor did they know about his past, which was even worse than being bullied in the Phoenix Cry Empire. Long Chen kept many of his problems inside of him, suffering on his own while he smiled on the outside. That made them all feel aggrieved. They had been tricked by his outside appearance, not knowing just how weary his heart was. That's right, we're all your wives. What can't you tell us? Said Chu Yao. Long Chen nodded. There's not that much. My thoughts are just a bit chaotic right now, as there are many things to do. With you by my side, I feel free to be myself. You know how to talk. First you praise us, and then you don't actually tell us anything, said Tang Waner, dissatisfied with this response. All right, there are a number of things I have to do. First, I have to refine pills. Not just the heaven-merging pills, but other very important pills as well, which will take a large amount of time. Second, I need to think of a way to find the Eastern Wasteland Bell, but the fragment of it that I have is unable to sense it. If it doesn't return in time for the next battle, we will be at an immense disadvantage. Third, the 5 sovereigns have transmitted all their techniques to me. As I use them to corroborate my own techniques, I noticed that perhaps I've cultivated my 9-star Hegemon body art incorrectly. I might need to change my cultivation path again. Chapter 27, 12 Clone. Change it again. Didn't you already change it before? Asked Meng Qi. Last time, in order to forcibly gain more power, Long Chen had changed the proper cultivation path of the 9-star Hegemon body art. That had been so dangerous that it had almost cost him his life. If he changed it again, wouldn't it be just as dangerous? If something happened to him, then there really would be no hope left for this world. Long Chen nodded. Last time, I broke the proper sequence of the 9-star Hegemon body art's cultivation path, causing it to deviate from its original path. When I condensed the 6-star battle armor, it was based on the image in my dreams of all 9 stars gathering. I didn't overthink it and just placed the 6 stars based on that arrangement. Although I succeeded, I could vaguely tell that something was off, but not what exactly. Using the sovereign's techniques as a reference, I understand. This current arrangement of the 6 stars is the simplest, lowest, and most useless arrangement. When I fought against the sovereigns, I thought to myself, why was I so weak? I'm the 9-star heir, and I've had countless hints indicating to me just how terrifying this cultivation technique is. But when I ask myself honestly, I didn't think that I would be a match for the sovereigns in a one-against-one. That doesn't make sense. Now I understand that I have a divine blade, but I'm fighting with the scabbard. That's why I'm so weak. These words would definitely make the experts like the blood fiend, devil lord cough up blood if they heard them. Someone who had blocked the attacks of all 5 sovereigns described himself as weak. Did that leave any room for others to live? Meng Qi and the others didn't have much of an understanding of the 9-star hegemon body art. Its origins were unclear, and Long Chen didn't dare to explain the full story to them for fear of karma. Even changing an ordinary cultivation technique is extremely difficult and dangerous, let alone yours, said Meng Qi anxiously. I know, it's fine, promised Long Chen. I've figured out the rough shape. With the experience from the sovereigns, it became clear and simple to me. I even suspect that the sovereigns were intentionally drawing my attention to this. However, even with the base figured out, I still need to slowly figure out the details. Long Chen sighed here, while Meng Qi and the others exchanged a helpless glance. Whether it was refining pills, looking for the Eastern Wasteland Bell, or changing the 9-star hegemon body art, they could only listen to his troubles. They had no way of helping him. The martial heaven continent is surrounded by trouble and time is incomparably precious. I wish I could clone myself. Wait, clones. Long Chen suddenly jumped up, his eyes brightening. Ha ha ha, I've thought of it. Thought of what? Asked Meng Qi and the others. I can condense some clones of myself to help me handle things. Long Chen suddenly excitedly hugged Meng Qi and gave her a kiss, following up with Chu Yao, Tang Waner, Yue Zai Okian, and Dong M. Injiao. They blushed, but seeing him as excited as a child, they also grew excited. However, Meng Qi said, condensing clones isn't so simple. A mistake can cause your realm to drop. Most clones were condensed at lower realms. By the heaven-merging realm, it was extremely rare. Most stopped by the life star realm, as the risks were too great beyond that. No need to worry. Sovereign Qing Su has a cloning art that I can use as a reference. It has no side effects. Long Chen suddenly formed hand seals and instantly transformed into 2. Ha ha ha, it's done. Both Long Chens laughed like mirror images. That's just a projection clone. Meng Qi and the others didn't understand. Was such a clone useful at all? Don't be impatient, Long Chen smiled. Evil moon linger little heaven. Evil moon, the demon moon furnace, and the heaven-flipping seal appeared, and then merged into his clone. The clone frowned. Long Chen, what are you doing? That voice was Evil Moon's. However, the clone suddenly cutely bounced and said, wow, this is fun. Seeing his clone put its chin on both its hands with that kind of expression made Long Chen hastily say, don't have me act cute like that. Meng Qi and the others had never seen Long Chen act in such a way, so they laughed. Evil Moon, you control the clone, said Long Chen. Seeing himself act like that was not good. Nope, I refuse. This leather bag is ugly, declined Evil Moon directly. Haha, this body is fine. Little Heaven is the best and won't fight with me over it, said Linger. This clone of Long Chen's began to hop around excitedly, which made Meng Qi and the others roll on the ground in laughter. Little Heaven was reserved and didn't like talking, while Evil Moon disdained having to control a clone. Linger, you can control this clone, but you have to remember, you are me in the view of outsiders. Don't cause them to see through your identity, warned Long Chen. Understood, so when there aren't outsiders I can act as I please. The clone giggled, raising Long Chen's goosebumps. A bad premonition rose in his heart. As expected, the clone ran over to Meng Qi, giggling, sisters, today is a happy day. I'll dance for you, Aya. Long Chen grabbed his clone by the neck, dragging it back. For the first time in his life, he felt an urge to choke himself. Stop messing around. Meng Qi and the others were still laughing. It was their first time seeing Long Chen's face go through so many expressions. Seeing Long Chen angry, Linger stuck out her tongue, causing Meng Qi and the others to almost faint. Heavens, Long Chen covered his face, weeping without tears. If it weren't for the fact that he had no other options, he would destroy this new clone of his. Big brother, don't get angry. I was just teasing you, said Linger, pulling on his hand. That's enough. I don't like holding a man's hands even if it's my own, said Long Chen. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself and said, let's prepare to start refining the heaven-merging pills. Chapter 27, 13 Heaven-Merging Demon Pill. Boom! The moon and star refining furnace shuddered, and Meng Qi's forehead was glistening with sweat. Her spiritual strength had dropped a full 60% in order to finish this final step. After that, the lid slowly opened, and 9 glistening medicinal pills were reflected in everyone's eyes. Meng Qi and the others cheered. They had refined 9 high-grade heaven-merging pills with pill rings. Succeeding in the very first attempt delighted the women. At this moment, Long Chen picked one up and closely examined it. He nodded. As expected, this pill can be consumed. Long Chen, why are the pills that we refine even better than the ones that you refined? Asked Meng Qi. Long Chen's clone was currently being controlled by Ling'er, and as an item spirit, her spiritual strength was limited. That was why Meng Qi was supporting the refinement with her spiritual strength. They succeeded on the first try with Ling'er controlling things, but Long Chen had ended up failing in his first attempt. That was curious to them. That is because the clone that Ling'er is controlling doesn't have my astral energy. There is no additional energy for the pill to absorb, thus there is no world energy causing it to be inedible, said Long Chen. This clone's essence, qi, and spirit were controlled by Evil Moon, Little Heaven, and Ling'er. However, the clone had no astral spaces. Without the energy of his astral spaces entering the pill, it was easier to refine. Meng Qi, you rest. In a bit, you and Chu Yao can try to work together. This time we'll aim to refine a top-grade pill, said Long Chen. An hour later, another furnace of pills was finished. However, this time the sky rumbled and lightning tribulation clouds appeared. The appearance of a top-grade pill resulted in the jealousy of the heavens. Long Chen completely ignored this pill tribulation. He opened the lid, and 9 beams of light shot out into the tribulation clouds. What a wild power! It actually attacked the pill tribulation. Meng Qi and the others were startled. Top-grade pills had a certain level of spirituality and were normally afraid of heavenly tribulation. However, this furnace of pills actually transformed into sword, stabbing into the heavens. At this moment, lightning was crashing down, but it was shattered by the swords. Even the tribulation clouds were broken. Not good, they're running, cried out Meng Qi and the others. The tribulation was unable to stop these pills. Most top-grade pills would be destroyed during tribulation, and even if they survived, they would be normally exhausted. But these pills had destroyed the tribulation clouds and ran. All of a sudden, a lightning dragon appeared and devoured the 9 swords. The dragon then vanished, and 9 pills appeared in Long Chen's hand. Those pills all emitted a majestic aura. They were translucent. Inside, it was possible to see mountains and rivers, flowers and birds. It was like they contained an entire world, with light and spiritual qi flowing within them. Top-grade tribulation pills, just like that. Yue Zioqian covered her mouth, completely shocked. A top-grade pill was extremely rare. Some alchemists could spend a lifetime without refining one. Any top-grade pills that were refined were viewed as treasures to be passed down. They rarely were allowed to undergo tribulation, but Long Chen could refine 9 top-grade tribulation pills just like that. Would eating them allow us to rapidly increase our realm? Asked Meng Qi. Long Chen shook his head. The high-grade heaven-merging pills can be consumed, but these top-grade tribulation pills contain too much of the will of the heavenly Taos. If not controlled properly, they might explode in your body. Hence, they should instead be placed in formations that extract their energy bit by bit for others to absorb. Even so, their effect is dozens of times greater than the high-grade pills. Then let's refine some more. We can take turns resting and refining. We can also call Cloud and Liu Ruyan over, said Tang Wan'er excitedly. No, they've just advanced. Their cultivation path is different from ours, so we shouldn't disturb them at this important time. We'll take turns with just us, said Long Chen. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, Dong Minju, and Yue Zioqian took turns supporting Ling'er with their spiritual strength. Meanwhile, Ling'er focused on controlling Long Chen's clone and refining the pills with the moon and star refining furnace. The reason that she needed to control Long Chen's clone to refine the heaven-merging pill was because it required a certain conduit to heaven and earth. Long Chen's clone provided that conduit, and that was what allowed the pill to contain more energy from the heavenly Taos. This also meant that the heaven-merging pill was one of the few pills that the moon and star refining furnace and Ling'er were unable to refine completely on their own. Meng Qi and the others refined 5 furnaces of pills before they needed a break. Now, it was Long Chen's turn. However, this time, Long Chen used the demon moon furnace. He said to Linger, "I will be the main force while you assist me. Focus on controlling the furnace. If you are unable to split your attention, leave the clone to Evil Moon to control." After saying that, Long Chen focused on himself completely. This time, he was refining a demonic pill. Although its medicinal energy was terrifying, there were many unsure factors that could make him fail the refinement. At this moment, the pill furnace rumbled. Long Chen's flame energy burned to its fullest as the pill condensed, and his spiritual strength was fully unleashed. At the same time, his clone's spiritual strength also aided the refinement. The pill furnace then rumbled intensely. Even the heavens and the earth quivered with every shake of the furnace. The distant mountains began to collapse. Boom! Suddenly, cracks spread in the ground, covering this entire area. The demon moon furnace shuddered so intensely it was like some weapon was attacking its walls on the inside. "Damn, these pills really are ruthless. It hurts," exclaimed Linger. The refinement was complete. 9 pills were striking the furnace like shooting stars, trying to break free. "Release one of them," said Long Chen. When it appeared, the void darkened as lightning crashed down. Black chi gushed out of the pill, and it transformed into human shape. The human form it took was actually Long Chen. However, this Long Chen's eyes were red, and it emitted a demonic aura. Surprisingly, this figure ignored the lightning in the sky and chose to immediately strike Long Chen. Boom! Long Chen received its punch with his fist. As a result, the ground beneath his feet exploded. Just at that moment, the pill sent a foot kicking toward his crotch with lightning speed. Long Chen hastily raised his own leg to block. Suddenly, Long Chen's expression changed, and his hand shot up toward his ear. Chapter 27, 14 Long Chen's Unease. A hand stopped just 3 inches from Long Chen's face. Seeing this scene, Meng Qi and the others covered their mouths in shock, filled with disbelief. That was clearly Long Chen's divine face-slapping art, a silent and ephemeral attack. Long Chen himself was almost struck by it. Long Chen furiously pulled down that hand, smashing it into the ground. As a result, that Long Chen exploded, transforming into a medicinal pill. "Get them all out here," barked Long Chen. The demon moon furnace opened, and 8 medicinal pills flew out. Before they even manifested their shape, Long Chen's fist landed, blasting apart the runes surrounding them. After that, all the medicinal pills were grabbed and tossed into his primal chaos space. Suddenly, the lightning in the sky vanished. With the medicinal pills gone from this world, the tribulation also vanished. Right now, Meng Qi and the others came forward curiously. Long Chen took out the heaven-merging pills once more. They were as black as charcoal, but specks of light flowed within them like countless stars. These heaven-merging pills gave off an extremely sinister feeling, completely different from the heaven-merging pills that they had previously refined. This medicinal pill's pill spirit is incredible. If Long Chen refined a few thousand, wouldn't that be an army? Xuanhuan smacked her lips. That pill had fought exactly like Long Chen just now. Although its aura was weaker, it possessed a portion of his power and combat experience. That was enough to give it incredible power. The face-slapping art in particular had almost struck Long Chen. Anyone else would probably have no chance of dodging. Long Chen shook his head. These demonic pills can't be controlled like that. Xuanhuan was disappointed. That was truly a pity. She was already envisioning an army of pills commanded by Long Chen. The reason demon pills were called so was due to how nefarious they were. There were many inexplicable things about them. Let alone them, even Linger, the item spirit of the demon moon furnace, was unable to fully explain the abilities of demon pills. Demon pills contained a different kind of power in this universe, one that others couldn't explain. Not even the pill sovereign's memories had information on that. The only thing that could be said was that this power was demonic. Long Chen then looked at the demonic pills in his hand. These pills are like a mirror reflecting all the energies inside my body. Flame energy, thunder force, the power of my astral spaces. I can even vaguely feel the auras of my divine ring and 6-star battle armor. Other than the primal chaos space, all my secrets are within it. This was truly shocking. Even during his heavenly tribulation, the heavenly Taos had been unable to replicate most of his abilities, but these demonic pills had managed to do so. These demonic pills had not just absorbed his own energy, but also the energy of this world, in addition to an unclear demonic energy. It could be said that these pills were made based on his body. To others, it was a pill of destruction that would kill anyone who consumed them. At this moment Long Chen, Meng Qi, and the others began to crazily refine pills. After 3 furnaces of demonic pills, he tried refining a giant pill. The result was that the giant pill actually came out to fight him, and its power was shocking. It reflected practically all his techniques, even the Azure Dragon battle armor. However, it didn't have true blood qi backing it, so its power couldn't compare to Long Chen. It was still defeated and transformed into a large medicinal pill. 6-colored light flowed over it, just like Long Chen's divine ring. This divine ring had 6 stars shining within it just like when Long Chen summoned it. However, while it was able to imitate the divine ring and 6-star battle armor, it was unable to use that kind of power. Despite that, the power of this pill still made Meng Qi and the others jump. When this giant pill transformed into Long Chen, the red light in its eyes was extremely frightening. It was like a devil king. Long Chen and the giant pill fought an intense battle. The pill was extremely vicious, exchanging ruthless blows just to injure Long Chen. If it weren't for Long Chen having an absolute advantage in terms of power, he really might have been wounded. This giant demonic pill seemed to contain an entire star. It was like the explosive power of an entire world was compressed inside, ready to erupt at any moment. After beating it, Long Chen rested, while Meng Qi and the others continued refining pills. As for Long Chen, he was examining the giant pill. The starry light of the giant pill illuminated Long Chen's face. It was like a mirror. Looking at himself inside of the demonic pill, Long Chen felt a chill. A sense of fear slowly crept over his heart. The self that he saw within the demonic pill looked completely foreign. It was like the souls of millions of devils condensed into his shape. Just a glance at this version of himself could cause someone to want to die. "Who are you?" Looking at himself in the giant demonic pill, Long Chen clenched his fist. Through this refinement, it felt like he saw another soul within his body. It was an extremely sinister, bloodthirsty, and violent soul. It was like all the evil of the world was condensed inside of it. The moment Long Chen spoke to the demonic pill spoke back to him, saying the same words. It was a mirror seemingly reflecting his inner heart, and it didn't give him any answer. Long Chen finally sighed and closed his eyes. For some reason, just staring at this version of himself made him feel exhausted. Was it the pill sovereign's will? No, the pill sovereign's will was arrogant but not evil. A heart devil? No, a heart devil reflected the most important part of someone, making it consume the rest of a person's mind. Just what was it? Long Chen vaguely felt uneasy. In this world, the most frightening thing was the unknown. He vaguely sensed that there was something within him. Although it had never influenced him, it still made him feel afraid. In order to not worry Meng Qi and the others, he didn't mention this to them. But as time passed, he realized something. Even though he always tried to avoid wrapping them in his karma, in truth, from the moment they met, they were already within his karma. That was why he was now comfortable enough to share these things with them, even the name of the 9-star Hegemon body art and some of what he knew about it. If it comforted them, he was comfortable telling them these things. He had a feeling that telling them wasn't a bad thing. Long Chen, news has come from the Alliance. The yin-yang world has launched an attack. Suddenly, Tang Wan'er ran over anxiously. Chapter 27, 15 The Sinister Play. So quickly. Long Chen was startled. This was currently the time when everyone was resting and focusing entirely on increasing their realm. At this moment, time was in the invaders' favor, and it had only been a few days, so why would they launch an attack? Tang Wan'er reported. The Alliance sent word that the yin-yang world launched a sudden attack with 100,000 heaven-merging experts. They caught us off guard, and by the time we gathered our forces, they retreated. However, then Devil Spirit Mountain attacked. There is also the demon race from the ancient battlefield and the undying race of resentful Death City. They all launched sudden attacks and pulled back just as we prepared to strike back. Long Chen nodded. The undying race, the blood race, the devil race, and the demon race really are prudent. Even with such an advantage over us, they are still doing everything they can to increase their odds. They're disturbing us so that we can't properly cultivate. They had launched sneak attacks, but they were nothing more than disturbances. At the same time, they could also probe the real situation of the continent. Their sneak attacks killed over 10,000 of our heaven-merging experts. That's not a good omen. Those bastards are all hateful. Tang Wan'er clenched her teeth furiously. War is simply like that. Any and all methods are used and there are no rules to speak of. For victory, anything goes and that is the correct path. Long Chen smiled and comforted Tang Wan'er. Even after all these years, she still had a child's temper. Battle was not a game. How are you still smiling? Tang Wan'er glared at him. What else should I do? Cry. If crying could win a battle, I don't mind crying until the heavens are flooded. Long Chen became serious. All right, did the report say anything about the power of these sneak attacks? What level have they reached? Tang Wan'er said. The Alliance's news said that their main force was composed of newly advanced heaven-merging experts. The senior heaven-merging experts were just in charge of directing the troops. However, these new heaven-merging experts have reached the mid-realm, somewhere between the 4th heaven stage and the 5th heaven stage. So hi, Long Chen was startled. It had only been a bit more than 10 days since the tribulation. How had they reached the mid-heaven merging realm? Even with the Dragon Blood warriors focusing on cultivation and the assistance of medicinal pills, Gu Yang and the others had only reached the 2nd heaven stage. There were also some sects that had disciples forcibly raise their realms regardless of risks to their foundations. However, even so, only over 500 people on the entire continent had reached the 3rd heaven stage. Those people had sacrificed their foundations in order to increase their cultivation speed. But even so, their enemies had advanced to the mid-heaven merging realm. That speed truly caused despair. Exactly, it's crazy. Their sneak attacks didn't cause too many casualties for the continent, but it's a serious blow to the continent's morale, said Tang Wan'er. The fact that Long Chen had destroyed the karmic luck pearl, resulting in the continent no longer being able to produce a sovereign, was already a heavy stone on people's hearts. But now, adding on the enemies, terrifying cultivation speed, they couldn't see the slightest hope. No matter how they cultivated with their lives on the line, it was meaningless. The difference was too great. This is most likely intentional. They want our confidence to collapse, so I would guess that they created these troops just for this attack. With such rapid cultivation, it's no longer a matter of their foundations growing unsteady. Their cultivation bases are essentially set in stone. They will never advance again. Each world sacrificed 100,000 people just to shake our confidence. They have some guts, said Long Chen. He refused to believe that there was a way to allow someone who had just advanced to heaven merging to reach the 4th or 5th heaven state without some kind of price. The Xuanhuan master is of the same opinion. He said that this is mental warfare, and they definitely won't stop with just this. As they shake our confidence, they also disturb our cultivation, forcing us to be too nervous to cultivate properly, said Tang Wan'er. Long Chen smiled. The Xuanhuan master is correct. Did he say how we should counter them? He did not. Long Chen was somewhat speechless. All right, then I guess he left this problem to me. However, thinking about it, he supposed that this was the correct call. He was currently the hope of the martial heaven continent. If he was the one to settle this problem, it would raise the continent's morale much more, and he would shatter their enemies' mental warfare. Then what should we do? Asked Tang Wan'er. What else? We'll strike back. We must have the initiative in our hands, or we'll slowly be suffocated to death. Have the Dragon Blood Legion go out and split into 4 to attack the 4 worlds. Have them work with Mo Nian and Zai Yan. Walda also came back yesterday, and Jikyu has come out of seclusion. Every group will have a supreme divine item protecting them, said Long Chen. Will that work? What if they fall into our enemy's trap? Furthermore, if they encounter someone like the High Priest, they'll be in danger. Tang Wan'er was not at ease with such a plan. In truth, their sneak attacks are entirely unnecessary. We're already weaker than them. They have experts that need to become sovereigns, and that requires gathering the power of an entire world. By sneak attacking us, they've ended up reminding me what we should be doing. We will strike their worlds, disturbing the laws of their world so that the All-Devil Heaven Walker, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord, and the others are unable to become sovereigns as quickly. That will win us precious time. If they don't become sovereigns, they won't dare to enter the martial heaven continent, said Long Chen. The Blood Fiend Devil Lord, the All-Devil Heaven Walker, Yi Ming, and the 9-headed lion had all been defeated by Long Chen. If they wanted vengeance, they had to become sovereigns first. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to find trouble for Long Chen again, or they would be purely courting death. Then what about us refining pills? Asked Tang Wan'er. If they weren't here refining pills, the Dragon Blood Legion would have their cultivation speed slowed down greatly. We'll be refining pills here as usual. We don't need to bother with them. Didn't I already say that Mo Nian will be there? He can direct everyone. We'll just come over if they need us, said Long Chen. You're not going? Asked Tang Wan'er, surprised. No, I want to focus entirely on refining pills. Once there are enough, I need to go look for the Eastern Wasteland Bell, said Long Chen. Long Chen then called over Meng Qi and the others. He had them stop with their refinement of the ordinary heaven-merging pills, because they already had enough to last the Dragonblood Legion a long time. Instead, they helped him refine demonic pills. Once he had enough, he would go out in search of the Eastern Wasteland Belle, leaving his clone to refine the ordinary heaven-merging pills with Meng Qi and the others. Just as they were refining the demonic heaven-merging pills as quickly as possible, the Dragonblood Legion received his orders and began to mobilize. Chapter 27, 16 Striking Back. After the Dragonblood Legion was assembled, Mo Nian, Zai Yan, Wilda, and Yi Jikyu split them up into 4 groups and led them off to their own targets. Mo Nian brought the first group to Resentful Death City. In order to display the Mo family's might, he specifically brought 10,000 of the Mo family's elite disciples, the strongest warriors. They were all hand-picked by Mo Nian. He had decided to also train his own legion like Long Chen. However, the Mo family's legion was composed of master archers with overwhelming offensive power while lacking defensive power. With the Dragonblood warriors, they now had people skilled in both close and long-range battle. If Jianing didn't harshly warn Mo Nian not to mess around, he might even have the urge to lead these people in destroying Resentful Death City. The second group was Li Qi's corp, led by Yi Jikyu. Their target was the devil race of Devil Spirit Mountain. The third group was Song Minjuan's corp, led by Wilda. In order to be safe, Zia Chen and Gu Ran joined this group. While Wilda's power was terrifying, he was like a child. This group specifically chose to target the ancient battlefield, because that place was filled with the demon race. In other words, food for Wilda. Wilda had just returned, but his body was now covered in strange marks. He had 2 horns shining on top of his head, and his blood chi was like fire, twisting the void around him. They still didn't know where the Western Desert Axe had brought Wilda, but now that he was back, his aura had become much fiercer. He truly did appear like a monster. Fortunately, while his aura was frightening, his character was still the same. Furthermore, the Western Desert Axe on his back had recovered a great deal. Most of the rust on it was gone, revealing its divine luster. Even upon returning, Wilda's mouth never paused. He was constantly picking out things from a fur sack on his chest and tossing them into his mouth. Those things were fist-sized corpses of 13th-rank beasts. Wilda was actually treating them as snacks. Furthermore, it seemed like he would never be full. The fourth group was Yue Zifeng's corp, and Zai Yan and Yue Zifeng led it together. Yue Zifeng had also just returned. After the tribulation, he had gone to the Heavenly Sword Gate to pay respects to his master, the old sect master of the Xuanhuan monastery, Ling Yunzi. That trip had taken 10 days. Upon returning, the ordinary sword he usually used was gone, replaced with an ancient, fearful sword. Although it had never come out of its sheath, it gave a feeling that if it ever did, it would definitely cause a storm of blood. With that sword, Yue Zifeng's entire aura became colder. However, since he rarely spoke, no one asked him what had happened. As a sword cultivator, his offensive power was incomparable. Moreover, with Zai Yan as support, there was definitely no problem with their group. In order to be absolutely safe, it wasn't just the Dragonblood Legion who was mobilized. Yi Lingshan, Nangong Zuyu, Beideng Rushwang, and Ximen Tiangsheng also joined the 4 groups. As soon as they were gathered, they flew off in 4 different directions, going toward Resentful Death City, Devil Spirit Mountain, the ancient battlefield, and the Yin-Yang world. When Mo Nian arrived in Resentful Death City, he immediately encountered a group of the Undying Race's experts. After their first sneak attack, they were in the midst of preparing for a second assault. They were playing tactics, thinking that the Martial Heaven continent would definitely not expect a second assault right after the first one. They were planning on consecutive attacks to wipe out the Martial Heaven continent's morale. As a result, they were still in the midst of a speech to raise their own morale when Mo Nian arrived. We arrived at the right time. Mo Nian gave the order, and the Mo family's disciples, bows curved like crescent moons. Arrows rained down like lightning on the Undying Race's experts. This group of the Undying Race had just returned, and now they found that the Martial Heaven continent had caught their tail. For a moment, chaos reigned in their midst. After the wave of arrows, Gu Yang led the Dragonblood warriors charging forward. While they were only at the early heaven-merging realm, they still slaughtered these mid-heaven-merging experts before them. "Don't crush them, keep their heads intact," shouted Mo Nian. The Dragonblood warriors were too fierce and their attacks destroyed these experts' very existence. Long Chen said that he wanted their heads as compensation to the martial heaven continent. If they were destroyed, then there would be no proof. However, it was useless. These undying experts were unable to block a single swing of the Dragonblood warriors' swords. "It's no good," shouted Gu Yang. The Dragonblood warriors had started off by absorbing the pill dregs of Long Chen's first refinement. Due to it containing his world energy, their astral spaces grew once more. Later on, Long Chen refined demonic pills, and their energy was absorbed by the warriors through formations, resulting in their astral spaces growing as their realm increased. Their astral spaces were now twice as large as before. A heaven-merging expert merged heavenly Tao energy with the world energy in their astral spaces. With that world energy as a foundation, the power they could unleash multiplied. Hence, there was no longer any way for them to control themselves. They couldn't keep the heads of the enemies intact. "Fine, then work hard. I'll just have to use a photographic Jade as proof. Mo family disciples, hear my orders. Use the life-ending arrows. Don't let a single enemy escape." Hearing that, the Mo family's disciples took out black arrows with countless barbs. Every barb had a blood-colored rune on it. Those blood-colored runes contained their life energy. Once those runes pierced into an enemy's body, they would automatically detonate. They could also detonate with the will of their master. Once it exploded, a curse rune would be born, one that instantly sucked away the life of an expert. This was a secret art that Mo Nian had found in an ancient tomb. He had specially made these arrows afterward. The Dragonblood warriors were like tigers descended upon a group of sheep. Those 100,000 undying experts were quickly slaughtered. In just 4 breaths' time, they were fleeing in all directions. By fleeing, they became live targets for the Mo family's disciples. Arrows pierced through their undying bodies, their protective divine light unable to stop the arrows. Those who were pierced by the arrows died without being able to make a sound. They simply fell limply to the ground. "Retreat!" Mo Nian suddenly glanced at the core of resentful Death City and waved his hand. Everyone rapidly fell back. "You think you can run now? Keep dreaming." A giant hand crashed down from the sky, shattering space, enveloping every Dragonblood warrior and disciple of the Mo family. Chapter 27, 17 Beat out your bull ball. The Central Plains cauldron appeared above Mo Nian's head and unleashed a ray of divine light that shattered the large hand. That brief delay was all it took for the Dragonblood warriors and the Mo family's disciples to flee back to the martial heaven continent. Mo Nian suddenly raised the heaven-seizing sun hunting bow. A ray of light shot out through the sky of resentful Death City. The light exploded above the city like a beautiful firework, illuminating the world. "Bastard!" Countless furious roars suddenly rang out from within resentful Death City. Countless experts in seclusion were startled awake by this arrow. Mo Nian's attack had caused the laws of this world to become chaotic, forcing these experts in seclusion to wake up from their cultivation state. "The human race's Mo Nian is here. Continue what you were doing. I'll be back later." Mo Nian's voice resounded throughout resentful Death City, but he himself was hiding within the Central Plains cauldron and flying back to the martial heaven continent. "Perfect!" Mo Nian and Gu Yang high-fived when he returned. The two of them laughed at the success of this sneak attack. They stood guard outside of the entrance to the corrupt god cemetery. According to the high priest, the worlds had not fully linked up, so old monsters from those worlds would be suppressed if they set foot onto the continent, resulting in them not daring to do so. Otherwise, if they were to face the high priest or Taoist heavenly feather, they wouldn't even have a chance to run. "Bastard human race, none of you will be able to cultivate like this either," shouted the undying race's experts. "How laughable, you were the ones who wanted to play, we're just accompanying you. What, you don't like playing this way?" Mo Nian eyed those experts disdainfully. "Stop spouting crap and fight." Gu Yang was even more direct, pointing his spear right at them. Resentful Death City was now fully linked to the corrupt god cemetery, so the corrupt god cemetery could already be considered the outer region of resentful Death City. Furthermore, resentful Death City was not the same as when Long Chen had seen it. It was now connected to several other worlds and was even larger. However, no matter how large it grew, it was not fully merged with the martial heaven continent. Those experts on the level of living fossils would be suppressed by the laws of the martial heaven continent. As long as they didn't come, Gu Yang and the others had nothing to be afraid of. "HMPH, little rabbits, why don't you try coming in again? A dark-faced, almost skeletal elder appeared within the corrupt god cemetery. This was precisely the old monster that had previously fought Sovereign Zai Yang. He was an extremely terrifying existence. "Old calf, why don't you try coming to our side? Let's see if I can beat some bull balls out of you," cursed Mo Nian. Bull balls. The elder was first confused, but he quickly realized what Mo Nian meant and fury filled his eyes. However, he suddenly laughed. "Ignorant brat, the day that I set foot on the martial heaven continent, you will regret coming to this world. Who do you think you are? Come over right now and let's exchange 300 blows." Mo Nian aimed his bow at the elder. Of course, Mo Nian didn't dare to challenge such a terrifying monster. That was an existence that had even fought against Sovereign Zai Yang. The Sovereign Zai Yang of that time was not the Sovereign Zai Yang that had appeared in Long Chen's heavenly tribulation. It was the true Sovereign Zai Yang that stood at the peak of the martial path. In terms of true strength, the current Mo Nian didn't match a single pinky from this old monster. Even if the continent's laws did suppress him when he came over, Mo Nian would still be forced to flee. However, if he really did come, then the High Priest, Taoist Heavenly Feather, and the others would immediately sense him and take action to slay him. 300 rounds. The elder laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. It had to be known that back then, he had fought Sovereign Zai Yang for 3 days and nights before he was defeated. Mo Nian was so unashamed as to say he would fight 300 rounds with him. Do you not have confidence in lasting that long? Then how about 10 exchanges? If you haven't lost in 10 exchanges, I'll let you escape with your dog life. What, you don't dare? Fine, I won't use my hands or feet. I won't use my soul. I won't use magical arts. Do you dare? Provoked Mo Nian. No hands, feet, soul, or magical arts. Then what are you going to use to fight him? Asked Gu Yang. Mo Nian chortled. Just look at how terrified he is. I'll take off my pants and use my life rod and he'll flee. Die. Suddenly, the void exploded. That old monster was finally provoked and attacked. However, the instant he entered the martial heaven continent, Mo Nian and the others were shocked to find that the world was frozen. Some terrifying power froze time and twisted space. Before Mo Nian could even understand what was happening or what kind of power this was, a withered claw reached toward his throat. But just as the claw was about to reach him, the twisted void split open and cold light slashed out, severing the elder's hand. The elder's expression changed, and he waved his staff with his other hand. The 3 skulls on his staff glowed, forming a brown bridge above his head. Boom! The bridge exploded and a sharp sword slashed down, striking his staff. A tempest containing the laws of multiple worlds erupted. Mo Nian, Gu Yang, and the others were sent tumbling back by that tempest. Mo Nian was the closest and ended up hacking up blood, his body cracking. Mo Nian was about to curse the Central Plains Cauldron for not protecting him just now. But then he saw the Central Plains Cauldron grow and block the entrance to the corrupt god cemetery. A sword slashed down from the heavens and cosmos. It seemed to contain countless stars. A sword cultivator. The elder's expression changed once more, and he slammed his hand on the ground, which then wrapped around him like a blanket. As for the 3 skulls on his staff, they changed color, shining golden light on the earth around him. The earth instantly solidified, becoming a giant shield of immortal metal. What kind of technique is this? Mo Nian and the others were stunned. This was no illusion. He had really turned dirt into immortal metal. Was there really such a heaven-defying ability in this world? At this moment, the sword slashed onto the giant shield. Shockingly, this immortal metal was like tofu in front of the sword and was cleanly cut in 2. The sword light then struck the elder. The elder seemed to have been expecting this and was murmuring some kind of incantation. His staff then grew larger, blocking the sword. Boom, the elder coughed up blood, which instantly transformed into black chi. After that, the elder snorted and waved his staff once more. A hole opened in the void, and he jumped in. Boom! However, just at this moment, a giant cauldron came flying out of the hole that he made, knocking him out. The elder had just flown out when a sword slashed down. The elder was slashed apart.